Should I go live in?
This rectangle here.
Oh, right, okay.
'23 edition of the Fly. This is the third edition of this tournament and we're here at Roslyn Park for it. I am joined by Ash and Charlie. Welcome. First things first, Charlie, give us a bit of an overview of the Fly. What's it all about?
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, look, the Fly's a super exciting event. Thank you. Look, the Fly's a super exciting event. Sixes is a super exciting format. It's fast-paced. You can see highlight reel plays like all over the floor. You know, this is drafted from the most competitive players in the UK, so you're going to see loads of like boys and girls who represent their countries all the time, coming from box and field, and this is just really everyone coming together, play some really high level lacrosse, and really get that push to get lacrosse into the Olympics, right?
So this is the format that we will be seeing for the Commonwealth and Olympics as well. How do you think the fans, the players and stuff are going to be reacting to that?
Yeah, so I think it's exciting, right? It's a small. Steps of GB really planting our flag in the ground and saying we want to be a part of that. We want to put together really competitive teams. You know, they did great work out in the World Games in Alabama, and I think the idea is that we can keep developing and really make it count when we do make it to the Olympics, right?
So this is the third edition. It's been held across 3 weekends. So we have 2 weekends, today and next weekend, where it's going to be preliminary games, and then we'll have the finals in June. So these matches initially will determine the seedings, and we have 4 men's and 4 women's teams. So out of those 4 men's and 4 women's teams, who can we expect to be, well, favourites for the men and favourites for the women?
So it's so hard to say, right? Because there's a significant amount of movement every single year with these teams. They're redrafted, some elements change. Just from my initial look, I'm really liking the look of Ford.
It's an absolute powerhouse around that, cutting around the crease and looking for a fake high or shoot low, or the other way around. She's really, really deceptive.
Well, it's actually Hustle that have got us started once again, and they are pressing on the goal. They are looking for a way to extend their lead, and good shot going in. Great score there for Hustle. Fantastic play, Chesgrave once again, but Swift straight away transitioning into attack from defence. And that's going to be the key today to success, isn't it, Lauren? How quickly you could switch from defence into attack.
And it's also about being much more physical than in the women's game. You just see Lottie Robertson there coming in with a hard goal, getting pushed over. She looks small, but she's absolutely mighty.
As Minty Loxton Barnard there scoring most recently for Hustle. And Hustle have been able to intercept that one in open play from Swift, and they're looking to make an onslaught onto goal, but it's come to nothing. And really, you've got to take those chances when they're presented to you in the Fly, haven't you? Because
absolutely, you're coming down and you've got the numbers, you've got to put that in the net. You never know when one team might go on a scoring run and just put themselves up.
Oh, another really great shot on goal there from Lottie Robertson. She's already had a couple of scores in this game, and she wants to get a few more to her name and for her team as well. And Hustle doing well to defend that, though, and they'll clear out from the back. And it's a good shot on goal and a really good score there for Hustle. Fantastic work from Emma Oakley, one of the co-captains of the side today.
Okay, we've got a slash call here, which is the first penalty of the game, and that's coming down with an uncontrolled stick, either hitting the stick, hitting the player, or hitting the ground around the player. So we're going to see Hustle retain the ball here. and Swift will be a man down.
Oh, here comes Swift in defence. They did well, really, to push up there and place Hustle under a lot of pressure, and Hustle ultimately couldn't come away with a score. Beautiful lob downfield, and it's found Robertson. That one not finding her icon in Anna Neville, but the Swift attack still very much alive through Neville now. And this is frantic, and this is close, and that is a great score for Swift.
It's just great to see a man-down goal for Swift there. They're coming out, you've got 5 people against you, they're playing sort of a zonal kind of defense, and they're still able to penetrate it. That's really impressive.
Well, let's hope they continue to impress and continue to give us a really thrilling game, because right now the score currently reads 6-4 in favour of Hustle. And we're coming towards the end of the first quarter. So we've still got 3 more quarters to go, and there's going to be plenty more goals, I think it's fair to say, Lauren.
Yeah, and I think we can expect this pace to be kept up. All these girls are really, really fit. A lot of them are in the national programmes, and they've been training through the season and out through home mints in April. So I think we can expect to see the high pace continue. Really
good score there from Izzy Brand as well. The number 14 for Hustle. Keep your eye on her, because she's switched into defence really strongly there. And so far, Swift haven't been able to get straight on the front foot, but nearly scoring was Anna Neville. Really good work there from the Swift 13.
And something interesting we're going to see here is in the women's game, if the ball goes behind the goal and it was a shot, you'll see all the girls try and chase it with their stick to try and get the possession of the ball, whereas here we won't do that because it will immediately go the other way.
Well, that is the end of the first quarter. The score is currently 7-4 in favour of Hustle. And they are really hustling in this game. They're working really hard, I think it's fair. Don't laugh at me, Lauren.
Don't start with the puns.
Well, they're going to need a swift response if they want to claw their way back into this game. It's a close matchup so far, isn't it? It's living up to that expectation, really, Lauren, that it's going to go either way.
It definitely is. It's a really good showcase of what this game has to offer, and what this game especially has to offer for girls in those national programmes who are really, really fit and really strong and showing their physicality with this slight change of rules.
Well, what do you think of the messages right now in those huddles? We can see Swift there just in front of us and Hustle on our screen as well. What do you think of the team discussions going on right now? Because currently Hustle are holding a good, strong lead and the Swift are trailing.
Well, I think in the Swift huddle, I wouldn't be surprised if the coaches are asking them to sort of slow things down, try and calm the nerves and avoid some of this scrappy play that we're seeing. They were able to have a man-down goal, but they were man down. And I think that's going to be a problem coming into this game. With these two teams so evenly matched, you don't want to be a player down. You need to keep full strength. So I think they need to sort of tidy up their play a little bit and try and make sure that those passes are being maintained. We've also seen quite a few turnovers when we've got into the Swift attack. The Hustle have been able to knock down the ball or pick up the ground ball, just hustling more than the Swift to get back into attack and then capitalising on those fast break goals. And I think if Swift want to come back here, they really need to tighten that up.
And what's one thing that you think those watching at home need to keep their eyes on heading into the second quarter now? Because if you've not watched lacrosse before, some things might slip your eye and you might not be aware of what's happening in front of you. So what's one thing you would point out that people need to keep their eyes on heading into the second quarter?
So the players have to clear the ball over the halfway. They have a 10-second count, and it's an experimental rule which is being tried out at the Fly. So you're going to see the goalies be looking for that quick pass, and you'll also be looking things might get a little bit more frantic as they're getting to the 8-9 second mark and then not transitioning the ball over the midway line. And I think that you might see the defence really working hard to stop them coming over that midway line. And that's something that you can really watch out for at home, as that might be something that kind of cools this play later on in the game.
Well, we're going to get back underway with the draw in the middle of the field. So both sides ready and raring to go, flying into action here for the second quarter in the first game at the Fly 2023. And the draw is good in favour of Hustle, but Swift working really hard off the ball, and they've worked it into their hands. First attack on goal in this second quarter. What can they do with it? Working towards the edge of the crease, and again, Robertson ruthless.
That's a lovely goal by Robertson. She's got a really good set of hands, really silky smooth, and she's very deceptive about where she's going to put away the ball. You see her come across the goal and then put it back on the other side of her body. That's quite a difficult thing to do.
Hustle doing really well to try and get a response and instantly extend their lead back to its original distance, but Swift fighting back strong. Trying to look for a way in around the edge of the crease. There was Liv Thomas, and she managed to invite the rest of her team into the action, and here comes Thomas. Great score there for Swift.
That was an incredible goal. Liv Thomas was the round one pick one for the Fly, and she is the epitome of what this Sixes game is. She's strong, she's fast, she's got good handles, she's got a great shot.
Well, that hustle attack is not functioning as well as it has done in the first quarter. There's some nerves that they need to shake out in the beginning. Is it breaking through those cobwebs? Because bearing in mind, these sides have never played lacrosse together before.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, a lot of these players were meeting for the first time yesterday when they were training, or today even. And I think possibly that Hustle have come out and seen Swift come out really hard and fighting, and that might have caused some nerves amongst the team.
Now Swift are going to keep possession here. And they're going to keep pummeling away at that hustle defence and try and find the opening. And there was Neville on the ball. And she's brought the rest of her team into play. And can Swift get the shot away? They do. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too high from Liv Thomas. So it gives Hustle now a chance to play out from the back. Good to see those efforts going in, though, because as we've already said, cobwebs are still there, but great to see that individuals have the confidence to make those long-range efforts. Good score there, great score for Hustle. Chloe Chan, fantastic work there. And Swift get an instant response of their own. Lauren, this really is end-to-end stuff.
It definitely is, and like you say, it is really nice to see some of those long-range efforts. In the field game, you can't shoot if there's someone in front of you more than a metre away, and you have to be very careful to shoot around them, or you can get called for dangerous propelling or a dangerous shot. And so this game is different in that you can do that, and so it's great to see some of these girls growing in confidence as they give those shots a go.
Oh, and that's a little bit too far over the crossbar, or the top of the goal, sorry, I should say, from Emma Oakley. That one's not going to work well for Hustle, and instead, Swift, once again, will look to close down that margin even further. And they're just on the edge of the crease and tipping it in. Great score there for Swift. But here, good score there from Hustle. They've done really well there to work that play. Good stick action. And it's Chess Gray getting the score there for the team in purple. And Swift working the ball up the court, up the pitch, sorry, very, very quickly, very, very fast indeed. And they want to keep that high tempo, high pace going, don't they, Lauren?
Yeah, I actually think that's really key, because if you get some tired legs out there and you're able to run past them, you can quickly put yourself ahead in this game.
Ooh, good shot on goal.
I think that's a great example of that. This is Emma Oakley. She's a team captain for Hustle, and she's a defender on Team England and was at the World Cup last summer. And she is just an absolute powerhouse. She can run, and she's got speed and stamina. And she's going to prove why this game is all about blowing past people and having that stamina to continue going.
Well, initially it was a really good interception from Charlie Bergqvist of Hustle, but she didn't have the support from her teammates, and so Swift came back away with it now. And really, she needed the support there with her to capitalise on the interception.
Absolutely. If you're looking for interceptions down there, you've got to have the team with you to be able to make a play, especially if you've got man up, but you definitely need that second person.
Well, Anna Neville on the edge of the crease was looking for a score. She didn't get it. But we have got another foul call. Lauren, you look just as confused as a lot of the Hustle players there as to why Swift didn't able to restart with the ball.
I think that was a push called on number 5, Laura Beeman, for Hustle. She got a green card for that, so it'll be 30 seconds, I believe. I think that was just coming down against Liv Thomas, just slightly too much extension of the hands from Laura Beeman.
Well, Anna Neville capitalises on the position that Swift found themselves in. And with that penalty call going in their favour, they get another score. They close the gap. So it's currently Hustle 9, Swift 7. As we approach the final 2 minutes in this second quarter. And here comes Hustle, looking around the edge of the crease as well. Chess Gray, once again, she's doing really well for us at the moment to get the ball into those dangerous situations and not only scoring, but inviting the rest of her team onto the ball as well.
Absolutely. She's a great assister as well as a goal scorer. And like I said before, she can be very deceptive. So coming around the crease, you just have no idea if she's shooting high, low, or looking for that pass to the inside.
Well, here comes Swift now. They're looking very dangerous, thanks to the efforts of Liv Thomas, but ultimately...
That's a lovely goal from Lottie Robertson. She's just popping around. All eyes go to Liv Thomas behind the goal, and she pops it inside, and it's a beautiful finish from Lottie.
And it's rather unorthodox to find yourselves behind the goal and behind that crease. Why is it normally not seen, perhaps, on a global scale in Sixes?
Well, I think it is, and it will be seen much more. I think that in the field game, that crease position is a really important position. It's called sort of working the crease. You can work around it, you get a defender behind, you can wrong foot them, and you can get around and just beat the goalie on that one-on-one. And there's so many options around that crease. But you can also draw the goalie look at you and pass it, and they have to turn and face a very quick shot.
That was a great initial save there from Dylan Whittington, the Hustle goalkeeper, but unfortunately she wasn't able to repel the second attempt. It's the rebounded effort that went in for Swift, so they've closed the gap to just 1. But Hustle get a score of their own and they take the lead back to 2 points. But Swift have done really, really well to respond in this second quarter, haven't they?
They absolutely have. They've come out really well. They've tidied things up and they've sort of slowed it down as they're trying to transition over the midfield, making sure they're getting it there every time without allowing Hustle to get that ball back.
Oh, and Robertson was right there on the edge of the crease. Really good shot opportunity for her and Swift. But ultimately that one went just wide, and sometimes it really is the finest of margins will make a big difference, because closing the gap to Hustle in the second quarter right now is top of their list of priorities.
Absolutely, and when you're coming up against goalies who are as good as these two goalies are, you really need to be hitting those corners or hitting those pipes and knocking it in. You can't just send it down the middle, so it absolutely is the smallest of margins. Neville
nearly winning the intercept there for Swift. But ultimately, Hustle are the ones that fight their way through the middle and fight their way through to scoring through Laura Beeman. Great work there from the Hustle number 5. Great hustle, I should say, really.
Absolutely, and I think that was also a slightly different play there. We might be expecting to see a call for a empty stick check there by Neville on Emma Oakley, but we didn't, and it goes down, and that's a great Hustle goal.
Really good score as well on the buzzer for half-time. At the end of the second quarter, the score is currently Hustle 12, Swift 10. And at the moment, you would still argue, Lauren, it's still even Stevens, really, in the eyes of the full picture of the game, and either side could come away with a victory.
Definitely. I think the way that Swift played in that second quarter, as they're getting more comfortable with each other, showed that they can absolutely come back and win this. And something that I wanted to draw attention to is that one tactic Swift are using is they have some players on their roster who are more defensively minded and more attack minded. We've got Emma Brown, number 4 on the Swift team. She's a Team England defender. And then we've got Lottie Robertson, who is a Team Scotland attacker who went to the recent World Cup. And what we're seeing is Robertson plays the attack set, subs off, and Emma Brown is waiting to go straight onto the defensive set. So I think they're really playing to their skill set, which is probably something that's helped them get closer in this game. But then, on the other hand, you've got, on the Hustle team, you've got Chloe Chan, who is a Team England defender. She's an absolute brick wall in defence, but she is continuing to play in attack and maybe not necessarily getting as many of the looks as the other players are. So I think something that could tip the balance in this game is the use of tactical play and knowing what your players' strengths are.
So that's going to be a key thing going forward into the rest of the game, isn't it? Knowing your players' strength, basically building on their experience. And experienced players are what's going to win you these games, but also because of the pace at which they're playing at, they've got to be able to bring those young guns into the game, make sure the fresher legs can really get them firing for the full duration of the game. And it's really finding that balance, isn't it? And do you think that from a young player's perspective that they're going to learn a lot in this tournament playing alongside those more experienced heads?
Absolutely, there's so much to learn here, there's so much experience. We've got from Laura Warren, who I think went to her 4th World Cup last summer, and then we've got someone like Emma Oakley, who went to, I think it was her 2nd World Cup with England, and then we've got all the way down to players who, we've got Nina Sherwin on the Hustle team, who's number 8, I believe. She is just been named on the under-21 England reserve list for the European Championships taking place in Prague this summer. So you've got a complete range of experience, and I think this will be valuable experience for people, for young players coming up. And I think also with the move towards this game and the possibility that this will be in the Olympics in 2028, is that we're seeing more players push towards being that midfielder player who can just do everything, who's not necessarily just defensively minded or attacking minded. And I think that's wonderful for these players, seeing senior players come out who might be defenders and giving it the attack a go and showing what they can do, that becoming more capable of doing all parts of the game.
That is the beauty of Sixes, isn't it?
Absolutely, that's the key part of the game, and I think that's a lot of reason why players really enjoy it. Sometimes if you go and play an attack, you might want to give defence a bit of a go, but you might not get that opportunity with your club or national team. So being able to play the fly and being able to play a quicker game is really enjoyable for a lot of these players.
And it's not just the players who are getting a lot of enjoyment out of it. We can see a lot of people have turned up today to watch this version of lacrosse, the Sixes game, as it's known on a global scale. And really what the Fly is building towards is to get lacrosse at the Olympics, isn't it? Let's talk a little bit more about that, because 2028, the games are going out to the USA. Obviously, lacrosse is huge in the USA. They're well known for their lacrosse prowess around the world. And this is the format that people that are watching at home right now should get used to seeing, because that's going to be at the Olympics one day, isn't it?
Well, we hope it will be at the Olympics one day. I'd love to say that it was going to be, but I can't announce that right now.
Your glass is half full, Lauren. The glass is always half full.
Yeah, we'd love to see this at the Olympics. And the reason this was created was in order to make it more watchable and more easily understandable for audiences at home, and also to make the women's and the men's rules come closer together. And I think that's what's really exciting about this game, is that it brings those two formats where we have different sticks. The men wear a lot more protective gear than the women, and seeing it get closer, so you can start to use things from those field games and bring it to Sixes. And I think also another area of the game that's growing is box lacrosse, which is played by not so many of the women here, but a lot of the men who we'll see later on in the day. And they are bringing some of their skill in Sixes and knowing how to use their players to their best ability and to shoot around screens and shoot into small places with players in the way to their advantage. I think that will continue to see this game grow and hopefully make it to the Olympics, and like you say, in 2028.
Well, the teams are making their way back towards the edge of the pitches now. They're getting ready for that third quarter to start once again. And before it can start, before we can get back underway, Lauren, I want you to give me one player to watch from either side who we need to keep our eyes fixated and glued to during these final periods.
Well, I think for the hustle, it's got to be Emma Oakley. She is a powerhouse running up and down, and I think she can really make a difference here, sort of overrunning that Swift defence. On the same side, I think we need to keep an eye on Lottie Robertson. On the Swift side, she's number 9, and she is really, really speedy attacking player, and she is really deceptive. She'll be on who's on those inside cuts, looking for a ball from Emily Gray or Zoe Dixon or Anna Neville, some of those great drivers in that Swift team. I think she can really make a difference here.
It's almost like Hustle don't notice Robertson come flying on from the side, and the next thing you know, she's got the ball in the stick and she's thrown it into the back of the net.
Absolutely, and that's why I think it's such a great tactic to have her coming on that way. I'm surprised actually to see her starting the start of this quarter. I mean, hopefully Swift hoping to get that ball off and send her straight to goal.
Well, here we go with the draw then at the beginning of the third quarter. And it's up, and it's a really good fight between the two sides. Ultimately, Hustle are the ones that will come away with the ball in the stick. And they'll need to score quickly because they want to obviously re-establish a bit of dominance in this game.
Absolutely, I think it's key for them coming into this to try and get a bit of a run going and put that ball in the back of the net.
Well, it's Neville that's broken away with it now for Swift. They're on the counter-attack. Can they utilise this position and opportunity? Really, really good defence there from Dylan Whittington, the keeper for Hustle. Living up to our icon name.
absolutely. I think it was the difficult placement of that pass from Neville over to Gray that made it very difficult for Gray to do anything with it. She tried to put in sort of a fake high and a shoot low, but I think Dylan Whittaker was just all over that.
Well, here is Swift now threatening around the edge of the crease, and what can they do to get through and to get another goal? Working it well between each other's sticks, good stick motion. And it's just evaded all of the Swift players. It went through all of the Hustle players too, and it's going to roll out. So a big missed opportunity really there for the Swift side.
Absolutely. I mean, as I said, they're looking for Lottie Robertson on the inside there, and unfortunately that one just didn't connect.
Well, let's see if Hustle can respond now and respond quickly. Because like we said, they want to re-establish that dominance that they really had on the game in the first quarter. And they're looking to do it now, but really strong challenge coming in there. Really, really strong challenge on Minty Loxton-Barnard. She was yanked back quite physically.
So we've got a foul here from Anna Neville. I think it was called as a hold, which is when you're sort of detailing someone with your stick.
So they've lost their icon now, Swift. Anna Neville is out of play, and Swift are down a player. So Hustle, if this was the moment to capitalise and to take an opportunity, it is now. Lovely low-driven shot coming in there for Hustle. They've got the score. Emma Oakley coming in for the purple side.
And that's just an absolutely beautiful shot from Emma Oakley. Completely blows it by Sienna Pareca. And Swift just have to tighten up here.
Well, those shots must be really difficult to defend against as well, because the fact that it was hurled at such a low angle as well.
Yeah, so it's coming in as a sidearm shot, which you can often generate a lot of power on, and it means that you can do it as a screenshot around the players.
Well, the score currently is Hustle 13, Swift 10, but Hustle have just scored once again to extend that lead to 14 points now. They really are capitalising in this third quarter to re-establish that dominance from the first.
Yeah, and I think this is really exciting. You've seen Swift came back in the second quarter and Hustle coming back again in the third.
Swift do get that response though, so the score now reading 14-11 in favour of Hustle in game one of the Fly 2023 here at Roslyn Park. On the ball, unfortunately, just knocked out of the stick of Chloe Chan there for Hustle. But here come Hustle once again, and that one just going wide of the left post.
Well, that was a really good look by Chess Gray. We're seeing here, we often say that in the game of lacrosse you should think about what your stick head can see, not what you can see. And that was exactly what Chess Gray was doing there, putting it round a player.
Well, that another missed opportunity there for Swift, and let's see if they can come back into this game in some fashion. I mean, we've still got a whole quarter to play after this. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, Lauren, but Hustle certainly the one with the wind in their sails, I think it's fair to say, is the conditions are starting to improve now. The sun is shining here at Roslyn Park, and the sun is currently shining on Hustle's day.
Exactly, I think they look really good, and I think Swift maybe just haven't spent enough time playing together, and that's what we're seeing. That's a good shot by Liv Thomas, unfortunately. Too straight into the stick.
Really good long throw forward from Whittington, but it's not found her Hustle teammate, and instead Swift can come straight back at them with the ball at the stick. Here they come now. All really good defence from Swift, and this is the counter-attacking moment courtesy of Julie Wise that they've been needing for so long now. Because despite us talking about their dominance, they hadn't been able to convert territory into points, because Swift, as we've just seen once again, their defence has been excellent.
Yeah, I think as people get tired, we're starting to see more sloppy passes. And as the players get more comfortable coming into this game, they're getting more sticks and passing lanes and just getting those knockdowns, growing with confidence and hustling for that ball to pick it right back up.
Yeah, we're in the final 3 minutes now of this third quarter, and you mentioned how exhausting this game is to play. As we see another really good score for Swift, that means it's now Hustle 14, Swift 12. But tired legs are going to be a big factor now going towards the end of this third quarter and for the whole of the fourth.
Oh, absolutely they will, especially with teams maybe having a second game today. You see there that the ball goes over the line and there's no celebration. The players turn around and go straight back into defence. And they're sprinting back just in case they've got an early break going on with a quick clear from the goalie.
They'll be saving the celebrations for full time, won't they?
Yeah.
Once the victory is actually confirmed.
Yes, exactly. Celebrating all the goals in one go.
Well, Swift looking for a response, not being able to get it, unfortunately. That shot just going a little bit too high there for Lottie Robertson. And the score still reads Hustle 15, Swift 12 in game one of the Fly 2023 here at Roslyn Park.
And I think it speaks to how tough this game is going up and down, that we haven't seen a goal in the last couple of minutes. Just up and down play, knockdowns, turnovers and saves. So we've got a 1 minute slashing call on number 8 blue, which is Amelia Miller, I believe.
It is indeed Amelia Miller, captain at Cambridge Uni previously, and an under-19 World Championship MVP as well, so a big loss for Swift right now. But here come Hustle now. Really good work from the purple side, but not being able to find the right opening. But Minty Loxton-Barnard did really well to force the foul there. She was almost teasing the Swift defence to try and get through.
And this is something that Swift really need to avoid, and teams the whole way through the tournament need to avoid. We now see Swift 2 men down, so they need to go into a defensive triangle, and that's really difficult to defend against because it just creates so much more space for the attack.
Well, we've now seen the ball bobble in for Hustle, extending their lead now 16 points to 12 and coming straight back at the Swift side. Easy 1-2, nice easy score for Hustle as well.
And that was an absolutely stunning goal by Minty Loxton-Barnard. She takes it on the offside of the body, pulls it round really quickly, smooth, silky hands straight in the back of the net.
Swift with only 3 people in that outfield, trying to make a difference desperately for their side.
This is really difficult now for Swift. They've got only 3 people on the pitch against 5, but they've still got to try and score because they're down in this third quarter.
What would you say are some key things to remember now that they've been reduced to this number? They've got 1 player back on now, so they've got 4 in the outfield and their keeper behind them.
But they are now back into defence. So I think it's really key to try and not get that many men down. You ideally don't want to be losing a player from the field, but if you're losing 2, it makes it really, really difficult. I think we'll see a lot of teams have practiced being that player down, going into, you'll see a square when they've only got 4 players on the pitch, or a triangle if they've only got 3. And what you really want is to make yourself big, get your stick in the passing lane, and just get your stick in the way in the hope of a knockdown or stopping the ball.
Well, here comes the icon, Anna Neville, charging forwards for Swift. But unfortunately, Hustle were the ones that were charging on her, and Loxton-Barnard looked to break away. And
that was a nice trail check from Anna Neville. She's hustling back and getting her stick and managed to knock it out so they don't capitalise on that fast break.
that's why she's the icon in this side, isn't it? The work rate in attack and defence.
She is, like I said, she is a dark horse, and she's a workhorse. She works really, really hard, and she's just all over the field. And you may not notice it until right at the end of the game when you look at her stats, but you just see her making those really, really clutch plays. Yeah, and that's exactly why she's an icon.
Well, that brings us to the end of the third quarter. 1 quarter remaining, 8 minutes separating one of these teams in glory. In game 1 of the Fly 2023, it's currently Hustle 17, Swift 12. And I think you'll agree with me on this, Lauren. The Achilles heel for Swift so far in this game has been the amount of penalties and fouls conceded.
I absolutely agree, and I said at the half-time, you've really got to tidy up your play in this game. With only 5 people on the pitch as outfield players, rather than the 10 or the 9 that we're used to, you really need to make sure that you're not losing a player, because it is so much more noticeable and so much more difficult to defend against. And with this game, it can be a game of runs. It is so easy for your goalie to make a save, or for the the ball to go wide and go over the back line, and you get the ball back and you have another 30 seconds to get a goal at the other end, and you can just keep going. And I think that that's something that is really important to make sure you keep your players on. You can quickly go 5, 6, 7, 8 goals down.
Well, they currently find themselves 5 goals down. So the Hustle are the team that are really, well, flying away with this, you might say, if Swift don't turn something around in this final quarter. And who's going to be the key person for Swift? Who are they going to look to lean on potentially going into the final quarter and desperately needing to score pretty much a goal every single minute?
Well, I actually think that they don't need to rely on something, on one person in particular. We've seen there that they were relying on one person driving to goal and ending up being marked by 2 people, and I think that's the wrong tactic to go for. You need to look for those inside cuts, look for Lottie Robinson flashing through, look for a hard drive from Liv Thomas or Anna Neville to try and get some of those goals back, and just make sure that everyone is a threat. I think that with such a high scoring game like Sixes, 5 goals down isn't too big a deficit to come back from, even with 8 minutes to play. It's definitely doable. They just need to make sure they tighten up those connections and they stop getting penalties.
Absolutely, and you make a good point there, but it felt like we didn't see Robertson on the ball a lot, really, in that third quarter. So maybe inviting her back into the game is going to be a big benefit.
Absolutely, and I think we're seeing a start here with slightly more defensive players on. We've got Emma Brown, who is one of the Team England defenders coming on, possibly looking to make sure that they stop that fast break. And then we do have the offensive set of Lottie Robertson at the other end.
Well, here we are with the draw for the final quarter. And that again will bounce in favour of Hustle. And they are the ones beginning their onslaught on the Swift goal. They are relentless, but a great interception coming in for Swift as well. Great work from Laura Warren. And could Swift score? They do. They capitalise on the interception from their captain, and Emily Grain will punish the Hustle players. Great work there from Emily Gray. Right place, right time, really.
Absolutely, and she kept a cool, calm and collected to put that one past Dylan Whittington.
Bit of a wake-up call, really, that for Hustle as we continue on in the fourth quarter, with the score now reading 17-13 in favour of the purple side Hustle.
And that was a beautiful goal by Julie Wise. She just comes around the crease, like I said, working the crease, making it really difficult for the goalie to know whether you're going to shoot or look to pass, and then she just bounces it past Pareka.
Good work once again from Whittington, the goalkeeper for Hustle. But what can Swift do now? They've got some territory, they've got some time in the Hustle half, and they're looking really dangerous. But again, Whittington doing really well in that goalkeeper position, but Whittington's just run away from her goal, seemingly.
Yeah, she's a very active goalie, and I don't think there's any harm in goalies in this game coming out of the crease and trying to make a play to move that ball up the pitch quicker. Especially if the ball bounces out the goal, you want to go after it and make sure that the other team have no chance to scoop up and put one quick one past you.
Well, the score, it currently reads Hustle 18, Swift 13. So the 5-goal deficit is still there. But again, we've got 6 minutes left to play, and with someone like Robertson scoring goals like that, that's exactly what Swift needs to keep doing. That's
exactly what they need to do. And I think they also need to start getting some of these balls back off the Hustle and the Hustle attack end. You don't want to let them run a goal just like Emma Oakley is doing there, and let them have those shots. Because if they start scoring, then this becomes a much more difficult game to come back in.
Well, the deficit down to 4. And perhaps maybe they'll look to their magical number 4, Emma Brown, for a bit of inspiration. She's got a lot of really good experiences you can continue to bring to this Swift side, but Swift are the ones attacking on goal, scoring on goal. Really good play there with Liv Thomas getting the crucial point for the Swift side. Oh, and the interception from Anna Neville just missing her stick. But you can see the fight is still there from the entire Swift side as we go into the final 5 minutes of the final quarter.
So we've got a timeout here by Hustle, which I think is the right call. They're going to slow things down. They're going to give their players a breather and give a bit more fire in the belly to come back and continue to dominate the game as we've seen in quarters 1 and 3 against this Swift team. Because I think this is just seen with Swift come out with a few early goals and start to come back into the game. Hopefully in this last quarter, I think this is probably making Hustle a little bit nervous.
Well, you could also say as well that all the momentum was with Swift, and actually by calling the timeout, it just stops that and cuts it off, and that's so hard to get back from a Swift perspective, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think this will be really difficult. They need to come out with exactly the same energy that they've started this fourth quarter with. They absolutely can't let it drop if they want to come back.
Well, we're going to get started once again here in the final quarter of Game 1 of the Fly 2023 between Hustle and Swift. And Hustle still have the ball. And with a shot on goal potentially, no, they're trying to look for an opening still. And the ball was batted out of the clutches of Chloe Chan. And she'll be disappointed as well that late attack had to come to a very swift end.
You're really enjoying your puns today, aren't you?
Hey, you got to get them out there.
Yeah, I totally understand. I look forward to see your ones in the next game. So we've got a call here against Liv Thomas. And we'll also see Chloe Chan come off. As I said before, she is a Team England defender, and she was in the attack there, probably not where she's most comfortable. So we're going to see her come off and allow one of the more attack-minded players to get on to hopefully make sure that Hustle convert on this play.
Do those with the more defensive mind, do they get more settled as they play more games here at the Fly?
I'm sure that they do. They get more experience of it. They'll get more comfortable, but sometimes it might be better, you know, to see some of those attack-minded players come on, especially when you have a team that has so many of them. We also have something interesting here. We have the shot clock, so you have 30 seconds to shoot. So if you're Hustle now and you're up, you want to be using this time, using the full 30 and making it more difficult for the Swift to come back. And having those players who are more attack-minded, who are more confident maybe on the ball than a defender, you just have the ability to keep that on for longer.
Well, Swift have once again lost 2 players, but they've just had one reinstated. And we spoke about how important it was going to be to actually keep everyone on the pitch, and they're not doing that at the moment, and it's showing in the scores as well. They should be listening to our lacrosse experts a little bit more closely here on our live stream of the Fly 2023 at Roslyn Park.
I mean, absolutely. They need a man-down goal here, which is a really difficult ask. It's a difficult ask to score against a full strength, with a full strength team against a full strength team. But man-down, it's even more difficult, and especially when you really need it.
Well, about 3.5 minutes left. The deficit is 3 goals, so anything is possible as we come towards the end of this game and towards the end of the fourth quarter. And we've got another penalty call here, another foul against Swift. So they'll lose another player, and that's 2 off, so they're trying to attack and defend with just 3 in that outfield.
Yeah, that's a really, really tough, and that's unlucky for Emily Gray there. They're not making this easy for themselves, unfortunately.
Well, let's see if Swift can steal the ball back, and they have. They've done just that, stolen the ball, and coming away strongly now. Anna Neville flying forwards for Swift. They've got to capitalise on this momentum and on this position. It's bounced across goal to Robertson. Neville, goal. Great stuff.
That was a really lovely goal. Difficult, frantic, but they worked really well. There was one more pass every time it was needed to put it in the net for level.
Really good score there from the Swift side, doing exactly what was needed. Exactly what was needed of them. And the deficit is reduced to just 2 points because they're not making life easy for the Hustle side as Chan desperately tries to find Loxton Barnard, but again, Swift are the ones that will come flying away with it now, and with a shot on goal, and another goal for Swift too.
And that's absolutely beautiful from Liv Thomas. The awareness to know that you've got Chloe Chan hunting you down, something you never want on the lacrosse field, I can assure you, and just to get it out of the way, go around both players, and give ourselves some space to bounce on past Whittington.
There's only 1 point between these 2 sides now, and there's 2 minutes left on the clock. This could be one of the comebacks of the tournament. And we're only in game one as they level the scores. Swift have called it a tie. What a game we're being treated to here in game one of the Fly 2023 at Roslyn Park. Lauren, I mean, you might say it actually because you're the expert, but did you see this comeback coming?
I'm not so sure, I have to say. I wasn't convinced with the amount of penalties that we've seen from Swift, but actually they managed to come back, and I think that's a testament to how quick this game is. They didn't need to score man down. They've done it when they've waited for their players to come back on the pitch. They've just defended really well, man down, to prevent any goals, and then they've been able to come back. It's an absolutely incredible play by Swift.
Well, Izzy Brown was helped to the floor, not very gently there by the Swift defence, and so Hustle still have the attack going forwards. But they can't keep possession, they can't keep the ball in the moments where it seems to matter.
I think that's just a real show of experience from Laura Warren, number 11 on the Swift team. She's also the captain, and she is just absolutely brilliant all over the field. Just the composure there to get that ball back and send it out on a nice safe pass so it can get transition and they can have a chance at goal.
Oh, throwing it over the top, looking for Robertson from behind the crease as well was Liv Thomas. That's a really good idea there.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that they should be looking for more, I think, as this tournament progresses. They have the speed of Liv Thomas, of Emily Gray, of Anna Neville, but then popping it off to the really speedy crease attacker like Lottie Robertson was something that I think will really help them against teams later on in this tournament.
Well, we've seen a couple of changes now. You could almost say that the tired legs are really leaning on more of the hustle side of things because Swift seems to have this newfound energy, this second gear that they've shifted into.
Yeah, I think this is really tough for Hustle coming in. They are starting to get a bit more scrappy. They're starting to get, I believe they're starting to get penalties. Yeah, we've got a player in the penalty chair. I think that's 30 seconds. And this just gives Swift a chance to come back.
Well, heading to the penalty chair now is Emma Oakley.
Then that's a really tough loss for Hustle there, losing their captain on an empty stick check, which is unfortunate. It's just getting the scrappy play, desperate to get that ball back, and checking someone else's stick when they didn't have the ball in it.
Well, Hustle are really flirting with danger here because they gave Swift an opportunity to get a score, but luckily they come away with it. But Robertson's done really well to fight back for Swift, retain that possession.
And I think that's the importance of the redefend. You see that, they get the ball back, they get another shot on goal. They may not convert, but they've got the ball back, they've taken time off that clock.
Amelia Miller there with a really close shot that could have given Swift the lead for the first time in this game, and it would have come in the final 30 seconds as well. So this is do or die really for either side. What can they create? What can they do? Loxton Barnard surely with the winner now, Lauren.
Yeah, that was an absolutely beautiful goal. I think that was Izzy Brand, who was an England Celia trailing and a Nottingham player. Just beautiful composure to put it to fake low and then put it past Bareka.
Well, just as I say that Hustle seem to have got a winner, they've got a foul infringement call against them. And so
Emma Oakley again, I believe.
it is.
And that's just a frustration foul. That's just getting into the game. She was what I believe had the assist on that one over to Izzy Brown for the goal, and just getting worried.
Well, Hustle hang on, and they work it out to claim victory against Swift in the opening game of the Fly 2023. It finished Hustle 19, Swift 18. But that was a brilliant game of sixes to watch because Swift fought back right until the very end there.
Yeah, absolutely. They looked really good coming into the later stages of that. And I think that'll be a great team to watch later on in the tournament when they come up with a little bit more experience of playing together and a little bit more understanding of how they can come out and stop getting those runs and beat the other teams.
Give me a player of the game in your eyes. Oh no, I put you really on the spot now.
Put me on the spot there. I think there's been a really good showing from everyone across the board. I think it's probably got to be Emma Oakley for me on the Hustle side. She is a powerhouse going up and down the field, and just despite those two sort of frustration fouls coming right in the final moments of the fourth quarter, she put in a really good showing up and down the field. She is a Team England defender, but she looked like a midfielder out there, going up and down and being really confident in that attacking end.
Really good show of camaraderie there at the end of the game as well. That's always lovely to see, that even though they'll be really super competitive against each other and quite physical at times, there's always time for a handshake at the end, and a congratulations on what has been a fantastic game of lacrosse as well.
Absolutely, and not just handshakes, but lots of hugs as well. Everyone here knows each other, and they all know how each other play and know what style they do, things that they like, so it's great to see that.
Well, that's the end of game one, but we've still got 5 other games today here at Rosslyn Park, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more fantastic lacrosse action.
So we have just watched our first game. Super exciting. Hustle did win 19-18, but I am with the lovely Claire, captain of Rise, playing up next. How did you feel that first game went?
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, great to have such a close game for the first game, opening game. Really good to watch as well, to sort of see how the refs are umpiring and things like that. So yeah, it was really good.
Amazing. And so for me, this is kind of one of my first times seeing Sixes Lacrosse play. It is fast paced, it is exciting. How do you feel, obviously, that this is going to encourage maybe like new fans, new players to get involved with the sport, Claire?
Yeah, definitely. I think it exposes the speed, as you said, and the agility and all those kind of exciting things that we like to see. Lots of goals, and I think for the young fans it's really exciting for them to actually have a look at the skill level and actually see what lacrosse can be at the best level.
Amazing. And so, coming up next, obviously, your game. How are you feeling? Are you excited, nervous? What's the vibe?
Really excited. I mean, we just watched the first game with some of the Rise girls, and I think just having a look and seeing how it's panning out is really good, actually, to see it first. And I think it's made us really excited to go into that first game and, you know, play our hearts out.
No, 100%. And the sun has finally come out in London. It was a bit miserable this morning. I was a bit worried, but this is exciting. The atmosphere is fun. It's great to see some fans coming down here as well in London. Does that kind of add to the excitement for you, like for the players and stuff as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really good atmosphere here. We've got lots of fans here, lots of family and friends watching, and I think just the whole setup's really good.
Oh, fantastic. Well, Claire, I'm going to be rooting for you in the next game and stuff, so I'll let you go and get on with it. But thanks so much. No worries. Oh, amazing. So next game coming up shortly. Like I said, a beautiful day down here in London. Let's watch some more lacrosse.
19.
Okay, so as you can see, we've got some.
5, cue on. 19, wait. Cue Ash.
So, as you can see, we've got some beautiful fans coming down here. Like I said, it's a gorgeous day. The sun has come out. What a perfect vibe for some fast-paced the Fly Lacrosse. I think we're going to go back over to Chris now and see what is going on his side.
Stop clicking it up, Kevin. I'll give you a go.
Let's go for a little wander, shall we? Get a bit of a feel for the vibe, the atmosphere down here on day one of the Fly for 2023.
We've got a good chance of gold this year.
Fantastic.
It is a beautiful day. So Hustle, like I said, they won the first game 19-18. This is exciting to watch. It is fast-paced, super different to normal lacrosse, or kind of like main lacrosse as some people might know it. But it is 4 8-minute quarters. Oh yes, let's have a look. Just bumped into Charlie again, who you might have remembered How did you feel, Charlie? How did you feel that first game went? We both said Hustle would win, and we were right.
Yeah, it was pretty electric, to be honest. Look, every time I watch women's, I say I should watch more women's. That was unbelievable first game. What a way to kick off the weekend, eh?
Exactly, and I think we were both saying as well, the sun has come out. I'm raving about this because this is amazing for us here in England. But how do you feel the next game will go? Because we both said Hustle would win this one.
We did both call Hustle.
Yeah. So who are you feeling for the next one?
Oh, I'm gonna go. I got Rise this time around.
I said Rise as well. Yeah. We could be taking the win here. Yeah. So if anybody needs advice on what team's going to win, they should come to you and me. I feel today.
The betting booths open?
Oh, already. But obviously, like we both said, that was such an exciting game. Super fast-paced, electric. What a great way to start off the entire Fly kind of weekends and everything.
Yeah, I think so, right? Like, that's what Sixes is all about, is close, end-to-end, unreal goals at both ends. Just great fun.
Oh, amazing. But also as well, great to see some fans that have come down as well. It's just great to see the sport growing, even the young ones and stuff as well. So it's super nice, such a great atmosphere and a great event as well, yeah?
Yeah, unreal, especially now the sun's out. Like, I can't imagine where else I want to be, right?
Oh, beautiful. Well, I will let you get on with your day, and we might go for another little wander, kind of see what's about. You are more than welcome to come with us. If you want to, yeah? No worries. So let's go and maybe have a little wander, see what the vibe is, because we've got another juicy game coming up. Oh. Let's come over here. Hi there. Do you mind if I grab you for a little chat? Is that okay? Yeah. What's your name, first of all? Say that again.
Charlie.
Charlie, I'm Ash. Nice to meet you. We've seen lots of Charlies here today. But so tell me, Charlie, first of all, what team are you supporting?
Swift.
Swift women's, Swift men's, both?
Swift women's.
Oh, okay. So unfortunately, they did lose that first one. Super close. I thought it could have gone either way. But how are you feeling for the rest of the day?
Pretty good. The sun's out. Yeah, it's good weather. It's good atmosphere. It's amazing pitch. Yeah, feeling pretty good.
I feel as if we're all so English. I've been speaking about the weather non-stop all morning now that the sun is out, but we will continue to mention it throughout the day. But so for the next game, I'm asking everybody as well, who do you think is going to win? Who's your money on?
I'd say Rise.
I went for Rise as well. Another Charlie went for Rise. Yeah, so reassuring. Yeah, no, amazing. But so as well, so obviously, is this the first time that you've been here to the Fly?
Yeah, it is, yeah. And actually, it's the first time I've seen a Sixes game. That's been really good.
Oh, okay, so the first time you've seen a Sixes game. You and me both, actually. I've seen it online, but in person, yeah. So how do you feel, is this exciting for you? How are you feeling about kind of this style of lacrosse?
I really like it, actually. It's quick. Yeah, it's fast. Tempo's high. Lots of goals, lots of action. Yeah, really, really good.
That's the one thing as well that I think is really exciting. It's just that fast-paced style of lacrosse, and it is nice and quick, nice and snappy and stuff as well. So that's really exciting. But you're going to be sticking around for some of the men's lacrosse matches as well today?
Yeah, I hope so. If it's anything like that, then yeah.
Oh, we should be in for a beautiful day. But listen, I will let you carry on. But thank you so much, and we might bump into each other later. Okay, no worries. Let's go have another little look, see if we can find some more little fans to have a chat with. Might as well go back down. See both ends of the pitch. Oh, let's have a little look. Hi guys, would you mind if we had a little interview? Maybe this is all just inside social stuff and everything as well for the Fly. Is that okay? The kids, yeah, fabulous. So if I come and stand here, do you want to introduce yourself? So speak into the mic. What's your name?
Hannah.
Hannah?
Yeah.
What's your name?
Mine's Vincent.
Hannah and Vincent, lovely to see you guys. So tell me, guys, what is the most exciting thing about today for you?
Watching lacrosse, yeah. It's because my coach, lacrosse teacher's playing.
Your lacrosse teacher's playing? Okay, do you know what team? What team is he playing on? You don't? Well, we'll have to find that out for you. So not a problem, we'll get that. Do you know what's your teacher's name? Do you know? Tom, yeah, okay. We're going to find a Tom for you. We're going to find out, not a problem. But so, are you guys excited? Obviously, you must be excited about the women's lacrosse as well. Did you happen to watch that last game? No, you missed it? Not a problem. Plenty more lacrosse happening today for you, don't worry. But are you rooting for a specific team, or are you just excited?
Excited in general.
Yeah. And how about you?
Yeah, my coach I'm going to choose.
Lovely. Well, leave it with me. I'm going to find out what coach your team is on, so we can let you know, so we can start rooting for them for you. But I will leave you guys to it, and we might bump into each other later, might have a little chat after a game or two, okay? No worries. Thanks so much, guys, okay? Oof. Great to see some fans and stuff, little kids, like partners, families, everybody is here supporting, which is super exciting. Obviously, we keep talking about this, but this weather is attracting the crowds, which is amazing. And just the vibe and the atmosphere here today, it's lovely, and it's great to see this game growing and just the atmosphere and stuff in general. Why don't we go for another little wander? Oh, excuse me, sir. Would you mind at all having a little interview with me? Yeah, fabulous. What's your name?
My name's John.
John, nice to meet you, John. I'm Ash. And so, obviously, you're here today for the Fly. Are you supporting a specific team?
I'm supporting Swift.
Ladies, gents?
Ladies, my daughter plays for Swift.
Oh, okay. What's your daughter's name?
Amelia Miller.
Amazing. So, unfortunately, they did lose just by one goal.
Very exciting, though.
Very exciting game. How did you feel, obviously, it went in general?
Well, to be honest, I thought we were struggling from the off, but what a fantastic comeback. It could have gone either way right at the end, so very exciting. And what a great sport. You know, it's so fun watching it.
Such a great sport, and like you said, I think we were all watching on the side. It could have gone either way at the end, down to the wire, so they say. Unlucky for Swift, honestly. I think, you know, like we said, could have gone either way. But fingers crossed for Swift for the rest of the day then, and especially as your daughter plays for them. Amazing. And so, as a spectator, as a fan and stuff as well, are you loving the atmosphere and the vibe here today?
Oh, it's really, really good. I mean, the organisers have done a fantastic job, and, you know, let's hope that we see this at the very highest level in the future.
You know what, we will be seeing it. It's gonna happen. But yeah, lovely to meet you, John. Good luck for Swift and stuff for the rest of the day, and we'll bump into each other later, I'm sure, okay? No worries. It is great to hear kind of the fans and the spectators talking about how they want to see this sport play at such a higher level. And we will be seeing this. I'm sure it's going to be at the Commonwealth at the Olympics, and this is the format that we are watching as well. This is going to be at the Commonwealth in the Olympic Games, so it's great to kind of see it now, get the players involved with this style of lacrosse. Hi guys, do you mind if I have a little interview and a little chat with you guys? Is that okay? Yeah. It's nothing too intense or anything like that, okay? So it's all good. So I'm just gonna ask like your names, if you're able to speak into the mic for me, like just feel free to pass it down. But what's your names?
Marie, Mimi, Emma.
Lovely to meet you guys. I'm Ash. Where are you guys from?
Like, what school are you?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
LEH as well.
All from LEH, yeah? Oh, Putney High, okay, grand, not a problem. And so, you girls, are you fans of lacrosse? Do you play? Yeah, okay. And so, what team are you guys supporting today?
Kind of just all of them, like.
Yeah.
Preference.
Okay, just kind of here for the vibe, here to kind of watch, yeah. So I'm sure probably towards the end of it, you might have like a favourite team, 100%, yeah. So I mean, obviously, as females watching women's lacrosse and stuff, is it fun to see it kind of like growing and yeah. Tell me a little bit more. How are you feeling about it?
It's just really cool that we can like spectate these things now. I watched this like online like last year, and it was awesome. And seeing it in person is just like even better. It's
fantastic. And like you said, obviously you are able to watch this all online, but coming down here in person, seeing it live, I think it's great, isn't it? So it's good. Fantastic. But I'm going to leave you ladies to it. Might bump into each other later, not sure. But yeah, Chris, I'm going to hand it back over to you and see what you're getting up to today.
Goal.
It was amazing. I saw the time and I saw the score, and I was like, this really has to go in. So yeah, it was a great feeling.
And what do you make of the game? Really tense, you know, 18-18 throughout. So what do you make of it?
I think it was an excellent match. I think for a lot of us playing together for the first time, we really showcased each other's skills and put each other to the test a little bit. But it was a really, really good display of our lacrosse.
You're returning to play for Hustle. You lost out in the final last year. How do you think this year's going to go, and do you think you can go one better?
Yeah, for sure. Again, lots of new faces and different tactics, and I think we're definitely going to go for gold this time.
And the makeup of the squad, is it different to last year? Have you got any new players that I think will really stand out this year?
Yeah, we've got some new players. I think definitely EO as our captain with Julie Wise. I think she's going to make a massive impact on our match, so really looking forward to playing with her.
And this year's slightly different. The tournament spread across 2 weekends rather than 3 days in a row. How do you think that will impact performance and team's quality?
Well, I think we'll have a lot more team bonding time between as well, a lot more time to speak to each other and get to know each other's strengths a bit more. So I think that spreading it out will have a nice impact on our game.
And one more match today up against Forge later on. How do you see that one going, and how do you sort of stop their threats?
I hope that we take what we learned from the match that we just played and put it into our match against Forge. We changed up our tactics slightly halfway through that match. So if we can start out strong and sort of take a nice lead, then I think that we're going to have a really, really good game.
And to anyone watching, and give them a reason why should they come down live and watch this, either today or next week?
Well, I think that Sixes is the future of lacrosse. So I think if you want to understand more about the game and showcase, the highest level of lacrosse I think we've got here in England, then come and watch us all play some great lacrosse.
Congratulations again on the win, and I'll let you get back to your team. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, so we are back here on this side of the beautiful field where all the fans are, watching a beautiful, beautiful day of lacrosse. But we are ever so close to the next one coming up. Like I've said before, I am, of course, rooting for Rise. I probably should be a bit impartial, but it's difficult not to kind of root for a team, root for a side and stuff in such a competitive sport. It is sunny, hence why I've got my shades on at the moment, squinting in the sun a little bit. But the fans are coming out, especially with the sun out as well. It's great to see more people out and about, more people supporting, families, friends, like I said. Great to see the kids out here as well, which is always great. And I know quite a few people as well. Because we've got another women's game coming up next. We are looking forward and excited to see the men's games as well, which will be coming up later this afternoon. So let's have another little wander down and see what's going on, shall we? Fab. So Chris, I'm going to go back over to you and see what you're getting up to.
I'm here with Anna Boyne. Commiserations on the loss. How are you feeling?
I'm not too upset about it. I think it was a really great game, and we showcased what we could do. Like, we were down at one point, I think, by 5 goals, and we brought it back to even, and it literally could have gone either way. So I think, yeah, we gave it our all, and there's still loads of time to learn and grow as a team.
Last game for you today, that was. You got matches next week. What was the team chat afterwards, and what are you going to do for the matches that you're going to play next?
Team chat was very positive. It was emphasis was on learning and trying new things out, getting to know each other. We tried 4 different setups and attack each quarter, so just going into training this afternoon, finding what works best for us to go and do things and bringing it back next weekend.
You played for Hustle last year. You made the transfer over to Swift. How was it coming up against some of your former teammates and your former team?
Well, I felt really determined to win, show them what we could do as Swift. But yeah, still, it's always good fun to play against my teammates.
3 more matches to play. How do you think you're going to get on, and do you think you can push on to maybe make a final place?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we can only go up from here, so we'll make the final.
And obviously it's a different format from last year. Last year was 3 days. This is across 3 weekends. What do you make of that, and how does that impact performance?
I guess it means every game you turn up to, you're turning up fresh, and you can give it your all. You're not looking for the final. So there's definitely...
Give the fans a reason to come down and watch either today or next week.
For matches like that one we just played, it was so exciting. We were chasing the whole time, and then we brought it back even, and it literally could have gone anywhere. So exciting games like that to watch.
Well, thank you very much. Let you get back to your team, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you.
So we're back here with some Hustle players who played exceptionally well in the last game, first game of the weekend that we saw. Just for our lovely people watching online at the moment, are you able just to introduce yourself into the microphone for me?
Yeah, I'm Chess.
Nice to meet you, Chess. I'm Ash. And should we just go around the table? I know some of you haven't played already, but yeah, are you able just to introduce yourselves into the mic?
Hi, I'm Steph.
Hi, Claudia.
Harry.
Charlie.
Fantastic. And so, ladies, how are you feeling about today? Obviously, day one of the Fly. We've got some new fans here as well who've never seen kind of like a Sixes Lacrosse game and stuff before. Are you feeling obviously excited about the entire weekend and obviously about today?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Lovely weather, so it gets everyone in a good spirit. Yeah, and the first game was a tight game, but like obviously came out with a win, so feeling on good form and like excited for the rest of the game.
On top form, I love that. I've been saying to everybody, we're so British, just talking about the weather, like the sun's finally come out. But you're right, it does bring out kind of like that good vibe, good atmosphere, and hopefully some more kind of like close games of lacrosse that we're seeing and stuff as well. But interestingly, how do you guys feel that the men's kind of teams and stuff will do? Have you got kind of any favourites that you're rooting for that you think are maybe some underdogs who might win today?
I think we've got to root for Hustle, otherwise that would be a bit savage. So I think, yeah, Hustle for the win.
I was like, be savage if you want to, not a problem, yeah. But so obviously, this format that we're seeing now, it's exciting to think that, you know, we could be seeing this in Commonwealth and Olympic level as well. What's kind of like a big difference for you guys as players from kind of like mainstream level lacrosse to this level that you're sean now?
I think it's great the keepers are a lot more active, so every time a shot goes or a save, it's the keeper's ball. So much more involved perhaps than the 10 player game.
Fantastic. I used to play goalkeeper at school level and stuff as well, so I mean my hat goes off to you just for getting pummeled by lacrosse balls all the time, so yeah. But also as well, so I think you are we're trialling some new kind of rules and stuff today. I believe it's 10 seconds for the goalkeeper to get out to the halfway line. How are you feeling? I believe so. Oh, breaking news. No worries, breaking news. It might be happening in one game or so and so, but obviously I have had. But with these new rules though, is that like, you know, does that add kind of extra pressure for you guys in the terms of the sport and stuff?
It's just faster, and I think that's the huge benefit of Sixes, is that it's faster, you don't have time to think about anything but be present, and then it's just the funnest across because you just get to play.
Oh, fantastic. Well, listen, I will leave you guys to it, have some food, refuel, and best of luck for the rest of the day, rest of the weekend. Go hustle, okay? No worries. Oh, love it. Great to kind of get some chats in with some players, obviously with the fans and stuff as well. It's exciting, and like everybody is saying, and I'll be talking about this for the whole of the Fly event. It's great to see a sport kind of be that fast-paced, be kind of exciting. And like those players just said, obviously they don't have time to think about anything else. It is literally, right, get the ball in your stick, get it down to the other end and get a shot on goal. It's really kind of just as simple as that in layman's terms. But as well for the spectators watching it, it keeps us on our toes, you know? I think like we saw in the last game, there were a couple of interceptions. It was just, you know, you don't have enough time to really think as a fan about what's going on, so it is exciting. But should we try and see if we can maybe find some other players to have a little chat with? I say, oh, let's go find one. Oh, excuse me, Hannah, is it? Hannah, nice to meet you. I'm wondering if I could grab you. Yeah, perfect. So, Hannah Neville, Anna. Sorry, it's a Sunday morning. I haven't had enough coffee. Obviously, icon for Swift. Sad loss, so close. The game could have gone either way.
It really could have. I mean, we're just going to go out better than ever next time, and I think it can only go up from here. I think we've learned a lot from the team, and I do think, like, compared to the first quarter, we were just getting better and better, and anything can happen, I really think.
Oh, 100%. And I think a bunch of us were on the side, and in that fourth quarter, we were like, this could go either way.
Exactly.
People were saying Swift, people were saying hustle, but you know, this is what makes this kind of level of lacrosse and stuff so exciting, is that it's that fast-paced, it could go either way.
I was so lucky, two of my matrons from school came, and they were just saying how Sixes, the format is so quick, exciting, and it can generally just change second by second, and I think that's the exciting thing. You go into every quarter, we have 5 down at one stage, and you can't have a negative outlook, and I think you've just got to, we picked up on our fouls, we were disciplined, we took the shots that we needed to, we ran the clock a bit more, we used the time as extra defender, we really picked up on everything and became a bit more aware of the Sixes game as the game went on, and I just generally think the team dynamic is awesome on and off the pitch, and I generally think we still have a chance to win the whole thing, so it's exciting.
Oh, I love that. Honestly, rooting for you guys. This is awesome. But great that you've said as well, obviously, you were able to kind of pick up on things to maybe improve on in the next games and stuff as well. But so how are you feeling as well just about the atmosphere? You said, obviously, a couple of your school friends were able to come down today. Is it nice to see kind of the fans down here too?
Oh, completely. I mean, I've been lucky enough to play for the last 2 years, and this atmosphere is just incredible, and I feel very lucky and very privileged to be a part of it, and I'm just very grateful for everyone to make this event happen, so thank you to all you guys. But yeah, I just think the Sixes format is drastically growing. From 2-3 years ago when it all started, everyone was like, we don't know how it's going to go, but as you can see from the standard today, everyone's out here to win. The quick atmosphere on the pitch definitely reflects off the pitch. It's exciting for everyone, and I definitely think, and I hope all the fans enjoy watching, and great that it can be streamed as well for people who can't make it today. But when the sun's out, I think it's safe for everyone.
I know, and yeah, for the fans watching at home, you are missing out on a glorious day in London. But thanks so much. I will let you go on with your day and stuff, and hopefully we'll see you later. Okay? No worries. Oh, love that. You too. Everybody is so lovely here in the field of lacrosse. Love it. Yeah, to all you fans watching online, maybe watching at home because you couldn't make it down today, this is over another 2 consecutive Sundays. So we're here next week and then on the 4th of June as well. And I'm sure the sun will be out too. So make sure you get yourselves down because this is a vibe here today. This is such a great atmosphere. Let's have a little nosy maybe down this though, because we haven't been this far down yet, have we? I mean, the music is playing, everybody is just having a good time. Hi ladies, could I grab you for a little chat? Are you okay? Is anybody interested in having a little chat? I mean, literally just 30 seconds whilst we're live. You don't have to stand up, I can come down to you. Don't you worry. Fab. So, what's your name?
Becca.
Becca. And obviously you're here just a supporter, fan and stuff today, yeah?
Yeah.
Fab. And so who are we going for? Who are we rooting for?
I think I got a purple flag, so...
Go for Hustle, yeah? Might as well. I can see obviously you got a Swift flag. Just going for Swift, not a problem. But so do you play lacrosse or?
We play for our uni team. So yeah, just came.
Amazing. So what unis do you go to? Sorry, okay, amazing.
Yeah.
You as well? Amazing. And so obviously with this Sixes kind of format and level of lacrosse we're seeing today, is it exciting as like fans to kind of watch other, because we all used to kind of like mainstream kind of 40-minute level games and stuff. So how does this make it different as fans?
Yeah, I think it's just like a lot quicker, isn't it? And kind of the turnover is a lot quicker between goals and stuff. Like obviously you don't reset in the middle. So I think as like spectators, it's just a bit faster and more fast-paced. So it's quite exciting.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I'm going to leave you guys to it. Enjoy the sun, and then, yeah, see you guys later, okay? No worries. So we are now going to watch some highlights of that first game where Hustle did win 19 to Swift 18. So let's watch some exciting highlights.
So we're ready to welcome our teams to the pitch for the second game of the day. First up, let's welcome Team Forge. Team Forge's opponents for today, Team Rise.
left at like 7 a.m. So was it a shot rush from Manchester? What do we say? We had Swift in this one. Right.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Roslyn Park. The action resumes here in game 2 of the day at the Fly 2023, and it's Forge versus Rise. I'm pleased to say I've got a legend in the lacrosse world to join me. Harry, don't look so surprised, you are a legend. Thank you so much for coming to join me here today. Harry Dobson with me alongside in co-commentary. Are you excited for this matchup?
Yes, James, I'm super excited for this match, and I think it's going to be a very clutch game. Forge are the reigning champions of the Fly. I think we've got Liv Wimpenny and Ella Malik on the draw today, with Sophie Allen and I believe Emily Chandler in cage as well.
You can almost say they're going to be a force to be reckoned with within the scope of this whole tournament. I'm so sorry, I've got to get them out early doors, Harry.
Yeah. So Liv Wimpenny at the World Cup just gone had 29 draw controls across the tournament, which is a pretty impressive stat.
Talk to me more about that statistic, Harry. For those who are watching for the very first time, why is that stat so important?
That's a very good question, James. So if you look at what's going on in the net, that is the draw. This is where players will face off for possession. This is so important because draw controls win games and certainly win championships as well. Those who dominate on the draw are very much more likely to control the game and also, you know, put themselves in for the winners of the match. Liv Wimpenny is a stalwart on the draw.
Well, we've seen it work out here, but... Oh, referee...
Looks like we got a foul.
Seemingly unhappy, but he's just said it's not anything that the players have done, so we will get back underway. Fantastic start for Forge, claiming the ball from the draw. And now they are attacking around the edge of that crease, currently with Wimpenny. And she's invited the rest of her team onto it. They've got to do something with this position now. They managed to get the ball from the draw, and they've got to enclose on that net, and they've got to get the first score, surely. But Rise have been able to intercept, and let's see if they can rise to the occasion, and let's see what they can do now with some front football going forwards. And attacking towards the goal, off the post. Really good shot going away there from Emma Savage. Rise managed to retain possession from the rebound. And their onslaught towards the Forge goal continues, but great effort from Emily Chandler there in the goal. Harry, good opening exchange, really.
Yeah, I think it's a very competitive match from early doors for what could be said. And there's a fantastic goal from Iona Dryden, who captained at the last World Championships.
Well, Dryden getting Forge's 2023 campaign underway, the reigning champions as well. They'll want to go back-to-back, surely, won't they?
Of course. I think everyone is looking to, win the championship. I think Forge have something to be reckoned with here. They want to, secure that title, and they want to make sure that they're continuing their legacy that they had last year.
Having Wimpenny out in the penalty share, though, isn't going to certainly help things, Harry, but nonetheless, they have managed to come away with the ball. They've managed to disrupt the Rise attack.
A fantastic ground ball from Iona Westwood, very clutch.
And here come Forge now, firing forwards. What can they conjure up from here? They're throwing the ball around really nicely. Good stick action from the Forge side.
Alex Kant and Ella Cohen played at Nottingham, or currently play. I'm not quite sure of their graduates, but they currently play at Nottingham together and part of the team that won the National Bucks Championship versus Exeter.
I was there to witness that game on Bucks Big Wednesday. Fantastic outing for all that were involved, and great to see that the quality from the university game makes the step up into potentially the next stage of progression really through lacrosse.
Yeah, 100%.
Good block there when it comes to the goalkeeping of Emily Chandler.
Now, Emily Chandler was the first goalkeeper for GB, and I believe she went to the World Games. They ended up finishing 4th.
In terms of key players on a team then, is she really one of them? I mean, she's a co-captain within that Forge side.
Absolutely. I think Emily Chandler is a very, very fantastic goalkeeper. She knows when to make the saves when they are crucial to the game, and I believe, Emily Chandler's got the heart, the spirit, the skill, in fact, to actually lead the team to a very well-earned victory.
Well, that was Westwood going in with a low shot for Forge before Rise came away on a counter-attack. And luckily, Forge were able to withhold their ground.
Forge actually a boundary foul there, James.
Just as I thought they were coming away with it, Harry, just as I thought something special was about to happen here at Rosslyn Park, but it is Rise that are on the ball.
And another boundary foul.
I need to just stop saying that they're about to attack forwards, really, Harry. I'm not doing the teams any favours at the moment. Interesting to see Chandler come right out away from her goal there, almost like she was going to take the throw from the side. Is that common for a keeper, or is that just her style?
Yes, absolutely. I think Emily Chandler is a very athletic goalkeeper. Some keepers prefer to stay in their cage, but Emily Chandler is, you could argue that she is another defender. She is, super active. She's there to support her defensive teammates. She is, again, we're seeing Emily Chandler. She is, a stalwart of the defence, and she makes the defence what it is.
Well, Forge were flying forwards with the ball, but the official has called the game to a halt rather abruptly here.
I'm not sure what's going on.
I believe we were taking a quick time out here. Forge were in possession of the ball, and they currently hold the lead as well over the Rise team. And do they need to extend that out a little bit further? I mean, we've got about 4 minutes left in this first quarter, only having scored 1 goal. It's not ideal, because in the first game we saw lots more goals scored in that first 4 minutes, very much end-to-end stuff. Are they still blowing out the cobwebs in a way, as it were, because this is the first time they've played together, isn't it?
I think the low-scoring nature of the game shows the skill, really, of the defence and how the teams are managing the game. I think in the last game there was a very high calibre of attacking power, but in this game it's very evident that the defence are very much on lockdown.
Well, let's see what Forge can do here with the ball, and let's see what they can make of this.
You've got the ball, Ella Cohen. Great save from Sophie Allen.
Really good passage of possession there from Forge, and good pressure coming in on the keeper.
It's always a risk when you come out of the crease.
Sophie Allen really flirting with danger there, absolutely. I think it's fair to say. And Rise have come away with it really quickly, and that's a great
take from Alice Ripper, and straight off the post.
Really good shots going in here from the Rise side. As you rightly say, Harry, Alice Ripper making a nuisance of herself from a Forge perspective. Absolutely. And again in defence now, putting them under pressure. She's going to be one to watch in that Rise team, isn't she?
Yes, Alice Ripper, I think her last name can translate it to the way that she plays lacrosse. She is a fantastic both defence and attacker. I've seen her play in Southwest for her regional team, and it is absolutely fantastic to watch the things that she can do.
Well, I believe that's another shot clock violation for Forge. And let's talk about that shot clock, Harry, because basically every time these teams enter the opposing half, they've got 30 seconds to score or make a shot on goal before possession is turned over. But a good goal there from Rise.
It's Millie Home.
So they've tied the game. They've made use of that 30 seconds. That's a big part of this game here at the Fly, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I think the shot clock is there to push the pressure of the game. I think it's there to, really get people to step up. It is a very quick and very, very fast version of the game.
Doing really well in defence there was Ella Malik, intercepting for Rise. Taken down rather aggressively, but the officials seem to be happy with that. And what can Forge do? Trying to fight their way forwards now, and fighting strong with Sarah Butler, but she's invited the rest of her team in on play, and with a good clear shot at goal. Great save coming in with Sophie Allen, but once again Iona Westwood was the one troubling that Rise defence with the shot, and she's back on the ball now as well. So Forge looking to move the play from edge to edge here, and they just need to get a shot away as well before another clock violation, but the ever-present Sophie Allen makes herself known to that Forge side. She's not going to be easy to beat today.
No, and I think Sophie Allen is a really slapshot goalkeeper. Fun fact, she's actually my next door neighbour. She, at the last European Championships, was the backup goalie, but she went in when it counted. In the bronze medal game versus the Czech Republic, she had an 86% save percentage.
Wow.
Which is an absolutely incredible feat. She knew where that ball was going at all times. It really played a problem for the Czechs, especially for the fact that Wales were down. at a point, and so Sophie Allen actually really brought Wales back into that game to overcome the Czechs and seal the bronze medal for the team.
Really harsh challenge coming in there on Ella Cohen, the Team Forge icon for that side. And so leaving the field of play now from a Rise perspective is Zoe Loverbond. So a foul from her for that shot to the face on Cohen.
Now, Zoe Loverbond plays at Exeter. I believe she played in the previous Bucks Big Wednesday Championships. She was a very key player to that team. Unfortunately, Nottingham came away with the win. However, Exeter put up a fantastic fight, and it was a brilliant game to watch.
It's too early in these stages to be losing players to those penalty chairs, isn't it, though?
Absolutely. I think the level of play at the moment is really exceptionally high, and I think that's reflected in the scoring. We have people really pushing out on defence. We have the attack really trying hard, but the defence on both sides is just too difficult to overcome.
Great save once again by Sophie Allen as we head into the final 30 seconds of the first quarter. And we're still at 1-1, but
a brilliant save from Emily Chandler.
Just as we thought Rise were going to change that 1-1 scoreline, it remains at 1-1, and Sophie Allen is going to try and get Rise started once again from the very back of the field. But passes between the team not quite working out, and we're in the final 10 seconds, so this will pretty much get back underway. But we will blow up for the end of the first quarter. But can Forge cause an upset? That shot didn't quite work out. It was Iona Dryden desperately looking for another score for Forge. It means we end the first quarter 1-1. Harry, before we went into this game, we were talking about how potentially Forge were the clear favourites, reigning champions, lost quality within that side. But Rise are really giving them a fight now, aren't they?
Yeah, of course. Rise have a very young team, and I think that's reflected in the athleticism. Not to disparage, obviously, the Forge effort. Forge is putting up a fantastic fight, but the youth in the team is really injecting some difficulties into the game for Forge.
Talk to me about that balance that you need there between experienced and also young legs. Laura and I were speaking about it in the first game, and it's about those experienced heads being able to sort of decipher the tactics within the game and know when is the right moment to try certain plays, when it isn't, and then encouraging those younger players who have got the energy and they've got the fitness to go throughout the full 4 quarters and really go at 110%. Finding that balance of them working together. And how do you see that playing out across these 4 quarters?
I think it's very evident. You've got the experienced players stepping up. You've got, Iona Dryden on Forge, Claire Farham on Rise, Emily Chandler's commanding the game, Liv Wimpenny. You've got those experienced players commanding the game. I think with the youth, I think it's all about the communication that they need to go forward, and I think as well they need to clean up their passes. I think that on both sides, players been a little bit messy. It could improve. The goalies have really been, a key part of this and keeping it low scoring. But, Rise is certainly giving Forge a very large run for their money, and we're about to get back into it, James.
We are, and before they get back into it, final thoughts from you, Harry, in that break between the first and second quarter. The Forge coach, Alex Carnegie Brown, head coach of the Forge side, what do you think she was saying to her players?
I think she was saying, what we just mentioned there, clean it up and let's try and get some more opportunities on goal.
Because she brings a wealth of experience really to the coaching setup at Forge.
Absolutely. She was part of that team in 2017 that fought their way back from a 9-5 deficit against Australia in the bronze medal match to overcome them and secure the win. So she has the depth, she has the knowledge, she knows what to do, she's got her team on lock. It is just, and the same goes for Rise. You've got Michael Moser, who is the senior women's for England head coach. He's been to Towson, Penn State, and Johns Hopkins. They are both very experienced coaches.
Well, and the draw's worked out in favour of Forge, and they will attack straight towards goal on the front foot. Can they get a score to go with it? No. Strong Rise defence, but a foul call against Rise. Once again, another player ejected from the field of play. So they're 2 players down now, and essentially they've got to manage that open field with just 3 of them rather than 5.
Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult. I mean, this is a training situation, right? We've done this before in training. They've done this before in training. They know how to defend when they're 2 players down. This is a common scenario in a training situation. So they'll be well weathered to this.
Well, they've managed to repel Forge well, because the 3 that remain on the pitch for Rise have come away with it. and they're coming away strong. That pass hasn't worked out, though. Unfortunately, it wasn't able to find Ella Malik, even though she was up and in a really good position there for Rise. And instead, Forge could make them pay, and they do. Great work there from Sophia Wise.
We're seeing Iona Dryden sub now. Now, Iona Dryden was the captain at the World Cup just gone. Iona is very good on the draw. She is a very good attacker, and she is very good at what she does. She did a year at Northwestern and scored 6 goals across that time, and that's quite unheard of as an English woman going across to.
But just as quickly as Forge got a goal of their own, Rise managed to get a score as well to level things once again. We saw in game 1 how end-to-end the beautiful game of Sixes Lacrosse is, and we're seeing it once again in game 2 of the Fly 2023 here at Roslyn Park, because the score is currently Forge 2, Rise 2 in the second women's game of the day, and Forge are the ones that are pressing forwards now, trying to find a way through that Rise defence.
And we've got a foul here, James.
Well, what was that foul for, Harry? Talk me through it.
I am not sure. I think it may have been walling, from what I can see.
Crease infringement. I've been whispered.
Crease infringement. Yeah. So for those watching, this is not like football where the ball can practically be out of the field but still over the line. We've got in the cross, if your foot is touching that white line, you've got a foul.
Fair.
It's nothing like other games where you have the sphere of influence essentially.
Well, let's see how Forge deal with the crease on this latest attack. Flirting with danger really there on the edge of it, but hit.
Iona with a goal.
Fantastic goal there from Iona Westwood. Great response from Forge after conceding the foul, giving up possession after a really promising attack. It means the score is now Forge 3, Rise 2. But this one, I think we can tell in the early stages, Harry, it's going to the wire.
This is definitely going to the wire, James. We're seeing great defence and great attacking effort on both sides. That was
unbelievable goal scored there by Iona Dryden. Fantastic.
And that is part and parcel of Iona Dryden. She is the one for the stick tricks. The things that she did at the Euros were fantastic. If you can go back and watch the highlights, you see Iona Dryden doing her iconic Twizzler goal, and it was really, truly something. And it was something.
Twizzler goal?
Yes, so that's when you turn the stick over and backhand it in.
You make it sound so simple when you say it. You say it so effortlessly, but it must be really complicated and difficult to master.
Yeah, and not everyone could do it, and Iona is, she's a master in it, and I love watching her play. I think her play is, it's got American style to it, and I think that may speak from her experience at Northwestern.
So currently, Forge hold a 4-2 lead here in the second quarter of game 2 of the Fly 2023. So it's the first time both these sides will be playing in the tournament. And Rise were the ones to recently call the timeout as we approach 6 minutes remaining of the second quarter. And really, it was Forge that were on the front foot with all the momentum. And so the message to them now, Harry, must be just to keep this going, because that's the reason why Rise called for the timeout, to try and disrupt that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Forge are, both teams are starting to get their momentum, but I think Forge are, they're under the pressure of keeping that title. They're under the pressure of, trying to secure the double win. So I think we're seeing from both from the coaches and from Forge a really clutch effort to try and defend that.
Well, here come Rise on the attack now, looking for a way through the Forge defence and getting the goal. Really, really good score there for the Rise team coming in from Millie Home.
And I know Emily Chandler will be annoyed with that goal. And it's, stick side high. And, a great save from Sophie Allen. I know Emily Chandler likes to make those clutch saves when they count. And I think she'll be really annoyed by that goal.
Well, the weather's certainly improved when we first arrived here at Roslyn Park. The smell of sun cream fills the air now, Harry, but the smell of success and victory is possibly in the topic of conversation for both of these two sides, because it is so even at the moment, it's so end-to-end, but the weather will have a big part to play, because this is an exhausting game to watch, but also to play in. And great score there once again. Iona Dryden coming in clutch for the Forge side. But as it gets hotter, it's going to get more and more difficult to sustain this sort of physicality and tempo for the whole game.
A fantastic goal there from, I believe, Ella Malik. Yes, I think the weather has a significant role to play, but we've got to remember these women, they've played in hot places. I mean, Prague 2015 Euros was, you know, a scorcher. You had Israel, you've had Towson in Maryland, that was hot as well. So they're very well conditioned, the more senior players. However, I'm not sure the same can be said for the younger players. And obviously the sun has a really, really big impact on how the game goes. You know, for a goalie to have the sun in your eyes, your job's made 100 times more difficult.
Potentially that's the excuse that Emily Chandler's going to go with, because unfortunately she conceded another goal for Forge. So good score coming in there for Claire Farram of the Rise women's side. And it means that the score is now 5-5 here between Forge and Rise in Game 2 of the Fly 2023 at Roslyn Park. And Dryden...
A great save from Sophie Allen.
Dryden offloaded that one really quickly to Ella Cohen, but Cohen wasn't able to capitalise on the sudden burst of space she found herself in.
And I think there could be something to be said about the fact that Sophie Allen and Iona are teammates. She knows what passes she's going to make. She's ready for that save.
And coming in from behind the crease now, Rise, potentially a long-range effort coming in here. Well, they've passed it further towards the goal now, and going out to the right, clear shot on goal, not able to convert though. Emma Savage pulling that one just to the left-hand side of the posts. And we're coming up to the final 3 minutes of the second quarter, coming towards half-time with the scores locked in at 5-5 still. Would you say the team that leads into half-time has an upper hand for the rest of the match?
I don't know. I've seen teams come back from very heavy deficits, and you know, there's players on this team that came back from the 9-5 deficit in 2017 against Australia, and you see teams in America such as Boston College that wrestle back post half-time. They get the fire in their bellies. They make the changes that are necessary, and they can come back. Certainly there is some practical advantage of going into the half up. But I do believe that, you know, sometimes that actually acts as, you know, potentially like lights a rocket under people, right? They know they're down, they're turning it on, they're going into this and thinking, right, we're going to wrestle it back, and then the fight comes out.
Well, let's see if they can get that fight out going towards the half-time break. Well, both sides taking back to the field of play now after that short little timeout, and after gathering their thoughts and gathering a bit of air in the lungs, I think it's fair to say, Harry.
Absolutely.
Let's see what both of these sides can do with a little bit of energy in their systems now.
And you can really see the experienced players here controlling the game. You've got Liv Wimpenny up top, and you've got Iona Dryden on Forge. They're really, really commanding the offense and really commanding the defense. They know what they're doing, and they're helping the younger players out.
Well, Rise are really forcing Forge to move their way everywhere inside the Rise half without getting any closer to that goal than to the crease edge itself. That's really great defence from the Rise side, and if they can keep this up and hold it out, I think they'll take a 5-5 tied game going into the half-time break.
I believe so as well, James. I think this year there is so much experience at the Fly, and you know, it's great to see that teams aren't running away with things. Competitiveness in lacrosse is always an attractor for people, and I think that the fact that both games, the previous game as we saw, was so competitive, and this one as well.
That shot being pulled just to the left-hand side of the post once again. Lizzie Rutherford with that shot on for the Rise side. And so Emily Chandler gets the Forge side started once again with an attack towards goal, but they forfeit possession. Foul in the middle of the park. Rise have it once again, and Alice Ripper is going to get us started once more. And here is Ripper now on the ball herself, trying to find Malik, her teammate, but it's not found the Rise team, and Chandler's playing out from the back here. I thought the keeper was going to go all the way up to the other end.
Yeah, I think this is really demonstrable of Emily Chandler's athleticism. She is a keeper that is on every part of the field, and we just saw that, James. I think, you know, she's very key to this game, and especially in defence.
Now that pass there just went over the head of Cohen, unfortunately, for Forge. So they lost possession once again, and Rise with another opportunity to come right back at them.
We've got Hannah Whiteley being defended by Alex Kant. And a goal.
Great score there for the Forge side. Fantastic to come back in that fashion, and scoring for them was Emma Savage. The Rise team really starting to ask the questions of Forge as we approach the final minute of the first half. That ball really ricocheted into the air at the moment. Is it quite a bouncy ball to play with?
Yeah, it's vulcanized rubber. It's a super hard ball, so whenever that hits that post, whether it's on top or whether it's below, it can be advantageous or disadvantageous, as we just saw.
Oh, a little bit of mistake there in the midfield.
And are they going to pay?
By Forge, and Rise certainly with an opportunity to make them pay, and Rise definitely do through Millie Home. That means they take the lead 5-7 here against Forge in Game 2 of the Fly 2023. 30-ish seconds left on the clock now for Forge to try and get something back towards the end of this first half, the second quarter. And what can Forge do? They are looking for an in, they are looking for a hole. They haven't found it, and instead Sophie Allen has controlled the play here for Rise. 15 seconds left for Rise to maybe get one more goal before the half-time break, just over their heads.
And is Claire Farrow going to pay?
They pulled that one just left of the post as well, Claire Farron.
These are the mistakes that count, James.
Well, there's the half-time klaxon, and something that seems like such a small mistake as well, Harry. That's going to be a big, costly mistake in the grand scheme of the whole game, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think the big, as we were just talking about, the bigger the lead you go in, you know, there is some advantages to that. However, you know, it's at these points where the precision really counts. You know, we saw Farron drop the ball and then pick it up and try to, you know, rectify her mistake. It's all about the control, and I think potentially we're getting into a bit of frantic play. And I think that, you know, if that was calmed down, we would have seen a conversion.
Now, we went into this fixture saying that Forge were the favourites, and in the eyes of the experts, including yourself, a lacrosse legend like yourself, they were the favourites as well. So Rise currently holding a 2-point lead over the supposed favourites. They can't see me using air quotation marks at home, but I am. They've got to be proud of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, what Rise have is a really great mix of experience and, you know, youth as well, and that certainly plays into, you know, the legs, the speed at which they get back to the goal to make their plays, and how they are in defence as well, keeping up with those experienced players, making them pay for, you know, the smallest mistakes, turning over that ball and getting it straight back to the attacking end.
And an important thing that we spoke about in Game 1 as well between myself and Lauren, and I'll ask you the same thing now in relation to this matchup. The key to victory and success is going to be how fast you can switch from defence into attack and attack back into defence. And which team out of the two here do you think is making the most of that?
You know, it's difficult to tell at this stage, but I do believe that Rise have the upper hand on this. They are, you know, they're really, you know, converting. They have a lot of midfielders on their team. They are, you know, very well versed in the quick changes that have to happen. I think we're seeing that, especially from players like Claire Farham, who are, you know, draw taker and also a midfielder. You can see the switch, and it happens instantly with them. And I think Forge need to, you know, perhaps, you know, tweak that and you try and, you know, replicate what Rise is doing to bring this back.
Are they maybe going to start leaning on some of those more senior players of their side, Forge, perhaps your Iona Drydens potentially, and obviously Emily Chandler's as well? Although she is right at the back, she can still be heard right from the front of the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, you know, there's two things to be said about leaning on experienced players. You've got, on the one hand, you've got, you know, they know when to make the plays, they know when to go to goal, they know when to make the pass. However, you know, this is obviously it's obviously a team game, so we have to get everyone involved, right? If we want to win, we need to get everyone involved, and I think Rise are doing that slightly better. You can see that from, you know, the goals that are being scored, the people that are scoring the goals. It's not just, you know, Claire Farham, it's you know, Lizzie Rutherford, it's Emma Savage. They're making the shots, they're making the goals, and it's all about sharing the possession. And I think that Rise is doing that slightly better than Forge.
Well, you can also see the coach of the Rise side. I believe that's Michael Molster. He's just having a word with the officiating side. He's not happy about some decisions, obviously, but surely he's got to be happy with the lead that he's got. And you mentioned his experience during that second quarter there as well. He does bring in a wealth of knowledge, which is just invaluable for any side in the Fly. So really, really good for that Rise team that they've got him on their panel.
Yeah, I think Michael Moses is great. I think he was the defensive assistant coach for England, but has recently been promoted to head. He has 2 bronze medals under his belt, one with the under-19s and 1 World Cup with the seniors. He also has 2 golds with the Senior Women's Euros, which is obviously fantastic. He'll be clarifying the rules now, so that he can go back to his team and adequately get them to adjust.
He'll also probably be retreating to some shade, because we have got beautiful blue skies here in the west of London at Rosslyn Park for the Fly 2023. And not only is the weather heating up, but the competition between all of these sides is certainly heating up. And I just wonder when this game's going to hit boiling point, because both sides desperately want to get a win. Forge because they want to stake a claim to go back-to-back champions, but Rise because they're going to want to upset that Forge party, coming in as the underdogs really in everyone's eyes as well. And we spoke about the weather is going to be a factor, because playing this game full stop is tough physically, but playing it in this heat is going to be extraordinarily tough for a lot of these younger players. And will that subs bench become even more of a tactical play, trying to throw them in and out more frequently to give them those respites they need?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the key to the game is the subbing, right? As someone who's played Sixes before, it is super key. 1 up, 1 down, 1 back. That's probably a lot. Then you come off, right? Because the fresher you are when you go back on the pitch, the more likely you are to convert, and more likely you are to make those caused turnovers in defence. These women here are versed to playing 10-a-side, big pitches, can give themselves breaks. But we've got a shot clock here, James, and we've also got beating weather, and it is a sprint sport. It's super tough. But the more you make off the sub bench, the better, really.
Well, let's see what both sides can do in this second half. We're about to begin the third quarter here in Game 2 of the Fly 2023 between Forge and Rise, and currently it's Rise with a 7-5 lead over the 2022 champions. And we're going to get underway with a draw in the middle once again. And will Winpenny win the ball at the drop of the penny? Thank you for that. Thank you.
And there we have it.
And she does. Her Forge side are going to start off.
That is absolutely signature to Liv Winpenny. She is a very good self-draw taker. She, as I said, she got 29 draw controls at the World Cup, and they were playing against teams like USA, Australia, Wales, not Wales, Scotland and Israel. These teams are, super experienced, and she's able to overcome that, even with the US. I mean, watching that game between the US and England, Liv Winpenny was absolutely key to that midfield domination.
So she's not fazed by the big occasion at all, and she can certainly show her quality when she is met with a similar quality to match her lacrosse ability. But Rise ultimately bringing the Forge attack to an end once again, and Malik is soaring away here for Rise, and she sawed the ball into the back of the net. Another crucial score there for Rise on the counter-attack. It means the score is now Forge 5, Rise 8.
And Ella Malik is, a rising star in the England setup. I think I watched the Fly either last year or the year before, but we really saw Ella Malik blossom. And I think Sixes is her game. She knows when to make the goals count.
Well, she's helped her side with that blossoming intelligence once again, because they've scored another goal in quick succession here. So it's Forge 5, Rise 9. And Rise are certainly rising above the nominated home side in this clash. And that's a big wrestle for the ball there. Really big work from Ella Cohen there, not giving up at any stage. But we're going to see a card thrown up into the air.
Ella Cohen, part of that team that overcame Exeter in the Bucks Big Wednesday final. A great roll dodge.
Really good work to get Rise started once again from Anna Saunter. And what can Saunter do with her teammates here?
And there we go. And I think that is very, 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 typical of Liv Wimpenny. You can see the wrist strength there. It's very typical of her to make those interceptions and make those mid-air snatches when it counts. She is a very experienced draw taker. She has the strength, she has the experience, and that's why they can dominate in defence.
Signature Wimpenny really there, and a signature goal. Fantastic work for the Forge side once again. Ella Cohen. Ella Cohen. We're going to say that name time and time again in this fixture because she's been standing out since minute 1, and she's standing out with a goal like that.
And a great save from Em Chandler.
Emily Chandler doing really well to repel the initial attack from Rise, and Forge fight well in defence to break away now to the other end of the field. Can they capitalise on this counter-attacking opportunity that they've been able to create? Well, that pass going askew isn't exactly going to help the cause, but Westwood just about keeps it in play.
And we go back to Cohen.
What can she do here? Cohen using some fancy footwork, looking for someone to move the ball to.
A great interception by Ella Malik.
We know how dangerous Malik is on a counter-attack, and
we've got a head check there.
That whack from Westwood was a bit of a clip to the face there, but she's got away with it, and Forge have come away with it now, and they're threatening the Rise goal. They're threatening to close the gap between the two sides. Wimpenny.
A great save from Sellen.
It's still alive for Wimpenny though. It's at her feet. It's at her Forge teammates' feet.
And we've got Alice Ripper coming up with the ball, James. And again, Alice Ripper is super important to this team. She is, one of the star players for Exeter University, and was really key in, fighting Nottingham in the Bucks Big Wednesday Championships.
That pass just popping over the head of Ella Malik, and she'll be disappointed she wasn't able to retain possession for Rise to continue any sort of attack, but it's Forge who will have to front up now, and they really need to get something out of this attack. They currently trail by 3 goals, and they won't want to trail by any more. They'll want to close that deficit down, Harry, because the more it grows, the less confidence you seem to have as a side as well.
Absolutely, and I think, we've got to look at the scoreline at the moment. When is the dagger going to be placed into the back of Forge? When is it going to be unworkable to get back from that deficit? But I don't think that's quite that. I don't think we're quite there yet. I do believe that we've got.
Well, there we go. Shot clock violation once again. Forge taking too long to have an effort on goal. We've seen that quite a few times in this game now, Harry. Is this worrying for the Forge side and the coaches?
I think they'll be. I think they'll be slightly worried, but I do think they'll keep their composure. I think that it will be concerning that they're not making the conversions that they need to. I feel that they perhaps need to settle themselves down in attack. I think that they can take a breath and take a minute, and I think that they can learn from what Rise are doing and really, really distributing that ball effectively. Forge, I do think, need to rely less on the few key players and actually start to get other people involved in the game. Ella Cohen has made some great goals and some great dodges, but I do feel we need to see some more distribution between the team.
Well, Rise were the ones to call the timeout most recently. The score reads Forge 6, Rise 9. They have risen above the challenge that Forge have presented to them, and they are the current holders of the lead, and they hold a significant advantage over this Forge side, and really the pressure is all on them as well as those reigning champions, as the favourites going into this game, and the ones hunting for even more glory that's attached to their name.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Rise either finished 3rd or 4th last year, and I think they'll be looking to make an improvement on their performance, and I think they're really, really pushing for that. This is why we're seeing them in the lead. This is why we're seeing them really effectively distribute the ball and get those goals in, and make sure that there's a lot of names on that goal scoring list.
Well, here we go once again with Rise on the attack and with ball.
And that's going to be a turnover.
I was about to say with the ball in the stick, and then all of a sudden they lose the ball out of the end zone. And that means that Emily Chandler can get Forge's attack started once again. So what can they do here with a little bit of space? Lovely.
A great save from Sophie Allen.
Great work, though, with the feet of Iona Dryden. She's pirouetting her way through that Rise defence.
Yeah, it's very, very typical of Iona to have the fast feet and the fast stick work. You know, she's very, very well experienced and she knows what she's doing. That's why we can see her getting through, you know, 2 or 3 people.
She's one of these players, and you can see it now currently, who's leading that defensive effort for Forge.
Fantastic falling goal.
Great goal for Rise. Fantastic work there from Zoe Loverbond. Really, really good work from the Rise team to kind of come together. And you could say that the nails are starting to go into the coffin now.
Yeah. We're looking at Rise running away. And again, look, these things like interceptions are going to be key to maintaining that lead, James. We, as I said, you know, Rise are effectively defending and effectively distributing the ball in attack. That's why we're seeing them lead. Forge need to get, you know, a little bit more, you know, communicative in defence. They need to distribute the ball more. They need to also make those shots that count and also choose when to shoot properly.
Well, the score currently reads Forge 6, Rise 10. That's quite a mountain to climb, that 4-goal deficit, but losing a player, and a really key player as well in the form of Hannah Whiteley, is not going to help the Rise case in terms of hanging on to this lead that currently exists. So let's see, Forge need to capitalise in this moment and with this latest possession. And it's off the crossbar once again. 2 efforts denied by the Rise defence. Will there be a third time lucky?
And again here, James, we're seeing these interceptions from Rise. We're seeing the fight. We're seeing the want for the win. And I just don't know if that can be said for the same for Forge.
Is there no fire in the Forge?
It's difficult to say. You know, you've got these players on Rise who are really, really looking to make the upset, but on Forge as well, you know, maybe the heavy as the head that wears the crown, right? You know, perhaps the insistence to defend the title is weighing heavy on them.
Well, the ball's come loose from the stick there of Ella Cohen.
Some great defending by Rise there.
And we enter the final few seconds now of the third quarter. And it's been one-way traffic almost for this Rise side, and they're still pressing hard onto this Forge goal. And if they can work it into a bit of space, Loverbond was free at the back, but they don't need her. They get the score anyway through Emma Savage. 20 seconds left on the clock, 5 points in it between the two sides. It's time for those big names to step up in the Forge side.
I really think they're underutilising Alex Can on the Forge side. You know, Alex Can scored 6 goals against Exeter in the Bucks League Wednesday Championship, and she is very, very, very experienced. I would like to see her. I'd like to see her utilised more, and I just don't think that's happening at the moment.
Well, the klaxon has blown for the end of the third quarter. It means that we've only got 8 minutes of lacrosse separating one of these sides from their first victory at the Fly 2023. And well, Forge will desperately want it to be them, but they'll need to score at least 6 goals within 8 minutes to come away with victory, and that's saying if they don't concede any from a Rise perspective. So really, they've got to be scoring every single minute on the minute.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think in lacrosse as well, you can if you look to the United States, where the level is, you know, extremely high and very elite, you can see teams score within 15 seconds. It's not impossible for them to come back, and it's not impossible for them to win this game. They're going to go into this fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter, yes.
Fourth quarter. They're going to go into this fourth quarter, and hopefully, you know, there's a fire under them, and there's something in the Forge, and I think Rise, their thing now, don't get complacent.
Forge need to fire forward with fury at the Fly 2023 if they're going to scrape a win out of this matchup. And Rise, you can see that their team talk seems a little bit more chilled out and relaxed. Calm words coming from the head coach, Mike Molster, but it's a bit more team-led on the Forge front of things. They're all trying to talk to each other, get across what their concerns might be. And is it important that you just remain with that one voice through your captain, or is it more important that everyone starts talking to each other and trying to get, you know, points to improve on and points to pick up on?
I think it depends what situation you are in a game. I think the problem that Forge have at the moment is they need to communicate more with each other and what they're doing. Rise had, you know, one voice through Michael Moser. The reason that's happening is because he wants them to relax. He doesn't want them to get complacent. He wants them to relax. He wants them to play lacrosse. He wants them to keep doing what they're doing, because what they're doing is textbook. Their defending is very, you know, one-on-one. Their efforts in attack are very, very distributive. And I think in Forge, with the worries that every member of the team has, they need to be communicated amongst them so that they know what's going on.
Well, here we go with the final draw of the game at the beginning of the fourth quarter, the second match at the Fly 2023 here at Roslyn Park in West London. And the sun is shining, and it's shining bright, but it will only keep shining in one of these teams' days.
A great day for it, James.
Winpenny versus Malik.
And there we go.
Winpenny comes away with it for Forge. That's the start that they need. Does Dryden need Kant? Maybe she did, because Kant was standing there at the edge of the crease in that space, and you were saying you want to see more of her on the ball.
Absolutely, and you know, we've got Alex and Millie Kant on the same team, right? Sisters. So I want to see them use more. I want to see them work together. They've, you know, they must have grown up together playing lacrosse, and you know, with each other. And I think that it's really important that we utilise, again, great save from Salad, but they're not making the shots that count. This is why I want to see Alex Kant utilised more. She is definitely key to their success.
Foul called against the Rise, though, so Forge will keep possession, and they'll keep their attack on goal going. Dryden, Westwood, intercepted by Malik, but Dryden picks it up once again, throwing from the floor. Oh, that surely had to be a goal for Cohen.
You know, it's one of those situations, right? Sometimes shooting on an open goal is the hardest thing to do. We do a lot of things in training to deal with that, and you know, it is difficult. One-on-ones can be difficult because the pressure of the one-on-one can get to you.
Well, Rise coming forward once again. Ball in stick and an onslaught onto goal.
Save from Emily Chandler.
Emily Chandler really stepping up there and being the brick wall that Forge need in this final quarter if their hopes of victory are to stay alive. Winpenny now, what can she do? She can score for Forge, that's what she can do. She brings their total up to 7, closes the gap down to 4, so the score now reads Forge 7, Rise 11.
And here we're seeing really, really effective ball distribution. You know, they're not taking that shot. They're not making the silly passes. And as I said that, they
it's the commentator's curse, Harry. The commentator's curse. I think we've really cursed it today because we came in saying how Forge were the favourites, and they really are going to have to do something special to fight back here. That throw forward from Chandler was just over the stick of Winpenny. And you can see the exhaustion on her face, how she was running back to try and get that. And now she's got to track back for defence.
See here, this is I mean, a great check.
Dryden's caught, Rise napping. Can she run towards goal and trouble Malik? Malik's putting up a big fight and ultimately forces Dryden to spill the ball. But it's back in Forge possession, back with them running forwards. Just rolling that ball gingerly along the floor there with Sophia Wise, and Forge will be wise to keep this attack going as long as possible because they need goals and they need them quickly. But that shot from Westwood didn't even trouble Sophie Allen.
This is the thing, James. We're seeing the shots taken in panic. We need Forge to settle down. We need Forge to chill. And there we go, a brilliant example of how to distribute the ball and how to get goals. That was textbook. That was textbook.
Really good score there from Hannah Whiteley of the Rise team. Now let's see what Rise can do as we've entered the final 5 minutes of the final quarter. And thrashing a shot towards goal was Anna Saunter. but Forge will ultimately break away with it from the rebound. This is great counter-attacking opportunity. Kant is there in the middle, the one that you want on the ball, Harry. Will she get it? She's on it now. Just looking for a pass there rather than a shot. Would you rather that she was going for the shot on goal?
You know, watching that, it's difficult to say. You know, in these situations, you do want to get the goals. I would have liked to see her switch to left and take the shot. You know, it would have been across the body from the goalie, and that would have, you know, I think she could have converted.
And ripping away through the defence was Alice Ripper, and she has torn Rise further out of reach of the Forge side. And we're going to take a little break. Timeout called. And Forge really needs to do something special now, because if Rise were to score another goal, they'd be trailing by 7, and that is just too big a gap to come back from.
I think so. I think we've got... I think we've got, you know, I think 7 goals is a difficult deficit to come back. Have I seen teams do it before? Yes. In Sixes, though, I'm not sure.
In Sixes, though, and with 3 minutes 45 on the clock as well.
We'll have to see, James. They may wrestle it back, but I do fear that Forge may be the ones conceding this game.
Well, that's the timeout over. And the team talk from a Forge perspective done, and, well, let's see if they can now be the Forge to be reckoned with that we thought they would be going into this game.
You know, Sixes is one of those games. It's a very fast game. We did it at Lions training, and you know, it's a tough game, especially when we do it with like a handful of subs. But you know, when you've got subs like you have here, it's really important to utilise this. And I think that, you know, you've got Alex Kant and Ella Cohen off the pitch right now, and I don't know if that's a wise decision. However, you know, we can't put, if they haven't got fresh legs, they haven't got fresh legs. It's just the way it is.
They might need that rest. They've been going for a long time, and Sophie Allen again making another really good save for the Rise team, and that was a long-range effort, an optimistic effort, but maybe shows the desperation now of that Forge side.
Absolutely, James. And I think Sophie Allen is very well accustomed to the low shot. She knows where those... She's very, very good at getting down low and very, very good at making those saves where it counts.
Well, Emily Chandler wanted her side to get back underway really quickly, and they do. Really important score there for the Forge side, but just as quickly as Forge have scored, Rise are back underway, back threatening goal.
Response from Hannah Whiteley.
Pretty much cancels off the goal that Forge just scored, and Hannah Whiteley really making the side in green and black pay.
We've got Iona Dryden going back onto the pitch now. Is she going to...
Well, Cohen and Kant are on as well, so 2 players you wanted to see on the pitch have been thrown back into the mix, but how long can they last now in the final quarter? About 2.5 minutes left on the clock too.
A great knockdown by Forge.
But again, Malik really asking some questions there of Alex Kant, putting her under all sorts of pressure, and ultimately Forge are the ones that fire away with possession, but stolen once again. Anna Saunter, she threw her stick up, she had the confidence to claim the ball, and she gives Rise an opportunity to close this game out. The score is currently Forge 8, Rise 14, and if that hits 15, Harry, it could be game over.
I do believe so. I do think that this game may have its winner already. It would be we have to see something exceptionally special from Forge to see them claw back from that deficit. I think that, you know, what we've seen from Rise, and Claire Farron demonstrated it very, very, very well, is the patience that they had when taking those shots around goal. They were making, you know, the passes that need to be made.
Well, Ella Cohen is off in the penalty chair at the moment for Forge, so they are down a player in the open field with 1:40 left on the clock. And Rise doing really well in defence there to disrupt the Forge attack, and Alex Kant desperately looking for some teammates to spread the play to. And Forge coming through Wimpenny now. She's spinning, ball dislodged. She's flicked it over her shoulder to try and find a teammate. Instead, she found the net of one of the Rise sticks. And Westwood trying an interesting tactic. They're just making herself really big and waving her stick around. Is that a normal thing to do in defence, or is this really throwing everything at it now?
Yeah, absolutely. In defence, you want to make yourself as big as possible. You want to make yourself, you know, a problem for the attackers. With the stick up and the wide body, you know, in school they teach you triangles, so it's stick up, hand up.
Well, scoring was Emma Savage for Rise. And that's a savage end to the game, really, from a Forge perspective as we enter the final 40 seconds. She's the one that's put the final nail in the coffin for Forge.
And again, a great save by Salad. So I keep calling her Salad because I know her personally.
We can call her Salad if you want, as long as her mum's happy with her being called that on the stream.
So. She's saved in my phone as Salad, so, you know.
Well, she saved her team here today. The amount of saves that she's come up with. And we are in the final 30 seconds now. So all eyes on Sophie Allen and whether she can keep Forge at just 8 goals.
And this is really reminiscent of her performance against the Czech Republic, right? She is making those saves where it counts. She's getting to the ball, she's getting her stick there, and she's really effectively getting that ball in her to the defence.
Great final action there from Forge to score towards the death. Sophia Wise getting that goal, but with 5 seconds left, Rise will come away with it. One shot on goal, maybe? It's gone just wide. The klaxon sounds for the end. Rise take victory here against Forge in Game 2 of the Fly 2023. It finishes Forge 9, Rise 15, and Harry, give me a player of the game.
You know, I've really got to say Ella Malik was an absolute standout from the Rise team. I think she's an absolute all-star. Aside from that, I think Sophie Allen and Emily Chandler both put in fantastic performances, but Sophie Allen made some incredible saves and really kept Rise in it, you know. But going back to Ella Malik, she made the turnovers, she made the goals, she ran up the pitch, she did those things that were essential to Rise's win.
Talk to me about this end. Sorry, I wasn't able to in the first game, but the facing off with each other and the waving of the sticks. Does it have a specific name for those watching at home for the first time?
No, this is a very English thing that we do. No other country really does it. I can't.
It's tradition, I guess.
It's an English tradition, and you know, we take it to championships with us. But it's just a way of celebrating the game and celebrating the sportsmanship and teamwork.
That's exactly what Forge should be doing, because even though they haven't come away with victory, they really gave us a fantastic game of lacrosse to watch. Unfortunately, on that occasion, they've come up second best. But Harry, lots of positives to take forward now for Rise. What do they need to do to sustain that for their future games?
Yeah, I think, you know, Rise, what they need to do is keep their composure and keep doing what they've been doing. They have, you know, very much textbook lacrosse going on right now, and they need to maintain that going forward. You know, Swift and Hustle both showed incredible skill in the previous game, and we're gonna have to see that level of skill mirrored back from Rise. Forge, they need to do some work. I think they need to make sure that, you know, they are distributing the ball evenly amongst players. I think that was their downfall in this game, right? I think that, you know, if they had, you know, utilised their players more, you know, we saw a lot of opportunities, we saw a lot of players on the crease. It was not distributed well, and I think that was ultimately the reason for the loss. But again, heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Well, what are they going to do to fight back from here? They've got another game today against Hustle. Do they need to approach that with a different mentality, just going off what you're saying about their whole match?
I think so. I think they need to read their game and read into their game and make sure that, they're learning from their mistakes. They're distributing the ball evenly. They're making, they're making the corrections that count, because otherwise we could see Forge slip. But going to Rise, they're going to have to take that level of distribution and that level of skill into the next game. Sophie Allen has really put in a fantastic performance, and we need to see her do that again.
Well, it's the first day of action here at the Fly 2023, taking place across 3 weekends in May and June. 3 Sundays, 3 intense rounds of battle, and ultimately one of these teams will come away as champions. And after Forge came into that as favourites, I think it just reaffirms the fact, for everyone maybe tuning in at home for the first time, anyone can win this tournament and anyone can win any game they're presented with.
Yeah, I think it's, we're seeing some, absolutely clutch play here today. I think it's anyone's game at this point. Some teams have losses, 2 teams have losses, 2 teams have wins. Does that mean they can't win the final championship? No, it doesn't. But we're going to have to see, corrections. We're going to have to see players learning from the mistakes of their previous game. So it's really important going into the future games for both Forge and Rise that they, for Forge, they learn from their mistakes. For Rise, they continue that level of skill that they've just shown us here today.
Do you back Rise then? Are they your dark horses all of a sudden?
Well, I've got to say I back Rise purely because Sophie Allen's on the team and she's my next door neighbour, so, so I think Rise have got a really great team. They've got a really great coaching staff, and I think that, they may actually be, they could be the favourites of this tournament, James.
Well, we're going to hand over to Chris Knight because he's catching up at the moment with Ella Cohen. Don't go anywhere, though, because Game 3 kicks off very soon.
How is it out there?
It's good, it's a lot of fun, it's very hot. I think we're all enjoying playing together and we're just getting used to kind of that next step of physicality and competition. I think they brought out a great game, and this is a good opportunity to see what we need to work on and kind of raise our level. I think we have a notch higher and we all kind of knew that, so we're excited to get to that next time.
Obviously disappointed to have the loss in the first game. What was the conversation afterwards?
I think we all said it was a good game. It wasn't a great game. We have more to give. But I think we're just getting used to partnerships and kind of spacing where we all like to be. So I think 9 goals and letting them only get into 15, it wasn't actually, it felt tough out there, but I think we still had more to give. Give us one more quarter, I reckon we would have had it.
And personally, are you happy with your performance?
Yeah, I think just like the rest of the team, we all felt like there was more that we could have put out there, but we had a lot of fun, and that's what these kind of like pole games are for, isn't it? So getting us ready for that semi-final.
Well, one more game today. What are you going to need to do to regroup and go on to win that match?
We need to refuel, lots of water, probably a bit of sun cream, and then do exactly what we just did before, but maybe start off kind of harder. I think as the game went on, we got better and better, so just starting that at that top level.
And winners last year, do you think you can go on and repeat that, or have you given yourself a much harder task losing that first game?
No, I don't think so. I think you learn a lot more from losing than you do from winning. So I think it's similar to what happened last year as well. We started off with a bit of a shocker first game, so watch this space.
Well, I'll let you get back and catch up with your team. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
you. I think that was such a team performance. I think last year we had a great vibe. This year it looks even better. Mike, our coach, gave us a lot of information over the last few days, but I think we really went out there and smashed it.
Different team to last year. You've been with Rise, this is your third year in the tournament. What do you make of the team, and how has the bonding been pre-match?
I think most of us know each other already, so that's one step already. But yeah, the atmosphere, like the partnerships and work were great. And I think it's really positive going forward. We thought that was going to be one of our toughest matches, so I'm excited to see what we come up with next.
Yeah, huge performance. You finished third place last year. Do you think you can go better this year?
100%. I think we're for a team, for Rise, I think we're going to win it.
Yeah, you've started very well, beating last year's champions. You took a little knock to your head. How is the head? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm all right. I've had a few concussions the last year, so got a bit worried, but all good, ready to go again.
No more games today. What's the plan? Are you going to rest and recuperate, stick around, training?
Yeah, we might watch some of the other matches, watch the other players, cheer them on. But yeah, apart from that, back home and rest.
And what do you make of this year's tournament? Obviously different. It's across 3 weekends rather than 3 straight days.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because like you come here, you've got like half an hour to play. You've got to put it all out there, and then you're going home. So it's a lot to play for. But no, it's great. The venue here is amazing. Very hyped up. So it's cool to see for lacrosse.
Well, congratulations, and go join the rest of the team. Thank you.
Very much.
Cheers.
Thanks.
one wearing UTM. So close to not doing it. You want me to take on over here? Let's make a deal about that. It was meant to be BTG though, again. You put on the time. They always say how you supposed to work like that. It is quite stick around with the game. I'm not. I'm sure it's bad. I just saw it. Sam, we're here. Okay. Mind game's already got. They don't get in the sun. Sorry? So after our 2 women's matches this morning, it's time to get the next competition underway at the Fly 2023.
Oh yeah, also, have we got mics like we did last year?
So let's welcome our teams to the field for the first men's game. First up, Team Hustle. Hustle's opponents for this game today, Team Forge.
I know. Ryan, we've got 10 minutes before face-off. Why did we have to run out? We wanted to warm it. I saw it. How are you feeling ahead of the first game?
Excited. It's a new chapter, brand new skies, absolutely roasting, getting sunburned, but extremely happy to be here.
Yeah, you look a little pink there. I hope you got the sun cream on.
Yeah, unfortunately, the sun does not do well for Irish people, so hopefully, like my red, will come out on top.
You coached the women to victory last year. You made the move across to the men. Do you think you can go back to back?
Of course, why we play this game. Great bunch of lads, great team, and let's see how we get on.
And what aspects of your team performance do you need to focus on in this first match?
Win your individual battles and just take care of the ball.
And do you have a specific game plan to combat the Hustle's attack?
Score more goals than they do.
That's fair enough. And any players from your team we should perhaps keep an eye on ahead of this match?
Well, we've got some real leaders in Tom Bracegirdle, probably here Toom. Will Brown's an exciting talent, and obviously Jack, our first overall pick. Just watch out for him.
Cheers. Thank you very much. I'll let you get back to the scene.
All right.
Cheers.
Thank you very much. James. I think I called you Ash earlier because I keep hearing Ash.
Hello and welcome to Game 3 today in the Fly 2023. It's the first men's game of the afternoon here at Roslyn Park. The sun is shining and it will continue to shine for one of these teams because one of them is going to come away victorious. And I'm so pleased to say that another legend of the lacrosse world has come to join me. Please introduce yourself to everyone watching at home. And after that illustrious beginning, you must be feeling pretty good about yourself.
Yeah, feeling pretty great, mate. It's a pleasure to be here. You're right, the sun's out. A little bit like Dockery in that interview just now. I'm suffering a little bit from the effects of it, but it's a really gorgeous day to be here. We're going to watch some unreal lacrosse. Where else would you rather be, eh?
This is very true. I wouldn't be anywhere else except next to you watching this fantastic game in the Fly 2023 tournament. And I think the other thing that we might need to talk about, speaking about the sun shining and it's shining on someone's day, it's going to play a big part in this game now in front of us, because this is already exhausting to watch and also play. But the sun's going to make that even harder, isn't it? And with this plastic pitch, it really holds in the heat and radiates it out gradually.
Yeah, I'm really feeling it. And look, it's not the longest format. We've got, what, 8 minutes out here, but having played a bit of sixes, like, you are going to feel that. I feel like we even saw in the women's games just now, some teams, you know, visibly flagging a little bit by the time you hit that fourth. So definitely fitness is going to play a big role. Staying fresh, staying just as crisp in the fourth as the first, going to be really big today.
Well, we can see the teams going through their final stages of their warm-up here in front of us before we start, and there's some particular names that we want to focus on going into this game. But from a Hustle perspective, Hugo Peel and Alex Russell, they're going to be huge in attack today for Hustle, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, right? When you play a format like this, it's very goals first, right? You want to be outscoring the other team, and it's guys like that are going to let you do it. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of offense they're running. You know, are we running and gunning? I heard some rumblings, teams of looking a bit more at settling, setting up some picks. It'll be really interesting to see whether that actually formulates or whether we just see a lot of breakaways today, right?
And we've already spoken about how interesting it will be to see just how Hustle actually play. How are they going to approach this game? How are they going to approach this tournament? What do you think they're going to do?
It's so hard to say, right? Because every team gets to keep hold of you know, a certain number of players. They get to keep a hold of their team icon, but you are really starting with a whole new group and a whole new dynamic every year. So that's why these early games sometimes are the most exciting, because just like we're trying to work out, they're also trying to figure out who they want to be.
Well, and looking across the pitch to the other side, we've talked about Hustle the entire time. I feel like we shouldn't leave Forge out, really, because they are a force to be reckoned with, as I've already said today. Both sides in the men's and women's tournament. Don't groan too much, there's plenty of more than to come. But Tom Bracegirdle, from a Forge perspective, he'll be huge, really, for them to lean on almost, that captain.
Yeah, Forge is packed with some unbelievable players. Like, I know we were talking about it over breakfast today. Probably my favorites, like, at this early stage. Tom Bracegirdle's an unbelievable player. Traditionally plays the face-off position in men's, like in the draw in this, and just absolutely dominant there, but it's unreal what he can do on both sides of the ball. Like, I have to play against him, and that's always a tough weekend for me, so I don't envy Hustle too much today.
Now, what is the most important thing in your eyes for a team playing sixes that will be a key to success today?
Oh, well, I mean, look, everyone at home who knows me is going to be laughing, because I always say this, but for me it really comes down to the goalkeeping. It's a very high shot format of the game. Shot density is really high, right? So you need a keeper who's going to stand confidently between those pipes, even when they're one-on-one with an offensive player. And that's why it's great to see two really great keepers on these teams, right? Harold Wobang's part of the England setup, as is Jack Allen now. Both just really unbelievable keepers. We both, we know they can both stop shots. I'm fascinated to see who can drive more offense for their team, right? This is a format where the goalie can really look at getting involved in that offensive play, spray the ball right down the other end, and really help his team score.
Well, I mean, we've already seen how crucial the keeper can be today at the Fly, and I don't think your friends will be laughing at you at all. I think they'll be saying you're a very clever young chap.
I hope they're very proud.
We saw in that last game, Sophie Allen, the keeper for the Rise team, she essentially kept her side in that game throughout and managed to get those long balls forward really quickly and get her team onto the attack, and that's exactly what you've just spoken about. So, they're not going to be laughing at you. They're just going to be reaffirming the fact that you are a lacrosse wizard.
You're right.
You do know your stuff.
The goalie gang.
But looking at that Forge side, they are slightly favoured going into this game, aren't they?
They are for me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the bookies would be saying. I think if you look at that team, there's just so much offensive firepower there. And like we said, this is a game. Lots of shots, really transition heavy, and the team ultimately that can convert more of those transition chances is probably the one that's going to win the game. So, we'll see that bear out as we go through. I think I like Forge for this one. Yeah.
But of course we can't write off Hustle. We can't write them off at all. And especially not with the amount of Trent talent they have at their disposal, who are national champions, courtesy of Bucks Big Wednesday when they went up there and, wiped the floor with the University of Nottingham.
Yeah, that was a really impressive result. Like, lots of these kids are going to know each other, which I think we shouldn't underestimate. Tournaments like this, where you're throwing teams together, those pre-existing relationships are so important. So lots of them getting to play together, use that chemistry, and also play for their Trent coach, Sam Patterson, as well. That's definitely going to bear out when we see, who can put together a more structured game.
And how important is it going to be within these teams here? There's some experience, but it's predominantly youth in both of these sides going into the fixture. So how do those more experienced heads, and indeed the coaches themselves, help tailor and manage that youth towards success?
I think it's so important, right? So we've talked about the length of the game, we've talked about the heat. This is a format that really lends itself to bad decision making, right? It becomes very easy when you've got, a 2 versus 1 scenario or a good transition to really just shoot that ball. But these are two phenomenal goalkeepers. You need captains and you need good coaching to help keep the young guys' head straight, keep them cool, and really put together that complete game end to end, right?
Well, we are a matter of seconds away from kickoff, from the face-off, from the draw.
From the draw.
I was getting there, but more dramatically each time. That's what I was going for, to build the tension, because the tension is high between these two sides. These are two sides full of stacked quality, facing off against each other in the first game of the men's version of the Fly tournament. And, well, it's going to be exciting, and it's going to be a really high-scoring game, which is crucial to say now as well. So for everyone watching at home, if you're just thinking now might be the moment to go make a cup of tea, or now is the moment to go and make a really nice sandwich like Scooby-Doo, no, this is not the moment to do so, because you'll miss out on some fantastic lacrosse action.
Yeah, I definitely want to hang on and see how this game shakes out. Like we've said again and again, so much talent. At the end of the day, GB's packed with good lacrosse talent. We've only got 4 teams here. That means the overall standard is very high, and the depth on all these teams is good. There isn't that much drop-off between the best players and the worst. So hopefully we're going to see a lot of guys ball out. We're going to see a lot of highlight reel plays today. It's going to be something really special.
Something special indeed. And in the middle now, for both of these sides, Nathan Wilkinson of Hustle and Tom Bracegirdle of Forge. Both of them will be standing off with each other at the draw, looking to claim the ball for their side and get them underway.
Yeah, and this is Toom's real specialty here. Sorry, Tom Bracegirdle on the face-off.
You have to clue me in on these nicknames. I had it with Harry in the last game. Can't just leave me out. Salon it will be for Sophie Allen from now on, and we'll get there with all the guys that we're about to watch now.
Yeah, Tom Bracegirdle, colloquially known as Toom. This is really where he specialises on the draw, right? So that's not as much of a factor in a format like this, where they come around less often, but it's still great to really start your team off from a good position, and there he does, wins it there.
Well, Bracegirdle won the ball, and Forge have one possession to start off this game. As soon as they cross into that half, the 30-second shot clock will begin, and that is what's going to force a really fast-paced, potentially high-scoring game here at Roslyn Park at the Fly 2023. And they're already flirting with danger here. Forge really pressing against the crease and delaying his shot, but getting it away at long last for Forge. Will Brown, he's opened up the scoring with less than a minute played, pretty much 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it's an incredible finish as well. Like, the really key thing there is that he fought to the middle. There's a couple of times he could have taken that shot, but he chose to get there, throw the fake.
Good response. Really good response from Alex Russell, the captain of that Hustle side.
There we go again.
This is exactly what we were talking about in the build-up. It's going to be a really fast, high-tempo, ends-to-end game with lots and lots of goals, which is what everyone at home is going to love to watch. And genuinely, if you have gone to make a cup of tea or sandwich, you're missing out.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. That last one was Jamie Powell there. He plays GB Sixes. So he's, again, another really experienced head in this game. And I think you saw that show just then, right? Stand, plant, rip a really great shot.
Oh, well, Forge bringing that attack to an end. So whilst we had 100% conversion of possession in the opposition half for goals, Forge bring that one to an end. And will they capitalise? They do. They get themselves the goal through Tom Roche. He is their team icon, and he is an icon leading the way from the front.
Team icon, also the only guy listed on the team sheet as defense. So I know he maybe had a bit of a chip on his shoulder coming into the day about that. Great to see that he's dispelled any rumors like that nice and early on.
But that is the beauty of Sixes, as we see another attack coming close for Hustle. But that is the beauty of Sixes, isn't it? The fact that people can seamlessly switch between attack and defence, and anyone can play anywhere.
Absolutely, as he's just proved, even though maybe coach had some different thoughts early on. So it is great. Lots of these guys typically would be playing, defense with an entirely different stick, entirely different position. Seeing those guys really get to show off their stick skills up the front end, it's it really adds a new dynamic to the game, I think.
Well, here come Forge once again, unrelentless. Oh, getting really close to making another damaging blow on the Hustle side, because currently Forge are leading 3-1 against Hustle here in Game 3 of the Fly 2023, but the first game in the men's version of the tournament.
And that's where you feel really great goalkeeping come into the mix, right? That's an unbelievable save from Hal. Stays on his pipe to bait the shot to the far side, then goes straight to it. It's plays like that that'll keep you in a game, even when you get these shots coming all the time.
Well, looking for someone was Bracegirdle, and unfortunately his pass was only able to find the touchline. And so Hustle are the ones that are back underway and moving forward with quite a pace. They do run with quite some serious intent with the ball at their stick, don't they? And that is a goal.
No, that's called no goal. That's called no goal. So it's going to come back this way. That's unbelievable work from Jack Allen, right? Even after that first contact, stayed with the ball, made sure he fell on it instead of letting it go over the line. That's where, he's been playing for years, and that kind of experience really comes in.
I was there with the Hustle team. I was cheering with them. I felt the excitement, and I got too excited. I'm so sorry.
I was excited. No, I liked it. Look, we can give a bit of credit the other way. That was Lewis Alhage, number 3, carrying up the ball. He actually has the biggest calves in English lacrosse, which is not an easy feat. A lot of guys are hitting that gym, but he's the one who's really making it count.
Well, Bracegirdle.
Okay, that's going to be a goal and a penalty. That's where you see guys like Bracegirdle are just so hard to play. He's just so big, he's so strong. We have the defender on him, but he still just fights the middle and manages to put that ball away. That's a cross-check for, I think, Dave Groves. Yeah, it's going to be Dave Groves on the on Hustle. I don't know. I didn't look like that big a hit to me, but Dave knows what he's doing. He's no stranger to the penalty box. I'm sure he's going to get out there and turn it back around the other way.
And look, the officials are better trained than you or I, and they're the ones in the right. They're the ones in the right position as well at the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm also no stranger to the penalty box, so I'm not necessarily the guy to listen to on that one.
Well, let's see what Forge can do now that Hustle are a man down, thanks to that most recent ejection. Well, they're playing it back and forth with each other.
Yeah,
Bracegirdle once again. Is he going to try that long-range effort? He instead pulls it across. It's back with Bracegirdle. This ball is just flying around the Forge team like it's nothing, and it ends up in a goal. Really, really good stuff from the Forge side there.
That's a hell of a shot. That's Sam
Mottetet that comes away with the goal to his name. So the score is now Hustle 3, Forge 6.
And look, that feels like a big gap in a game this fast-paced. It really isn't. We saw gaps like that early in the last game and in the first game too. And those, it's one penalty, it's a couple of good plays. Those gaps can start closing up really quickly.
Oh, and a really good shot going in there for Hustle actually as well. When you talk about goals being scored really quickly in this game, Daniel Flisk almost throwing that one into the net and bringing his side back into the equation a little bit more, because you need to capitalise. When your opponent scores, you need to make sure you instantly respond to keep the momentum going in the game.
Absolutely, and look, in a sense, in this format, you have that advantage, right? Because you can, your goalie gets to take the ball straight back out of the net. There's no draw after a goal. It really does put you sort of on the front foot immediately after you concede, and that's kind of what leads to the end-to-end nature of the game. But you've definitely got to be able to capitalise on this.
Another really strong shot coming in there from Hugo Peel. We already spoke in the build-up how threatening his attacking presence is, and he's backing that up at the moment with some really strong shots on goal. But just needs to be a little bit more accurate from the long range.
Yeah, I really can't speak highly enough about Jack Allen. I think he makes difficult saves look really, really easy. But certainly that's something Hustle are going to have to be aware of as they make those breakaways. This kid isn't easy to beat. Maybe you have got to throw that fake. Maybe you have got to fight the middle a little more if you're going to sneak one past him.
Well, here come Forge, filled with fire and almost filled with goals as well, because they were pressing really high, pressing really hard. That was Ming Trin who nearly got the goal.
Yeah, Ming Trin, who we've been staring at all day. He's got that nice big poster over there, and shots like that make you see why, right?
living up to the hype around his poster. You're not going to rub that in later at all.
Oh, mate, I have to. Has to be done.
Oh, the crossbar doing Forge a favour there, and they'll run away with it now. And we're called up, though, for a foul, and a card's been issued as well, so someone's going to the penalty chair. And I believe that Sam Mottershead is going to take a seat and take Forge down a man, so it means they've only got 4 in that outfield to defend against the 5-man onslaught from Hustle.
Yeah, and this is where you're going to see the ball settle down a little bit more. We talked about how much transitional play there is. This is where you're going to see teams really work the ball, really try to draw out this zonal defense they're playing now, make that space, and then really, really hammer a good high percentage shot home.
Well, here come Hustle now, throwing a lot of ball between each other, looking for a way through the middle, and just not finding it because Bracegirdle's the one that came away with it. A huge thwack. Huge hits going in on Bracegirdle. He's ridden those extremely well, and that just showcases the physicality in this game from the get-go. But a great reaction there, coming in from Forge, Louis Alhaj.
That's the man himself. He'll do that to you. Deceptively fast. Deceptively fast, that kid. He catches it, just gets one step on you, and then he finishes a really nice goal there. You see how he didn't necessarily throw that as hard as he could. It was more about the placement in the corner. That's how you beat really impressive goalies like Hal Dwerbang.
Sorry if you've picked that up. I just had to have a quick sneeze. Forge fighting back in this game and fighting really hard and fighting really well. And we saw the threat that Bracegirdle was facing and pressing really on the Hustle side. But he rode the physical challenges really well. And you've already mentioned how physical a player he is and how hard it is to muscle him off the ball. And he's helping his side kind of muscle their way further and further into a lead here. They're currently 6-2 ahead now.
It's unbelievable. Look at him. Like, what are you going to do? You know, even if he's the fastest guy I know, and then say you can keep up with him, what are you going to do? Push him?
Do you just try being reasonable with conversation? Is that the tactic?
Try to talk him down is probably your best bet.
Just listen here, Tom. I just want to go part just once. Just once. Well, here come Forge now. Good shot going in on goal, not troubling the keeper that much on that occasion. And Hal Dwerbang will go behind to collect the ball and get Hustle started again.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important to finish those man-up opportunities, right? I think we may have missed that Hustle penalty, but that was man-up. Balls come back down the other way, kind of negating any benefit they got from that penalty straight away. Maybe you want to use more of that clock. You know, if you've got 30 seconds or a minute, really take the time, really get that high percentage opportunity. Instead, effectively, they've given the ball back to Forge. They've let them take back sort of tempo of the game, right?
Well, it was a Hustle that have called the timeout here. Is that the correct call from the team? Because the momentum is with Forge in a way, and they kind of want to disrupt that pattern that seems to be coming together for them.
I don't think they can call a timeout unless they have possession. I feel like Forge may have called that.
I'm only going off what the referee's arm was.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure. Did they point this way?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's the way Forge are shooting, right? So.
Oh, but they said Hustle.
Oh, okay.
No, we're both confused.
I've lost you.
This isn't helping everyone at home.
It may. Yeah, sorry everybody. It may be that you can call a timeout here without possession. That'd be strange to me. But you know, either way, we've had a break. What it's going to be really now is a man-up opportunity for Forge. So they're going to try to do what Hustle couldn't quite get done down the other end now. See if they can go into the break, because we are only 40 seconds left, with another goal to their name.
And look at that, Hustler on the ball.
Hustler on the ball.
How dare you doubt me?
Yeah, I was completely wrong. Hands up. That's all me.
It's the heat getting to you. It's the exhaustion you're feeling here at the side with me. Now, Hustle are the ones with ball in hand, attacking forwards. Good shot on goal. Really, really good score there. Coming in from the captain of all people, Alex Russell.
Oh!
Are those sort of collisions normal? Because that was huge.
They are when I play. I haven't seen Hal do that too many times, but like we said, right, this is a format in which the goalie can have a lot more active impact on the game besides just stopping those shots, and Hal's made a great example of that there, right? He's not supposed to save a one-on-one shot, but if he can come out and play that player before they get the opportunity to start throwing fakes at him, that's a really powerful way to play the ball, and something that's really beneficial when you have size on your side, like Hal does, right?
Well, interestingly enough now, Hustle have two people on the penalty chairs, so they're two players down, and that means in the open field they're trying to defend with three against the five-man onslaught of Forge. This is really trying times for the purple side.
Yeah, absolutely. you really aren't expected to hold off a goal when you're playing 5-3. So these are the kind of opportunities you just shouldn't be giving the team whenever you have the opportunity. It'll be fascinating to see if they are able to hold strong here. Seems to be some confusion around the penalty timing from Hustle's side.
I'm hearing they might have a player back after 6 seconds or so. The whispers in the wind tell me that, because the wind is starting to pick up. And will that have a factor on play as we reach the end of the first quarter? But will the wind starting to pick up affect maybe the passing motion between all the players?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see it. I mean, we're a few knots short of a gale just now, but if that does continue to pick up, that definitely is going to be a factor. Especially Roslyn Park here. It's a lovely, lovely venue. Not much in terms of big buildings around, right? We are quite exposed to the elements, so it's lovely right now. If this wind does keep picking up, that may definitely be something they want to take into account.
This is true. Beautiful blue skies here at Roslyn Park for Game 3 of the Fly 2023, the first in the men's version of the tournament. And we're just taking a look now at some of the highlights, as you can see there on the screen. And it's been a really, really good end-to-end piece of lacrosse. But what do both sides need to do going into the second quarter now to, from a Forge perspective, maintain their lead, but from a Hustle perspective, fight back?
Yeah, that's a great question, right? I think that there's a couple of things. The first one that's going to jump out to you has got to be the penalties, right? So it sounds very simple, like it sounds like, you know, a universal truth, but it is important. Every time you throw a penalty, you're giving away the ball, and all the time you don't have the ball, you're not scoring, right? So this becomes doubly important when you're behind. It's really important that you aren't throwing unnecessary penalties, because time almost becomes more important than goals, right? Even if you need to concede, if they score, you get the ball back straight away, you can play offense. If you throw a penalty, you're effectively sacrificing your opportunity to play offense for a full minute. And these aren't long games, and you know, we don't have as much of a gap as we had before. But if you're trying to battle back from a deficit, you're definitely not going to do it by throwing penalties.
Well, stamp out the penalties. That's the first port of call.
That'd be my first one. I think it's hard to give too many offensive tips. I think both teams are shooting really well. Both teams are converting those chances they get really well. I'll be interested to see, like we talked about, the tiredness, the heat. As we go through this game, is it going to slow down? Are we going to see more settled offense versus just that transition? And if so, is that going to benefit one team or the other? I'd be really interested to know.
And do we potentially need to see Hugo Peel and Alex Russell brought onto the ball more in this game? Because we highlighted them as Hustle's danger threats up front, but really, apart from Russell and some fantastic shots, it's been quite quiet on that front. Hugo Peel, fair play to him, has also done really well in defence, so he's shifted between the two positions really, really well on the field. But do they just need to get the ball to them more?
I think that's a really great question.
Stop it, you honestly.
You're stumping me, that's the problem. I think it all really boils down to who you trust to finish those opportunities, right? When you're one-on-one with a goalkeeper, that's a high percentage shot as an offensive player. The question is, who's finishing 100% of those versus the 80 that your average player does, right? And that can be streaky. I think it's less about finding your key threats, more about finding who's hot today, who's feeling themselves, and who's ready to go and convert for you.
Well, here come Forge now. They've got to start it off in the second quarter here at Roslyn Park, and flying back on with a lot of intent onto the pitch was Daniel Flisk.
That was an absolute textbook goal just there for Rob Harris. The thing about this kid, right, he has no fear. He likes getting hit very, very much. So he's happy to stand in the middle, take that extra fake, and then just finish around the keeper in a way that some players aren't going to be ready to do, right? And that's where, especially in formats like this, they're so fast-paced, that extra little bit of fearlessness and just kind of almost desire for contact is really going to let you convert.
Oh, really good shot on goal there. Really good shot by Daniel Flisk, who flew off the bench after one of the penalty chair times had elapsed, but instantly responding for the Forge as well was Louis Alhaj.
Those are my boys. You love to see the Camden boys converting.
Hustle are back up to the full number in the outfield, and let's see what they can now do. They currently trail by 5 points. So let's see if they can start getting some goals together. They're starting to flirt with danger here around the edge of the crease, and a good shot on target. Pays off really well for Alex Russell.
That's a really great finish. Like, some guys just make it look easy, you know? The way he catches that ball and finishes it up, he looks like he's been doing it for years, and he has. And that's that kind of comfort in front of net is something that you can't train into people, right? That's years and years of reps, and it's really paying off for him. That's static.
Now here we go, Forge going forward with the ball now. Well, let's see what sort of attack they can muster up together. Oh! Brilliant goal there coming in from Tom Roach. You can hear the connection between the two sticks and what it means to his bench as well.
That's commanding. Again, look, you look at him standing next to Toomey-Set's another big, strong, physical player. You really have got to question, you know, how much offense has he played, and you know, how comfortable does he feel? It looks like he's played enough, and he's really comfy up there. So it's great to see.
Well, here we go, and trying to play some sort of special play. Jamie Powell, he's gone right behind the crease, behind the goal, running back in, trying to get someone underway and something interesting going. Forge, long-range effort, but straight into the basket on the end of Hal Dwobeng's stick.
There's a great example of what we just talked about, right? That was a more considered play. They took the time to really think about their offensive threat, really run a play that tried to put them in the best position to score. I think you're going to see more and more of that as we go through the game. Unfortunately, it didn't convert for them that time, but those are the kind of plays that are going to become essential when this is a 1-2 goal game. Knowing you have a go-to system that's going to convert for you to a goal becomes really important. And look, it's opening day. We're just playing for seeding. Those are the times we're finding out who you are, finding out what your team does well, and really finding the things that work.
Well, here come Forge. Good shot at goal. Once again blocked by Dwobeng. And this is a bit of unrelenting pressure from Forge, but Hustle have come away once again. They really need to hustle themselves to scoring a little bit more because they want to close that gap between themselves and Forge pretty quickly, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic because on the one hand, you want to shoot more, right? You want to score those goals quickly and close that gap. But on the other hand, every possession becomes more important to you when you're behind. So it's really important you're converting at a high percentage. So there's a kind of a tension to the way they play now. They have to decide, are we going to run and gun, or are we going to play more deliberately in the way that we just saw Forge do, and really try to pick away at that lead goal by goal.
And so we've got a timeout called here by Forge, just as they were back in possession with the ball. Note
yes.
That's very important.
I'm staying well away from calling the timeout this time.
You need to make sure you've got possession of the ball to call the timeout here at the Fly. But Forge they were really the ones with all the momentum in that first quarter. Coming into the second quarter now, they seem to have more of a grip on the game, but they haven't really pulled away from Hustle, because Hustle have also done really well to pull themselves back within 5 goals.
Yeah, look, we saw those 2 early goals, you know, both as a result of the penalty, so it was interesting to see them start, you know, in a really commanding sense. Now they're playing even, it actually looks like Hustle are fighting back really effectively.
Well, here's some replays quickly from what we've seen so far, and talk me through what you can make of both sides sizing each other up.
I mean, I can't make out a huge amount. The sun's awfully bright, but there's some interesting dynamics at play here, right? There's a lot of physical size on Forge, which seems to have been a challenge for the Hustle players to defend. And then coming back, that's often where they're resorting to the penalties, right? And then coming back the other way, you know, we've just seen some unreal individual efforts from guys like Alex Russell, who really can just take that ball, you know, take command of the game and really go and finish almost at will.
Well, here come Forge now. Brace Girdle getting them started, using some fancy feet. He's trying to spin out the challenges. He's trying to spin a shot away. Parried by Dwobeng.
Really impressive. And then the dynamic comes into play as well, right? Lots of these guys play on the same team. So Hal Dwobeng's been seeing, you know, Tom Brace Girdle shots weekly in season for the past 3 months. It really becomes sort of a mental game there, right? You know how he likes to shoot. He knows the kind of shots you don't want. So trying to beat a keeper you train with becomes a real challenge. And it looked like that time Hal got the better of him.
Could that be detrimental to Bracegirdle's performance across the whole of the Fly, maybe?
I think it's unlikely. You know, at the end of the day, he's just a really accomplished player, right? And a guy who makes things happen. But it adds an extra level of intensity, I think, when you play against guys on your own team usually. But then also an extra layer of tactics as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out across all the teams.
Well, Forge are the ones that are fired away with the ball on a really strong counter-attack here, surely to score, and they do. Really good work from the Forge side. Once again, Rob Harris capitalising on a counter-attack opportunity and making Hustle pay.
Yeah, you hate to see that. I think that's a little tactical slip-up from Howell getting stuck out the net there, and Rob's exactly the kind of guy who makes you pay for that.
But Dan Flisk with the instant response for the Hustle side. So the score is now Hustle 5, Forge 10.
It does feel like every time Forge are threatening to pull away, Hustle are right there with another goal. The question is, can they put a nice string together now? Can they get 3-4 in a row? That really makes this, tight game once again.
Well, good take there from Forge, and good shot going in on goal from Jamie Powell.
That's just an unbelievable save. That low at close range. There's not many guys in this country who make that save. It's great to see Hal do it there.
I'm sure you could do it.
Maybe on a really, really good day.
Well, here come Hustle now. What can they put together? They need to put together a goal, ideally. And they're going to get one through Russell. Fantastic score from the captain. Once again, he's been a really reliable presence up front for them.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you see that they did take a little bit more of that clock. You know, they decided this is a goal we really need to convert. Worked around a little bit more, got the ball hot, and then threw a fake and finished. Like, that is how you're going to beat keepers like this. It's great to see them do it. You also saw Hal there come out and play really aggressively. We saw that play style let him down a little bit ago, but the real benefits are on display there. Came out, took the clear from the opposition goalie, put it straight back into his team.
Well, here come Hustle once again, but muscled off the ball. But somehow they've kept their attack alive, and oh, that's a high stick challenge.
That's an unbelievable save. Really impressive save.
Really good save from Jack Allen, throwing himself at it. Let's have a look at that save once again, because I think this capitalizes on the fact that you highlighted the importance of keepers in the game as well.
Yeah, so true. Have we got it here? Yeah, unbelievable stop. Just unbelievable. Way to get your body behind it. And they're so important because those double plays can be so impactful. They had the penalty, right? The arm was up, the flag was down. So if you throw the penalty and then concede, that very quickly becomes a 2-goal play, right? So being able to step up, make that save, and negate that even though one of your defenders is throwing that penalty, so important for momentum's sake.
Well, here come Hustle now, playing quite deep. They're just trying to move that ball around closer and closer to the crease to get the shot away, but the post coming in for Forge to help repel the shot from turning into a goal. And now Forge just seem to have stopped with Bracegirdle there. They're just weighing up their options.
Well, he's trying to wear out the penalty, right? So it's in their interest to use a lot of this clock, wait till they're back to even and then attack then, because the last thing you want to do is give that ball away to Hustle when you're still a man down.
Well, there's less than 15 seconds left on the clock, but bear in mind there's a 30-second shot clock that he's got to factor in for as well, and maybe Bracegirdle will go for a shot of his own.
Yes, it's interesting that I would have expected them to take a shot off the end of that, even though eating some clock was probably a sensible choice.
Well, that's the sound of the klaxon, and that means that's the end of the second quarter. We're at half-time here in the first game of the Men's Fly Tournament 2023 here at Roslyn Park. And the score currently reads Hustle 6, Forge 10. And Forge, after being the talk of the town in that first quarter, have let Hustle really fight themselves back into this game and take a fight to them. And their defense needs to be a lot stronger, I think you could argue, in that second half.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think defensively it's a very hard format to play, right? The first thing you need to do is get back there. What we've actually seen is that happen quite consistently. You're not seeing too many one-on-ones with the keeper or guys get right out ahead of the whole defense. But we are seeing fantastic individual efforts from both offensive sets of players, really just taking command of the game, stepping up, saying, this is my ball and it's going in that net no matter what. And we have some players there that are in a position to do that. It'll be interesting to see whether defenses are going to step up or whether this is going to continue to be something of a shootout.
Well, we've got some lovely highlights rolling of that first half that we've been able to enjoy. There's a good goal from Hustle. Fantastic work, and it's Alex Russell. Russell for hustle.
You've been waiting for that one, haven't you?
I have. I don't know why I didn't use it earlier, to be honest. But you can just see the way that they kind of pulled together there at the end. And we're looking at the huddle now, but what do you think is being said in this hustle little group that they've got?
In hustle, I think, you know, it's really hard to think what they might be saying. I think Hal's probably got his head on threat assessment. I think there are a couple of times we've been maybe sliding early, maybe not successfully recognizing the play that's coming at us, and as a goalie, he'll be very aware of that. I think probably actually more interesting than what they're actually saying is who's saying it. So we talked a lot about, you know, those experienced players, good heads on their shoulders. You'll notice that right now, and actually in the team talk before the game as well, the coach is letting Hal take a very active role. You know, he's played Sixes at a very high level, and that's where drafting becomes a really interesting dynamic. You know, how many leaders are you going to take? Guys who can step up, calm down the younger boys, and really you know, really put together a game plan as well as being a great contributor on the field.
And here's that forward huddle now as well. You can see how closely packed they are together, just listening to what each other has to say about what they've experienced. But they'll also be listening to their experienced coaching team of Connor Dockery and Andy Downing. What sort of clues could they give their side about trying to eke out this lead, maybe take it a little bit further and then close out the game?
So I think a lot of what they'll be speaking about, look, these are all very, very accomplished players who know what they're doing. We're kind of beyond skills coaching at this level. It's more about game management and the tenor of the game. And sometimes it takes that voice on the sideline to say, you know what, boys, it's okay. We're 4 goals up. Let's get in control of the tempo now. Let's manage this game and let's eke out a win, right? We don't need to go and score 50 in next quarter. Let's just try to control the pace. And that's what kind of, you know, older coaches, more experienced coaches like those guys are going to be able to do. Something else that's interesting, I think, is they both come from a box background. So Connor Dock plays for Ireland, Andy Downing's coached in the England setup. So they'll definitely both be trying to bring an element of that box offense to this game. Maybe we could be setting some more picks. Maybe we could do some more settled box-style offense in the way we saw Hustle do a little bit earlier. That may really come into play as we enter the second half. Like we keep saying, we expect this game to slow down a little bit.
Well, I don't think this game's going to slow down one bit. It's been absolutely frantic since minute 1. And long may it continue into the final minutes in that last quarter, because it's been an absolute treat to watch, really, hasn't it?
Absolutely. Look, it's been an absolute treat. You know, there's a clear lead established here, but it doesn't, I think, for a second feel like to anyone here this game is a foregone conclusion. There's no danger of that in Sixes. The ball moves so fast, the game moves so fast, the boys move so fast. You know, this really still could be anyone's game.
Well, the teams are re-emerging now from their little huddles. The halftime talks are done. The orange peels are away. The air's back in the lungs. And we're ready to get going once again.
And probably worth noting, that really is such a brief break. You know, after slugging at each other for a good 20 minutes, that's a very brief break in this kind of heat with this kind of end-to-end action to get your breath back into you. So, you know, we will start to see guys like Toom, who make fitness a real priority, are going to be gunning perhaps at a level that not everyone's going to be able to keep up with come the fourth quarter.
Well, and kudos really to the fans that are on the far side of that pitch. They're still cheering on both sides, still just as eager to be watching lacrosse now as they were in the first game of the day. And a big thank you to everyone who's obviously tuning in at home, but you're not enjoying this sunshine. But if you do want to enjoy the sunshine in future weeks, get on the Fly website, go get yourself some tickets. But for now, Hustle are getting us back underway and back into action.
Yeah, pints in hand are slowly multiplying on the sideline, but these boys are still all business.
And we're underway now in the third quarter. Forge playing out from the back, looking to try and get up to near the crease nice and quickly. And Brace Girdle is in a bit of space here. They have found him. So what can he do now? What can he bring to this Forge attack? He can bring some fast feet, some nice footwork, spreading the play to the rest of his team. And Forge needs to try something there before the shot clock goes. And unfortunately, it just sails over the crossbar.
Yeah, it's a nice try. No one quite on the other end of that feed, but I like it. I think if you get that close to the end of the shot clock, it makes sense to try a play. You know, especially when you're in the lead. Any additional goal now could really threaten to put you out of reach, right? So you got to try something. Maybe if we could have cleared that ball a bit faster, we would have had more time to play that offense. Perhaps something the team's going to want to watch.
But here come Russell.
Did you say Russell instead of Hustle?
Here come Hustle, sorry.
I know he's your favourite, but...
It's because I'm just so used to saying Russell for Hustle. And,
well, no, I don't know who that player in fives is. That's Josh Polk. That's a really unbelievable shot. That's not the kind of shot you want to make, stuck on the outside, a great keeper. But he really made that count. Jack Allen had to make a real save on the other end of that. Guys who have that kind of power and that kind of shooting skill, they aren't everywhere. And having guys like that on your team gives you some real flexibility.
And so would you say then that actually what you want to do is you just want to trouble the keeper, even if you don't think you can get a clean shot away, just by spending time in front of his crease and making him watch you rather than anyone else, that's really going to cause some problems?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the number one way in this game you're going to be a keeper is by getting to the middle and throwing a fake if you can, right? That's the number one thing. But that's going to work on every keeper, and every player has the opportunity to do that. That's more about...
Oh, lovely shot, lovely goal scored by Ming Trin.
Great example of what we just said too, right? You go to the middle, doesn't matter how talented Hal is. He's small, the goal's big, the ball is small. It's very hard to make a save from that kind of range. Guys like Josh Polk, who can threaten any goalie from the range he was at, 12 yards out a minute ago, those are the guys who are much harder to come by.
And for those watching for the first time at home, they'll probably notice now already that the keeper's nets are much bigger than those in the outfield on the end of the sticks, but it's still not big enough in their opinion, is it?
No, it's hard. Look, it's a 6 foot by 6 foot net, and it's a small ball, and it comes at you at, close to 100 miles an hour. It is very, very challenging from close range to make that save.
Well, the referee's just calling a bit of order to service.
I don't think that's a penalty. I think it was just sort of a bit of a kerfuffle around the crease. I think entry by Forge into Hustle's crease there. So
I love that word, kerfuffle.
Kerfuffle,
so
yeah.
It's a polite way of saying they were having a fight.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't quite handbags, but there was a little bit of confusion.
A little bit of argy-bargy.
Yeah, just a tiny bit maybe. Nice to see Hal pat him on the back as he stood up though. So clearly no hard feelings there. Lots of these boys play, with and against each other a lot of the time. So there's lots of great relationships on the field, both in the same teams and on opposition teams.
Well, big hit coming in there.
Hal won that one back, especially after it bonked him on the head on the way down.
I was going to say, Will Brown, he was charging forwards, got hit from behind, but that didn't faze him, and instead he faced up to the net and got the goal for Forge.
It's hard. We saw sort of Moses parting the Red Sea effect there from the Hustle defense. It's nice though. Forge decided to give him one back. Again, unbelievable long-range shot. Looked like Jack Allen wasn't quite set for it. That's a shot he can save a lot of the time. A couple of weird goals right there.
Drew Wilkinson was the one thrashing that in quite low and close to the ground to really trouble the keeper. And he switched the defence really quickly and troubling Forge and forcing Forge into an error. And Hustle are going to come away with it now, playing out for the back to Obeng, but unfortunately Forge have intercepted, and what can they do with a bit of open goal? They can score. That's what they're going to do with a bit of open goal. Louis Alhage once again.
And you saw, how lacking a bit of comfort there, kind of stuck outside of his net. I think he maybe wanted a penalty on Toon there, who swung, a nice hard check at him as he was trying to clear the ball, but it really just kind of left that great opportunity for, I think it was Louis Alhage to come and finish one, sort of around him as he's stuck out of position.
Well, doing particularly well in defence there in the bright blue helmet, Edward Roberts of the Forge team. And he's the one that ultimately comes away with the ball for Forge as well. And it's great to see that literally 5 seconds ago he was up in attack, he was pressing really high. Then 5 seconds later, he was whacking people with his sticks to try and desperately get the ball back.
Yeah, Ed Roberts is a really great player. Maybe a bit too much whacking as they've just set him down on the penalty seat. But you're right, he's been New Zealand national team for many years. That's a guy who knows about playing in the heat, for one, and really knows about making impact all over the field that he does, both for New Zealand and here at home. So, great to see guys like that kind of in the mix as well.
Well, Bracegirdle was making himself nice and big, but Alex Russell's the one to capitalise on that for Hustle.
Yeah, really great man-up play there. Get him in from the backside. What they've done there is really sucked up the defense and stuck him in underneath. Really great way to run a man-up play, and one that really paid off for him there. Who is this guy in fours? He's the one who scored that goal.
Will Brown is tracking across at the moment with ball in hand for Forge, and he's using some footwork, using a good turn of pace now to try and break away from the Hustle defence, but they're not giving up against him, and instead he gives up possession to the Hustle side, and they're in a very dangerous position now on this counter-attack, but a great save, really brilliant save from Jack Allen.
That's just unbelievable, man. That kid's next level. Like, he's, you know, he's a really special talent, the kind that you don't see come up that often. He's actually headed off to go play D1 in the States, I believe the Hill and then Ohio State. I know everyone's really excited to kind of watch how that pans out for him, but if he's making saves like that in the US, people are going to be just as impressed as they are here.
Well, it's battles of the keeper, as you said, rightly so, before this game started, because both of them have been on fire today for their respective sides, and Allen once again showing his quality. He's going to need to show it once again because Hustle are getting right up towards his goal.
Yeah, that's a really good D there, kind of getting them tangled up. You know, you've really got to defend that middle. There's a range from which, you know, guys like Jack Allen, guys like Haldwebing are supposed to make a save. If you let them get on top of him, like happened there, there's really not a lot those goalkeepers can do.
So that was Tom Roach scoring there for Forge. He did really, really well. He did like 6 or 7 fakes, and then all of a sudden went straight through the legs of the keeper.
He did, and Sam Patterson's hat is down. He's not happy with that play. I don't know if that was a time scenario. I think he maybe wanted one more opportunity on offense there. But definitely, you know, interesting to see the time, I think, really come to Forge's protection there.
Well, we've got just over a minute left in this third quarter. It's currently Hustle 8, Forge 13.
Kind of really holding that 5-goal buffer, you know, a couple of runs of 2 and 3 here and there.
It's like you rightly said, though, they're not panicking.
No, not panicking. Everyone knows 5 goals in this format of the game is not huge. It does become a problem as we eke into the fourth quarter, right? That's where Forge can really start burning some clock and really make you pay. And that's just an unbelievable finish.
Well, Hustle are the ones that have made Forge pay because George Drury scored for them, so it's currently Hustle 9, Forge 13.
Really impressive stuff, and that's one of the things I love about Sixes, right? More space on the field, less defensive pressure because you don't have the long sticks, lets guys who have real comfort offensively really kind of show off with things like that behind the back shot there from George Drury. Looked clean, was clean, straight in the net. Great to see.
Well, and here is the New Zealander on the ball, and he was looking for a goal of his own, but Dwebek getting in the way. And that looked like a really easy save, but again, as you rightly said, they're actually really difficult.
It did, not that easy. I also think good defense from Dave Groves there really limited Ed's shooting options and really gave Hal a good chance of that one. Watch what Jack Allen's done there, right? That's what we're talking about. Unfortunately, Ed misses the ground ball, but the way he puts that over the defense lets Ed run onto it. If Ed had picked that up successfully, he would have had no defenders on the other side of him. That's the kind of transition play and pushing offense that goalies can really do in this format that they can't necessarily do as much in field or in box.
Well, that's the end of the third quarter, and the score is Hustle 9, Forge 13 in the first game in the Men's Fly Tournament 2023 here at Roslyn Park. And, well, we were going into the second half thinking that the wind was firmly in the sails of Forge, but Hustle are fighting back really strongly at the moment, and it's only a 4-goal gap between the two sides, and with 8 minutes to play, you can quite comfortably say that we might be on for an upset here, despite Forge leading most of this game.
Absolutely. Look, I think it's still anybody's game. I had Forge at the beginning, mainly due to that offensive firepower. You know, you got guys like Alhage, guys like Rob score all day, and then when you add to that, people like Toom, who play so strongly both ways. A surprise to everyone. Tom Roach, the only defender on the team sheet, coming up and contributing, what, maybe 3 goals today, maybe 4?
That's just how frustrated he is that he was put down as a defender, because he wants to come in and just prove that he can attack and score.
Yeah, he was having a good old moan about it a minute ago, and it's good to see him really standing up and kind of proving the team wrong, and it's great to see contribution from all over the field in that way. Right?
Well, here's some highlights of what we've been able to witness so far, and you can see the quality oozing out of either sides from each of these clips. And we're really being treated to some fantastic lacrosse action.
Yeah, if you love goals, Sixes is the format for you. You know, there's going to be really great transition. There's going to be really great shooters, and a lot of the time, defense is less of a focus. So it's almost like watching the Harlem Globetrotters play sometimes, right? You let the offensive players, play in a format that benefits them without the long sticks, and some of them are really going to show off. And we've seen some unreal goals today. I reckon we've got a couple more coming in this next 8 minutes.
Except I'll clarify now, unlike the Globetrotters, none of this is fixed and scripted.
None of this
Anyone
is fixed?
can win. Anyone can do anything.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that's a great point. No trampolines either, which is a big difference.
Would you want that introduced?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, I think it could definitely be an interesting element. Maybe that's not the Olympic format, but there's some legs on it.
Well, here comes Bracegirdle in the middle for the draw. And again, winning the ball for his forward side, so getting them started off on the front foot once again. Nathan Wilkinson not able to get that one back for Hustle, and so Forge have the first big attack and almost have the first big goal within the first 30 seconds of the final quarter.
That was an unbelievable turn of speed there. Was that Ming Trin? Yeah, it was. No one else runs that fast. Unbelievable turn of speed, and that's so important in this game. You know, there's only 5 players on each side, so much space.
Really good goal coming in there from the number 55, Josh Polk. Yeah. Great effort.
That was a great goal. Just kind of left by himself on the backside. And, you know, a talented player like that, he's going to finish and give him that opportunity.
Well, you mentioned earlier that the wind might not be a deciding factor in this game until we hit gale force. It's really picking up now.
It is a little blowy. I still don't know whether it's going to be a game changer, but we are definitely getting closer and closer to that territory for sure.
Another good score, another really good score coming in there from number 23, Elliot Bickerton. So Hustle really coming out of the blocks firing in this final quarter there. They're a group of men on a mission, really.
Absolutely. You know, you can see it in the way that they're playing, right? They've drawn it now to within 3. That's where the game gets really close. And you can see the tension in their bodies. You can see how badly they all want it.
But that's Will Brown shutting down the response that's been given to them from Hustle. And he takes Forge back into a big 4-point lead here. It's currently Hustle 11, Forge 15. But we've still got a good 6 and a bit minutes left to play. So, all to play for.
Yeah, absolutely all to play for. I think this format, those leads come harder to overtake in the 4th because every time you score, the other team gets the ball back, right? Most formats, you know, there will be one of those draws after every single goal. Here, you don't have that ability to score and then take the ball straight back. So your defense is really as important an element of a comeback as your offense is going to be because they need to successfully turn away the team every single time you score.
Well, breaking away now are Forge. They're going to need to move the ball around quickly if they want to get through the Hustle defense that really glued together well in this second half of the game.
That's an unbelievable save. You know, you see Rob Harris there, he fights to the middle. All the time in the world, he has his hand free. That's not a save many keepers make ever, and that's a save the House looks pretty comfortable with on the doorstep there.
The keeper doing really well for Hustle there. Duobang has lived up to all expectations going into this fixture ahead of highlighting both keepers ahead of the game. And Hustle are trying everything now. They're throwing the kitchen sink at it, and they've thrown it into the net as well. Hugo Peel, the attacking monster. He's got another one to his name.
That was a really great finish. And look, he was left by himself there. That's the kind of play that you can't afford to make if you're Forge if you want to hold on to that lead. At this level, with the level of players we have within this like mini league, you really can't be making slip-ups like leaving guys undefended, or they will make you pay for it every single time.
Well, and Forge are now desperately looking for an opening of their own, but they do not need it. They do not need it because the quality of Ming Trin came through once again, and he fired away a rocket of a shot.
That was an unbelievable shot. I don't know if that came across the stream, but that ball was moving so fast.
That one was impossible to defend, and it's no surprise that Forge are taking a more gingerly approach to their most recent attack because, well, they've got a big lead. They've got the 4-point lead. They're closing down minutes, and they're closing down time, really, on Hustle making a comeback. As we see Brace Girdle shot just go wide of the posts.
Yeah, a little bit of an undercooked offense there, I think. You know, not a bad attempt by Toom, but forcing it to the middle with that long left on the shot clock. I think this is where you really want to start playing a bit more strategically. You know, there's 4 minutes left in the game. They get, and that's a great goal.
That's a really, really good goal and a really good response coming in from Hustle's Drew Wilkinson.
Really impressive goal. This is where we might now see, like I was saying, Forge kind of start to slow it down a little bit, right? They get 30 seconds every time they get the ball. There's a big gap. If they can burn 30 seconds and then score, that's a very successful offense. So I think you're going to see a bit more of this slower pace from them now.
Dangerous tactic though, mine, because, well, with each failed attack like this most recent one, sadly for Forge, it's another opportunity for Hustle to score, and we've still got just under 3.5 minutes left.
That's absolutely true. Maybe an example there of Hustle rushing it back a little bit because they're so desperate for those goals. That's when you're going to start seeing turnovers, and that turnover there for Forge was huge.
Well, Hustle have broken away with it just as quickly as Forge seem to have turned it over. And the onslaught onto goal continues, and they do get the score as well. Hugo Peel Take a bow.
Yeah, really unbelievable goal. And you're seeing his kind of pace really show off here as well. He's able to kind of weave through that defense as they try to come to him, get it through, and then bury that rock. You'll now see a timeout call for Forge. I would strongly suspect this is going to be reflective of the discussion we've been having around taking a bit more time on the ball, using the clock a bit more sensibly. Right now, they are giving Hustle the opportunities they need to get back into the game. And with only 3 minutes left on the clock, really game management is what's going to differentiate the men from the boys right now.
The game is firmly in their, was firmly in their hands a few minutes back. But now, with 2 goals in it, I wouldn't be so confident. Maybe they do need to switch up from being slow to actually, look, guys, we need to go back to scoring some goals.
Maybe. It's an interesting question, right, is how big a lead is 2 goals. In this format, not very big, right? So what they're definitely going to be focusing on is, A, how do we convert a goal right now out of this timeout? And then B, how are we going to turn that ball around and get back on offense? Because if you think about it, 30 seconds each way, each team gets 3 more possessions now, right? And all they need to do is score on 2 or 3 of those, and it becomes very difficult. So I think the focus is going to be all around how do we score once, play 1 successful shift of defense, and then kind of move on from there. We may even see, I think here, as they shoot, we may see someone come back to defense early, just to not give Hustle that easy goal to make that 1 goal gap should they miss. So be interesting to see if the scheme changes at all, or if they're staying quite consistent.
We might have a little delay because we can just see there, it's off the screen picture for those at home, but Jack Allen's goal is trying to be fixed into the ground a little bit more securely.
Yeah, that is strange. I'm not rung a couple too many pipes there by the looks of things. No.
The officials realise that we've got people fixing a goal on the pitch at last.
Yeah, Stash loves rules so much, he's just always ready to get that game going again. They managed to stop him. It looks like, funny that Jack Allen doesn't seem to be helping get his goal fixed very much, which interesting. But that's going to be done very soon, I think, and then we'll get back underway. I don't know exactly what happened, whether it's a rip in the corner of the goal. I don't believe they're fixed into the ground.
Well, the work seems to have been completed, so the game can resume, and it's Forge that will resume proceedings.
And that's great work by the grounds crew, right? You can't buy service like that. Started to done, 45 seconds flat, that's impressive. Interesting play here, that's with Lewis Alhage. He's burning some clock, as we talked about, right? The longer possession. It'll be interesting to see what the planned offensive play now is. Is he going to be feeding, or is he taking it to the rack himself?
Well, he's going all the way around the back of the goal. He's going the long way around. And the shot clock infringement coming in there.
Yeah, they certainly would have hoped to get a shot off on that possession.
Well, really good physical run coming in there for Hustle, and the goal to go with it as well from Hugo Peel. The star man of this game, I think, in the second half, is fair to say.
Yeah, he was performing well in the first half, but he's really been a difference maker now. Really woken up, really playing solid defense still, but also going to be a huge presence on the offensive side of the ball. He must have 4 or 5 goals this half alone.
Easily. But Forge are one of the ones that are going to carry it forward now and try and get a goal of their own. But it goes wide. Yeah, I mean, this is not going well because they've only got a 1-point lead now, and at one stage it was 5.
Yeah, that's a goal you really kind of needed. One of those last 2, just to re-establish that buffer. You have a problem if Hustle score now, because you're really put back in that close mindset where you need another goal, and that's when players start making mistakes.
They have indeed got the goal.
That's Hugo Peel again.
Peel once again. He's peeled away from the defence. He's got the shot away.
Yeah, that's really impressive. That's a young man who's put the team on his back and said, under no circumstances am I willing to lose this game.
Unfortunately, Forge's play and tactics have played against them.
Yeah, that's a great save as well from Globeng there. Kind of puts, Hustle actually in the driver's seat of this game now. In possession, minute left. And with scores all tied up. So,
well, could Hustle take one of the shock wins of the tournament on day 1? We're inside the final minute of play. You could say whoever scores now takes the victory, and that's a big save coming in from Jack Allen. This is a huge counter-attacking opportunity now for Forge.
Yeah, you can't be shooting at Jack Allen from a low angle or he's going to make you pay, just like he did there.
Well, Forge again slowing it down. They had momentum from the counter-attacking opportunity, but they've just stopped it. They've halted in their tracks. They're playing for a draw.
It looks like they're playing for the last shot of the game here, right? So if they can shoot right at the end of their shot clock, they'll leave about 6 seconds left. And that's probably not the shot you want.
No, that's a big save. 20 seconds left on the clock now. Hustle are really going to have to pull something magical out the hat here.
Yeah, that's a really sensible timeout. The ref seemed a little bit hesitant to give it to him, but Patterson shouting got through eventually. Kept his hat on this time, which is impressive. They're going to draw up a play, right? You talked earlier about the danger man, who you want to get the ball to, like if that helps. This is where they're really going to think around, right? Who's our guy? Who's hot?
Let's take a look at this save. Really good work there from Jack Allen. Fantastic stuff from the Forge keeper. And, well, Joy, the conversation right now from the Forge team's perspective is how on earth have we let this win slip? But in that hustle huddle, I reckon there's a special play that they're about to use.
I reckon it probably sounds something like pass to Hugo Peel, doesn't it?
Sorry?
It probably sounds something like pass to Hugo Peel, doesn't it? Based on the last 10, 15 minutes of lacrosse that we've seen.
Well, I mean, you can't blame them. It's worked. It's worked so far.
I'm going to be fascinated to see what this play is. I think it will revolve around taking one of those key players they know who can really get it done in a high-pressure moment and getting them the ball. That's most commonly what you do in this scenario. If you can convert this, burn 10 seconds of clock, and then score, you've pulled off probably one of the great comebacks to the Fly in all 3 years.
16 seconds left. 16 seconds left between one of these teams and a potential victory. Can Hustle do something really special here with the last play of the game?
Do you think they can? I kind of feel like they can. I think the momentum's very strong with them.
I've got goosebumps thinking about it. This is tantalizing stuff right now here at Roslyn Park. And long may it continue for the rest of the Fly tournament. Right, we have started once again, and taking a gingerly approach is Alex Russell. He's winding down the clock. What's going to happen? Make a shot, make a move, make a play, come on. Here comes Russell, still looking for that opening. The clock's about to expire. Can they score?
That's an absolutely electric end to a game of lacrosse.
What a goal! I was so worried for a second.
That's an absolutely electric end to a game of lacrosse. Is that replay going to come here?
The Hustle team have beaten Forge 17-16 after trailing for the majority of that match. They've come away on the klaxon with the winning goal.
And something Hustle have done over the past sort of 20 minutes of lacrosse, really kind of taking advantage of any small slip up. Right there, they lost someone in the wash there, and just not something you can afford to do against a team that's offensively this strong. Do we know who scored that final
goal? It was
goal?
Dave Groves. Dave Groves came in with the crucial winner for Hustle. So they are really starting their Fly 2023 tournament off on the right foot. And you can see there the exhausted face of Tom Bracegirdle. He'll be particularly annoyed at letting go that lead.
I think so. I think a lot of them will be. I think, guys like Groves, they're built clutch. He's played box for England many times. He's played a lot of field. He knows what it's like to play and win in these close games. And those are the kind of guys you need if you're going to pull off a comeback like that.
Great play from both teams there. We've been treated to a peach of a lacrosse game. And as we've said already, Hustle came away victorious against Forge, 17-16 in the final play of the game. But I need the player of the match.
That was an unbelievable game. There's a lot of guys really excelled there. Both goalies were unbelievable. That's an unbelievable final play. We've got to go Hugo Peel, right? For me, it felt like he was the real architect of that comeback. He was the guy who was taking the ball, really driving that forward, even when they were 5-6 goals down. And for me, he's going to be player again.
Well, the Hustle number 7 has got the player of the match accolade to add to his name. And it's courtesy of yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Are we going to make him a medal?
You're going to need to get him. He's going to need to get you a drink probably for that.
Yeah,
or a present, just a nice gift.
Sounds about right. It is awfully hot.
A new lacrosse stick ready for the new season.
Oh wow! I don't know about that. That would be something pretty special.
Well, what do Forge need to do to bounce back from this for the rest of the tournament? Because this is not the way they would have wanted to have started, especially coming in as favourites.
Yeah, I think there's going to be conversations about game management, right? So obviously those players are incredibly talented. They put together a really excellent lacrosse game. But those kind of leads and holding on to those kind of leads, it's a very different beast from winning just a normal game. They have the offensive firepower to get out in front again. I think the conversation will all be, what can we do defensively and in terms of clock management that's going to make sure in future, if we get 3-4 goals up, that's ending in a game 1.
I will say now as well that Forge put up a really, really good fight throughout the entirety of that game, but I feel like you have touched upon it, just head slipping at the end. Maybe could we call it arrogance at this stage?
I think that would be a pretty harsh take. I think it's really difficult in this sort of format where all the players are very new to each other and new to playing together to put together a tight defensive set. In lots of ways, playing offense with guys you don't know is much easier. So I think it's more a question of team strategy on defense, team communication, and really getting that right. And understanding how, with that slipping, it becomes very, very easy for big leagues to slip away.
Well, we're going to lacrosse over to Chris Knight, who's currently got winning goal scorer Dave Groves and Hugo Peel with him.
It's just awesome. We played really well in deep for the last 3 minutes. Stopped them from scoring. Hal made some massive saves. Hugo scored the second to last one. And then, called timeout with 30 seconds left.
What was going through your mind when you got that ball with 4 or 5 seconds to go?
Shoot the ball as quickly as possible, don't miss.
Well, brilliant result to start off the match. You were down throughout. You were down actually 10-6 at half time. What was the chat during half and also in the quarter breaks?
Probably like riding. As soon as we scored, we got a ride straight away because these guys were up by 4 for most of the second quarter. So.
Fantastic. And you have one more game to go this afternoon against double champions Rise. How are you going to combat their threats?
I think we just got to play like we were in the fourth quarter because we were kind of getting used to it in the first, second and third. So I think we play like that in the fourth quarter, we'll do well.
Do you think you can go on to win this competition this year?
Definitely. If we just play the game we can play, we can win.
100%. Cheers, gents. Thank you very much. Enjoy the team. Cheers.
Thank you.
like bang, go. And then it's your job as lead, then you pick the ball up, you go to the centre, everybody else would rotate, you've got to do the rest of the job.
How many months does it
Oh, sorry.
We should breathe. If you still think that the mechanics of this level, brand new ball, few people get out to stretch catch something, they're not really, most of the balls are going to be under. When you play box, I might go back to your feet when it's the ball sit. So I just get to go play all my the kids. The best one's the ball. Not expecting the ball. If I see you, well, my thing is, like, I'm not looking at you expect the ball. But I'll see you coming, put the ball to you, and then there's a time people get something in the helmet. Yeah.
was off on the first game.
for the next men's game. So we have got Rise versus Swift. Now, Swift are the only men's team to have yet to make it to the final of the Fly. But tell me, how have you found the game so far, and especially the last men's game that we've just watched?
The last men's game was really exciting. Looking at that with 2 seconds on the timer and sending the ball right into the middle and looking for a goal was absolutely incredible end to the game. And I think we can expect to see something similarly exciting with these two matching up.
100%. And just like you've said there, I mean, this is something that we're seeing in the Fly, so in this Sixes format. Stuff is happening so quickly, super fast. That last game that we've just seen, especially Jack Allen, I just want to talk about him just in goal. Phenomenal. I mean, it was amazing to see.
Yeah, he's an absolutely amazing player, a young player coming through the ranks. He was in the World Cup training squad for England coming up to the San Diego World Cup, which is happening in the summer, but didn't make the team. But I'm sure he's a rising star of the future. I think something that we're seeing is that the game is so quick, and having a great goalie in there and stopping some of those hard shots is key to winning and getting your team to go on a goal-scoring run and come out on top.
Oh, I know. And hey, it came down to the final couple of seconds in that game. This format, Sixes, it's so exciting to watch. Who have you got for the next game? Who are you going for?
Oh, I think that's a tough one, but I would say my money's on Swift. They have got some really good players who come through the box ranks. I believe he's the team icon. He's Albie Whitehead. I think he's number 48. Good one to look out for. He is an absolute brick wall in the defence, and he'll be leading this team from the defence right into the attack, trying to push the speed. And so I just think we can see them pushing it hard to goal.
Oh, amazing. And so tell me, have you got a player that you want to look out on the opposing team as well? Even though I know you're going for Swift, is there somebody else you're looking out for?
I think they have quite a lot of young players on that Rise team, so I think it'll be interesting to see who rises to the challenge and who kind of has a bit of nerves on this first day. So I don't think there's one player I can pick out, but I say watching that team, they are certainly full of rising stars.
Oh, I love that. Love a pun as well. This is great. Always lovely. But yeah, like you've said, this men's game coming up, it should be exciting, just like we've seen throughout the whole day as well. But yeah, so let's see what happens, and we'll throw it back over to you guys.
I'm back up here in commentary. I'm pleased to say I've not scared Charlie away. Charlie Aubrey, you are back with me for another game of lacrosse, for another game here at the Fly 2023. You're particularly excited about this one because it's reigning champions going for their 3rd consecutive Fly tournament. So they obviously need to start off strong on the right foot.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's always exciting. All these teams are so strong, but it's great to see the reigning champions back. I was also just having a chat with the assistant coach, I think, Elliot Pugh over there, telling me they're trying out something different this year. I think they're trying to mix a bit of box flavor kind of into this game. So we saw some box influences last game. It's going to be, super interesting to see how that clear direction in terms of coaching is going to stack up against some just raw talent, the likes of Corey Carver, the likes of Sam Burgess over there, guys who can just take it and score. There might be a bit of a scheme versus individuals narrative playing out today.
What is box as a flavour? Is it like hot chili or something? Is that the sort of
flavour?
Is that the sort of fire and passion that can be brought to the beautiful game of lacrosse Sixes?
I'd call it's like I don't know. What's my favourite? I'm a hot guy for Nando's, so I'm going to call it that one. We'll go Nando's hot. I think what he means by that is they're excited to incorporate a lot of picking and rolling into the game, right? 2-man game, getting guys free. Again, we saw lots of influences in Forge's play style with a real focus on it here. Does it mean they'll be slowing the game down a bit? Will they be settling the ball more often? Maybe. Certainly we're going to see a lot of physicality and a lot of picking out of this team.
I can't believe I'm even going to say it, but I'm a plane at Nando's, so I'm not really with you on the hot
You're
front.
not a plane. That's outrageous.
But I tell you what's not outrageous is the fact that we're going to have a brilliant game of lacrosse in front of us here now at Roslyn Park. But we could see a pretty outrageous start to the game with this draw now, because we've got 2 really strong members of either side, and as we've said already, both very evenly matched, but Rise going for a 3rd consecutive Fly Championship win. And we are underway. And already the first whistle blown, and it's in favour of Swift as well. So the Swift men doing really well to kind of win that start and come away with the ball.
Oh, we might hit a bird there. That's, settling a bit of those nerves. That's a nice high shot right out of the gate. It'll be interesting to see,
That one's gone to the leisure centre next door, and for now, Rise are the ones that will come straight back at us. Trying all sorts of tactics, and it's paid off. First goal of the game for Cameron Major.
That's a great finish too, like really great bit of offense there. Catching a streaking teammate. It's that kind of speed, sort of crashing into the crease that really defines Sixes for me. And that's something our spectators over there on the sideline absolutely loved as well.
Well, Swift are not in a rush clearly here, but they are going to try some silky skills and some fast feet movement, but again, it's not paid off. Instead, he's hit the referee, and Dan Jones won't be happy with the fact that he was closed down by the Rise defence with no gaps.
Yeah, got himself into a bit of trouble there. Caught in kind of a double and a triple team. Pretty intelligent, I think, from Rise to send that extra defender to him when he didn't really have the option to get out. But they have unfortunately thrown a penalty there, so it's going to be a man-up opportunity for Swift. Is this going to be their opportunity to get on the board as well?
Well, let's see what Swift can do now, and they are going to come forwards. And they're going to come forward with a bit of intent because they want a goal themselves. Rise have already broken their deadlock, but can Swift do the same? But passes like that really aren't going to help the cause. They're looking to move it around quite a bit, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a lack of comfort. Maybe there's a bit of growing into the game on Swift's end that needs to happen. A few wayward passes, maybe they're not snapping that around as tightly as they might be. It'd be interesting to see whether, they can ease into that. Obviously, they've had a training slot this morning. They've played together a little bit. Maybe just growing into the game, letting those nerves settle is going to be really big for them.
Well, the score still remains Rise 1, Swift 0. Only 2 minutes really played in this game. But already the reigning champions living up to their prowess a little bit and living up to the crown title. But that pass isn't certainly going to help the effort of retaining it, and that's going to bobble out for Swift to restart.
Yeah, another wayward pass there. Just a little bit of rough around the edges lacrosse we're seeing so far. Kind of a real difference from the sharpness we saw right out the gate with these other two teams. I wonder whether that's not going to be a goal.
It's not a goal. There's a foul conceded there by Swift, so unfortunately for Swift fans, Rise are going to come away with it.
Yeah, interesting to see whether maybe the increased focus on team lacrosse from these two teams is leading to some of that disconnection. As they grow into it, and maybe they're running completely different styles of offense from the two teams we just saw play. Certainly we know that's what they're planning over on the Rise side with that box influence. Maybe it's a big focus for Swift as well.
Good shot on goal there once again by Dan Jones. He's feeling optimistic, he's feeling confident in the early stages, which is great for Swift fans. Not so great for Rise. We're going to have to fight really hard against him now. And unfortunately, they haven't fought hard enough because Swift have got themselves a goal. They've broken their deadlock. It's 1-1 now here at Roslyn Park.
Yeah, that's Corey Carver. Short in stature, huge in skill. He's a real powerful player, MVP of the Fly last year, and a guy who's really going to make a difference. Rise have come right back and got 1-2 there, though.
Wow. Just showing how end-to-end this game is and how end-to-end this brilliant game of lacrosse sixes is, and what a treat we're going to have over the coming weeks at the Fly 2023. Rise doing really well to stop Swift from moving any further forwards with that ball. Can they capitalise on the counter? They can't, unfortunately. Unfortunately for Paul Wainwright, he can't find the back of the net, but his teammate have found the loose ball, and Rise can still capitalise.
Yeah, that's a great breakaway from Paul Wainwright, but that's where you start to see the kind of breadth of players we have playing in this league. Paul Wainwright is an out-and-out defender, right? In the field game, he plays with a long stick, which is completely different. He's obviously very comfortable transitioning the ball, but maybe not as comfortable with that finish. I'm sure we're going to see him score some goals throughout the weekend, but developing that skill set and kind of easing into that new role is definitely something that some of these players are going to have an easier time with than others. But that was a good shot by Paul and a really good save turned that away.
Well, Morgan Brown has been ejected from the field temporarily, so Swift are down a player. They've only got 5 on the pitch, including their keeper, so really only 4 in that outfield to try and stop Rise. Oh, deflected shot.
That's like a strange deflection, actually. That's the risk when you're shooting from outside on the man down. The man down team defending is really going to try to clutter the crease. And if you try to take that shot from outside, it can take a deflection like that.
Well, Rise are moving it swiftly back towards the edge of the crease for a shot. Unfortunately, that one not quite working out for Ben Buchanan.
That's a really, really powerful save by the Swift keeper there. Really impressive. Ben had a good angle, he tried it. Ben is a very high volume shooter. He does score a lot of goals. He does also have a tendency to shell one at a goalie time and again. So it'd be interesting to see what the offensive efficiency is going to be looking like for the Rise team icon today.
Well, he's a team icon for a reason.
He is a team icon for a reason.
Let's see what he can do with a few more minutes under his belt in this game.
Team icon, top bloke, loves scoring goals, but does love shooting at keepers too. So.
Excuse me, you love everyone in this tournament, don't you?
I do basically just like lacrosse very much, yeah. Coming up this way, interesting to see the goalie really running up rather than just forcing the ball. And you see he's paid for it there. In the same way that Hal got caught out of position a couple of times, he's not at his most comfortable now having just run back to the net.
Good save, though, from the Rise keeper as well. Joseph Prodocco. Oh, good score. And really good response there from Swift. And coming in there was Luke Mills, the captain of the side.
Yeah, really excellent play. He took the one-on-one, he liked his matchup, took him underneath and just took it straight to the rack. And those are the kind of guys you need in this format. It's very goal-heavy. You need guys who can line someone up one-on-one and just say, I'm taking this ball and I'm putting it in that net right now.
He backed himself.
He backed himself.
And are Swift going to back themselves once again to score? That one's been deflected up high up into the air. Claimed well by their keeper, and surely Rise needs to get rid of this quickly, and they do. They're looking to make use of a counter-attacking opportunity here. And
yeah, that was another bit of offense started by a really, really impressive save by the Rise keeper. He's the University of Nottingham starting keeper. We talked about a lot of Trent guys kind of in the last game. University of Nottingham also turns out some unbelievable players. He's very much one of those who puts a stamp on men's league as well with Hampstead Lacrosse Club.
Oh, that one just over the head of Swift's number 6, Dan Jones, and unfortunately he needed to grow probably another foot or so to be able to catch that.
Yeah, people are throwing a lot of high passes at Dan Jones today. He's an incredible player, but he isn't 10 feet tall. There's only so much he can do.
Now we're heading towards the final minute of this first quarter, and as Rise throw away possession once again, they're only 2-1 up as reigning champions, but we saw it in the last game. First quarter is really just to shake out the cobwebs, isn't it? Because we can see how quickly it turns into a high-scoring encounter.
Yeah, especially with these teams, so recently formed, all the players they learned together today. Lots of them don't have existing chemistry, lots of them don't even know each other's names. Those kind of things have a huge impact on games like this, right? I'm confident we'll see both these teams settle and grow into the game.
Fantastic individual goal coming in there, though, from the Swift number 12, Sam Burgess.
Sam Burgess is just an unbelievable player. I know I like everybody, but he's actually the nicest man in lacrosse. But you see another goal coming the other way.
Instant response from the Rise team through Patrick McGowan.
And that's why it's so important. We talked about it in the last game, to get your defenders back, right? You're playing an offensive play. The second you score, they're back on the offense. So you need to either be subbing or get a player back. Much like in Boys Lacrosse, that first defender there is so key to stop the goalie being left out on an island.
Less than 5 seconds left now. What could Rise do with the final play of the first quarter? They give possession back. And that will bring us to the end of the first quarter. So that means the score currently stands at Rise 3, Swift 2. And well, Charlie, there's not really one team dominating too much over the other. It's a very evenly matched affair.
Yeah, a couple of unbelievable individual efforts. It feels to me like both these teams are attempting to play a more cohesive team style of lacrosse versus what we saw earlier, who seemed kind of more willing to, run and gun and let those individuals have a shine. Here we're seeing a little bit more settled offense. Unfortunately, it's not really paying off for either team. We're seeing a lot of wayward passes. We're seeing a few balls off the side. It'll be interesting to see as they grow into this game and as they settle the nerves, as they get to know each other and how they play more, whether that's going to really pay off for them.
Well, let's take a look at some highlights of that first quarter and some of the best moments of action from the first quarter of this second game in the Men's Fly 2023 tournament. The 4th one overall today here at Roslyn Park. And both sides just exhibiting sheer quality.
Yeah, some just unbelievable goals there. You see Corey Carver again here. Unbelievable speed, unbelievable shot. It comes from Cabrini in the US. Just really, really impressive player and a great guy to have, bringing up the overall quality of lacrosse in the UK. Another great goal there. That was Luke Mills, was the captain on that one?
Well, I was just going to ask you a quick question, because in the last game you were waxing lyrical about the keepers and the value that they play on the sides, and we are seeing that already here today, because both keepers have made some really good saves, but also it's really difficult to save those amazing individual efforts.
Yeah, it's really hard. Like, people talk about saves that keepers are supposed to make a lot in lacrosse, right? Keepers are supposed to make saves from 10 to 12 yards out, you know, pretty simple shots. Keepers aren't supposed to save those one-on-one, in-tight, right on the crease goals. What separates keepers who are playing in this tournament, really, really impressive keepers, from average keepers, they save all the shots they're supposed to save, and then they save some more, right? So that's what we're watching for keepers in this tournament. Who are the keepers that can save the occasional one, where we're seeing the offensive player and we're thinking goal, and then the keeper's absolutely just robbing them of that opportunity? You know, that's what's really the difference maker here. That and really efficient clearing is what's going to separate the great keepers of this tournament from the also ranks.
Well, we are back underway now for the second quarter. That one nearly falling out and falling away from Swift, but they've managed to tidy that one up well, and really good stop from the Rise defense. Initially in attack, though, it was Luke Mills that lost the ball from his stick, and that's a silly mistake.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard when you lose the ball in that way. You really want to kind of recover the play, and they did get a shot off, but a really impressive goal kind of stops that.
Oh, good low-driven shot, just wide of the post, though. Really good effort, though, coming in from Tom Roper.
Yeah, and Roper's another guy, right? He can play offense, he can play defense, he plays with both hands. He's really impactful all around the field. That guy actually not so much in the bars. He's not one of the, not renowned for chaos, another really nice guy, but just someone who makes real impact for you all over the field, and a level head, just a really great guy to have on the team, you know?
Well, here comes Swift once again. What can they do with a little bit of time on the ball and a little bit of time up that end of the field? And unfortunately, the answer is not a lot, sadly. And Rise will be the ones to come away with possession. Playing right out from the back, though, but looking just as dangerous as they did in minute one. And again, we've gone back to this style now, Charlie, of just moving the ball around in the space and trying to weigh up your options, really.
A lot more settled offense than last game, right? It's interesting to see that both teams have kind of chosen that way. They're both kind of playing in that sense. What I'll be fascinated to see is when teams that are playing in this style start, you know, in the later on game, playing against the teams like Forge that are more kind of aggressive up and down the field, and how that dynamic is going to play out. As for right now, we're seeing two teams both settling the ball more and both kind of settling into that. So I think there's definitely a lot more impressive play building to come from these teams. Right now, it's just a matter of getting that movement, getting to know each other, and really getting the fundamentals right.
Well, here come Rise once again. But again, it's that slow attack, the steady attack. They're biding their time, though. And then the big shot going in. Huge goal being scored by Drew Bickerton.
That's a really, really excellent shot. I actually was speaking to Elliot Pugh, the coach, right before the game, and he said, you know, he's not the biggest guy. You're going to be amazed by how fast he shoots. I hadn't seen it before. That right there, great example of what we were just talking about. That kid can absolutely bury the ball. If he's consistently putting out shots like that from that 7 to 8 yard range, they're going to be scoring.
Well, Rise have just got a little bit of a buffer now between them and Swift, so it'll be interesting to see how Swift react. They want to take it back to a 1-point game for sure, but for now, Rise are holding on to their 2-point lead because the score is currently Rise 4, Swift 2 in the 2023 Fly tournament here at Roslyn Park.
It does feel like the momentum sits a little bit with Rise right now. You know, although Swift just have the ball back, it doesn't really feel like they have a huge amount going on offensively.
Well, you say that. Swift have instantly responded, though. Luke Mills finally coming in to get that goal.
I was absolutely wrong, clearly. When those boys start coming, they just do not stop, right? You saw a great example there. He took it straight to the rack. Must have heard me on the sideline. But again, that was an individual effort versus the team play that we've seen them attempting kind of more so. So maybe that's why they feel a little bit more comfortable, at least at this early stage of the game.
Well, coming in from behind the crease are the Rise team and hanging around the neck, actually, of the Rise attacking effort. So unless they came away with a goal there, they were going to complain, but they do come away with a goal, and that's a big win for them.
They do. That was a not very nice bit of defense by the nicest man in lacrosse, Sam. They're hanging it right around his neck. I don't think it was deliberate, but still I'm surprised they haven't called a penalty there. Regardless, we see Swift come away from our goal with that interaction, which I think probably kind of reflective of that scuffle at the back end there.
Oh, the dark arts of the Fly, really, that we're getting into there.
About to get all out.
And here come Rise, straight from the counter. Fantastic save, though, from the Swift keeper, Matt Goddard.
Talk about dark arts. That's an unbelievable save by Matt Goddard. And a lot of that there is just faith. A lot of goalies give up when you see someone free about a yard in front of you. Believing you can make that save is kind of a key element of actually doing it, right? It's great to see him do that there.
Well, Swift were going in search of their 4th goal to try and close that gap to Rise and really bring this to a tighter game, but Rise are easily back in possession now and on the front foot, and they've got a really good tactic that seems to be working for them at the moment, trying to move the ball around, good stick action, and almost coming away with another score. So they really are threatening the Swift goal right now.
They really are. It feels like they're taking that opportunity when they get into offense to settle the ball, and to me right now in this game, that makes them feel more consistently dangerous. We're seeing a couple of unbelievable efforts on the Swift end of things, but it doesn't consistently feel like they're going to convert. Whereas Rise, I always feel like they're about to score. I don't know how you feel.
Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat watching Rise, to be completely honest, and I'm sure everyone else is at home, because this is going to continue to be a great game to watch, and proving that now with another goal for Rise, taking them to a 6-3 lead. Will Prescott,
man
in the middle.
Himself. He actually won the Fly with Rise last year. So Rise have a handful of returners. He's one of them. Clearly a kid they were very keen to keep on side. As long as he can spray the ball like that, he's a kid you want around.
Well, the ball just getting dislodged there for Swift's most recent attack. And so they go for the low shot as a result. Do they normally offer that low, long-range shot if nothing else is on?
I think this is where the shot clock becomes really important, right? In a game of field, you take that ball out, you spin it again, you get comfortable, and you try another set of offense. In this scenario, you're better off shooting than not, right? So you saw a couple times Forge take it into the back corner and drop it to give the other team a hard go of playing offense. Most teams are going to opt to shoot long range, and if you're looking at scoring a lacrosse shot from long range, low and hard generally is going to be the strategy.
Well, the score currently stands at Rise 6, Swift 4. And Rise have really risen to the occasion, and they've taken that early lead, and it's whether they can sustain that for the full game. Is another great save coming in from Matt Goddard there.
That's another really excellent save. I think Matt Goddard might be my player of the game so far. You see that little squat there as he soaked that ball right on the cup? That's going to be painful. But he's really been standing on his head, and I would make an argument that he's the one keeping Swift in this game so far.
A little bit premature with your player of the match award there, but...
I said so far. Someone could still impress me. We forget Hugo Peel didn't wake up to the second half, so anything could happen.
Very true, very true. And he'll question you about that, probably a little soundbite later on today. But for now...
I said plenty of nice things about it today, so
for now, our focus is Rise and Swift, and trying to see if Swift can really take this game to Rise, because at that moment it's almost starting to feel like one-way traffic here in the second quarter as we count down the clock towards the final minute of play in the first half.
And that's what happens when you look after those possessions, right? Rise have more time on the ball, they have more time playing offense. That's why they feel like the more threatening team. This is where you see the advantage, even with a shot clock, of settling that ball and really trying to run an offensive play.
Well, Swift have been able to disrupt that attack, and they will now break away with it with Sam Burgess. He's got the pass away, but it's gone wide of the mark, really wide of the mark there by Taylor Harrison.
Yeah, that's another player who typically would play defense with the longer stick. Obviously, he's played a bit more shorty than Wainwright has. He played on the European Box Championships team where they won for England, so he does have a lot of comfort with that short stick, but again, he's not typically considered an offensive player. So it's great in that transition. That's when maybe you want to settle it, get that through to someone who shoots every single day.
And Swift are trying to bully the ball out of Rise's possession there, but they do give away the foul as a result. So leaving the field of play now is Dan Jones. So he'll be heading towards a penalty chair.
He will be. You see that shiny purple helmet? That's High Point. That's a Division I college in the United States. He's one of the players we have kind of exporting out to the college system in the US at the moment. We're all very proud of them. We're all excited to see how they do. And also that they're kind of coming back and spreading that level of lacrosse within the community. It's a really great thing that's happening at the moment. Speaking of really great things that are happening at the moment, Matt Goddard's having an unbelievable game of lacrosse.
Oh, but again, missing the mark for Swift. In the moment that it matters was Luke Mills, and that is the half-time klaxon. So time for a little 5-minute break for the players on the pitch, but that still won't be long enough for them to regather their thoughts, recompose themselves, and talk tactics, because really, when you think about it, there's only 2 points between the two sides. Both of them have to come firing out of the block, don't they? But we're going to take a look at highlights in a bit, but for now, tell me what they need to do going into the second half.
Yeah, it's absolutely still anybody's game. I sense a lack of comfort on the offensive end from Swift. I think perhaps they're kind of rushing offense a little bit. They're running afoul of a really, really strong goalkeeper, but I do think they're struggling to settle that ball and really run a considered offense right now. On the other end, I think Matt Goddard's playing really strong. Their defense is actually really strong. You'll notice this is a much lower scoring game than the last one. Really still is anyone's game. It's just a question of whether they can find that comfort and find that aggressive side to their game before Rise can pull away with it.
Well, you can see the conversations going on within the Swift team. But let's take a look at some highlights quickly from that first half of action, because what a treat of a game that we've got so far. I mean, Rise are really backing themselves with that reigning champions crown and living up to expectations in some parts of their play, but Swift are not backing down. They just keep going back at them, don't they?
Mm-hmm. They really do. It's, we'll be talking around how it feels like Rise are really holding the bulk of the possession, and then you'll see someone like a Luke Mills go off and have an excellent individual effort on the other end. Someone like a Corey Carver as well, someone like a Sam Burgess. Those are all guys who have the speed to take the ball end to end and then go and bury it. The question for me really is, can they sell it a little bit more, use their more box-led players, maybe guys like Albie Whitehead, the team icon over there, kind of sell that ball, maybe swing it through someone like a Dan Jones, and start to play a bit more of a considered high percentage offense.
Well, it will be interesting to see how the rest of the game unfolds, and particularly for Swift, they need to start scoring goals quickly, don't they?
I think it's...
They're a fantastic all-round team, don't get me wrong. Lots of them have played together at a lot of top-level competition, and in particular, when you look at Matt Goddard, he's got a lot of strong Sixes experience as well. So maybe do they rely on him to create a spine in that team, really? He's the brick wall that no one gets past, but he can impart some knowledge and wisdom onto the rest of his side.
Yeah, look, let's be clear. He was a 5th pick, pick in the 5th round, Swift's 5th, 18th overall, played for Forge in 2021. Clearly, he was an unbelievable steal in this draft class. He's had an unbelievable game. He's really kept them in that game. I don't know if they need to start scoring quickly, because this is a very small gap, right? We talked about it in the last game. This is not a big gap. What I would argue they need to do is look after the ball a little bit better. Maybe shoot further into that shot clock, take a bit more time, settle on offense, get more touches for all the offensive players to settle into the game, and just look after the ball a bit more, because clearly they have excellent players that can score. It's just a matter of finding that comfort.
But let's also talk about an icon of the game, Ben Buchanan, the number 9 in that lovely yellow Rise shirt.
The man himself.
He's going to be really key as well in terms of Rise's continued success going into the rest of the game.
Yeah, he is. Look, he's dressed like a tequila sunrise, but he's a hell of an offensive player. Ben can score from anywhere on the field. I've made the mistake one too many times of chirping Ben when he's about 10 yards out, and then he nails it in a corner on me. He can score, and he's the kind of player that you want on the end of one of those offensive plays, right? What Rise are doing really well right now is settling that ball, moving it around, and letting guys like that finish and do what they do best,
And getting quite vocal for the Swift side as well in the team talks with Dan Watson, the number 5, wearing that lovely light blue jersey. I don't know what drink that he's dressed as,
it's
but
like a Blue Lagoon.
I'll leave that up.
Wetherspoons?
I'll leave that up to your imagination. But he was obviously leading the way in those discussions afterwards. I mean, he's got a lot of experience as well when it comes to the quicker games. He's got box experience behind him. He's part of that World Cup squad, and he was the 2nd overall pick.
Yeah, Dan Watson's an unbelievable player. Interestingly, plays with both team icons. He plays at Spencer right here in London with Ben and with Albie over there. just a terrifying player to play against. Interestingly, his main game in field sits behind the net, which is obviously used a lot less in sixes. So interesting to see how he's kind of adapting to the game, but he's one of those guys, he's such a dual threat, right? Lots of guys are shooters, lots of guys are feeders. Dan Wilson does both incredibly, incredibly well, and so it becomes incredibly difficult to defend him effectively, and he really used that to his advantage. Maybe that's what we're going to see Paul Swift back ahead of Rise as we go into the second half.
Well, the referee's whistle has gone to signal the end of that very brief half-time break that these two sides get here at Roslyn Park for the Fly 2023. We're going to get back underway with the second half and the third quarter momentarily. And give me a score prediction. I'm intrigued to know.
So this has been much lower scoring than the last game. I think it's going to open up a little bit in the second half now as they both find comfort.
Tired legs, tired minds.
I'm going to give you 14-12 to Rise.
Ooh.
That's my guess. Imagine if I get that right. Imagine a nail on the head.
I mean, I don't think you win a prize if you get it right, but I'm sure we can try and arrange something with the organisation here. But Rise have got us started once again. And they're pressing really hard, Rise, trying to find a way through that Swift defence and riding the physical challenges coming in from the blue side. But Rise, once again, just moving this ball around effortlessly, getting it away from the crease, then right on the edge of the crease with two simple passes, and surely getting a score, but just missing after he pulled it to the right, Will Prescott.
And look, that felt like an offensive set in a game of field. You know, they've got the lead. They're willing to slow this game down. Say, look, if we start running and gunning each other, that's going to benefit the team that's behind. So we're going to play a nice, our-paced game of lacrosse. We're going to make you earn every single goal. And I think that's an intelligent way to play when you're up.
Well, Rise are going to play out from deep inside their own half after reclaiming the ball.
That's Carl McQueen right there. Meow, Lightning McQueen. Going straight up and on.
Why is he Lightning McQueen?
I think his name is Carl McQueen.
That's just
no,
it.
I don't think that's the thing people say. He is wearing yellow. Ka-chow.
I thought you were bringing me in on more nicknames.
No, sorry. There's a couple, but I don't believe that to be one.
I thought I was being brought into the lacrosse community even more.
No, well, look, you're welcome, mate. You're card carrying these days, but I can't promise that was one. But look, you know, great play there, great transition. Got hung up on the double, means it's coming back the other way.
Well, let's see if Ka-chow can get on the ball here for Rise as they head towards the goal, guarded by Swift once again. But they do like to slow play down, don't they, Rise? And is it going to pay off for them? But little mistakes like that aren't going to help anything, but they seem to still have it under control. One-on-one with the keeper and getting the goal for the Rise side, Patrick McGowan. There was surely not going to be any other outcome.
Yeah, that's a real defensive error. He kind of got lost in the wash there. It's often strange, after a drop pass or something like that, the play sort of falls apart, and it's easy to score sometimes in those bits of broken play. But there certainly won't be a lot of happy face on the Swift sideline that they left someone kind of 1v1 with a keeper like that. Because like we said, those aren't the kind of goals that keeper's supposed to save.
Now Swift have to play their cards right here and be really careful, because if the score suddenly goes out to a 4-point margin between the two sides, that's when Rice can get a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too confident as well, and stretch the lead out further. Yeah, for me, 4 is a really key number in terms of the gap, because 3 could be 1 penalty. 3 could be 1 penalty, 3 could be a couple of mistakes from our goalie just in a row, right? That 4-goal buffer is where as a team you really start to feel strong. And if we think Rise are playing a bit slower than the teams we saw earlier right now, if they go 4 goals up, they can really start game managing, even in this third quarter. Just really slowing the game down, parking the bus, and making sure that they come away with a win. So it's going to be really important to Swift that they're the next team to score. Well, here come Rise now, looking for that goal that would surely start to put the nails in the coffin where Swift lie. Oh, that's really unfortunate. That ball's going to go back to Swift. As that ball's going back to Rise, I think Swift thought they had that off the shot. This extra offense could be really crucial here. And it's proven to be really crucial as well. Number 23 for the Rise team, Drew Bickerton, once again making himself known to the keeper Goddard. And that 4-point buffer is in there, that crucial 4-point buffer. Did you see him giving that little wave to Matt Goddard after he scored? That's what I was saying, introducing himself. Yeah, looked like a lot of bad manners going on there. I would imagine they're probably friends. If not, that's pretty aggressive, and I like it. I'm sure they'll settle down for a hot dog at full time. But for now, Rise are the ones with the ball once again,
Yeah,
with the
that's
sticks.
an excellent snag as well there from the goalkeeper. That's who is that? Oh yes, I see. They've changed. No, he's really incredible. I guess that's a late substitution, so not on our list. Sorry, everyone. But he's a really unbelievable player. You saw him there not just make the save, but come out of the net and impact the field of play, right? And that's something goalies love doing within Sixes. You have more opportunity to do so. He's a really fast keeper, really athletic keeper, and so he's someone that's going to really enjoy that element of this game, I think.
Morgan Brown was looking for a teammate, and he found it in the form of Luke Mills, and Mills was trying to find someone to pass to. He's still looking for someone to pass
Left
to.
on there. It seems like no one's in a rush to go to him. Here comes Corey Carver.
Well, the ball lobbed forwards, and infringement coming in there from the Swift side, and Rise attack away with it. Lovely little fake shot. Great finish under pressure from Cameron Major. He had to make the most of that counter-attack opportunity, and he did. He takes Rise up to 9.
Up to 9. Wow, and that 5-goal gap now really is going to be something to see. Again, Swift's going to be really upset they left him with that opportunity. You see how easy it is there to take the time and just put it around the keeper. That exchange really is to the advantage of the offensive player, and he really made sure he finished that.
Will Swift get a goal back of their own through Morgan Brown? Really good play there from the number 33 for Swift.
Yeah, that was a great play. Nice and simple. I liked that about the Swift offense. They kept it simple.
That one,
you see one come the other way.
That one just as simple though for Rise, because that goal looked way too easy for Tom Roper. But equally so, Swift respond with another goal. What's going on? What did you give them at half time?
I told you, the boys start coming and they don't stop. That's going to be a 5-goal gap still now, as that's 1 goal for each side. I loved the goal from Roper. That's a really nice high-to-high finish. Oh, it's a 4-goal gap? It's a 4-goal gap. We have it out of date on stream, my bad. So that's going to be 10-6 to Rise. Like we said there, great goal from Roper. He used that high-to-high finish to really test the keeper, mix in something different to what they'd usually see. Great goal again then for Swift, and then latest big piece of action, I think, was that great save from Matt Goddard. Again, like, you know, I know it's early in the game still, but really, I think he's going to take some toppling as my player of the game. He's really, really keeping them in this.
And do you know what I was just about to say before I saw him come off the pitch? So Sam Burge has just gone off into the penalty chair, and I was about to say we've not seen a player leave the field of play due to a penalty infringement for a while now, which is a big positive for both sides, because it means they've been able to play with the ball at their stick, and they've been able to keep the momentum going and keep the game going and keep this lacrosse game very much alive. But now we've seen 2 players from the Swift team placed in the penalty shares.
This has been a very, very clean game so far. And look, with a 4-goal gap, maybe a man up with 2 penalties, you know, is exactly what Rise need to really pull out ahead. Really made that a 5-6 goal gap. You know, you're going to be feeling pretty gutted if you're from Swift and in the box right now.
Well, they'll certainly look to close out the game, but Goddard once again coming in at the right moment for Swift. And now Swift will fly away up the other end, try to get the goal. But ultimately it ricochets away. It's still with Swift though, but it almost fell into the clutches of the Rise team.
And Corey Carver doesn't quite finish there, but just look at that speed. Look how easily he walks through 2-3 defenders.
Great goal. Really good score there from Corey Carver. Found himself in acres of space and capitalised on it as well. He was a protected player. Swift wanted to desperately keep a hold of him heading into this year's version of the Fly. And he's going to be a key one, I think, for the rest of this tournament for them.
Guys like that, you know they can do everything, right? He defends, he plays offense, and he's great between the lines. A lot of Sixes just making sure that when you have that ball in your own half, it gets up to offense, and that's what he does really, really well.
Prokodko came flying out from his, crease area, the area that he should really just stay in as a goalkeeper. But he fancies himself as a bit of an outfielder there with that defensive effort.
No, don't tell him to stay in the crease. He's playing Sixes. Sixes where goalies get to go for a run. You saw Hal do it really effectively last game. Come out, play some defense, use his bigger frame. On the other hand, Prioko used his speed, right? Where guys catching the ball, he's going to come out and play you. Because like we said, if someone catches it one-on-one with him, that's really to their advantage. If he can disrupt that play in some way, that kind of puts him back on an even playing field.
Well, Rise somehow managing to steal that one away. Prokodko again doing really well in that keeper position for Rise, and now they're going to explode out of the barricade that Swift had put in front of them, almost scoring as well. And that was a really good effort from Cameron Major.
You saw Ben Buchanan throw his arms up in frustration there. Like, yo, that's a hell of a shot, just a little bit far of that corner. That's really good defense by Sam Burgess, using his speed to get there and disrupt the shot at the last minute.
Third quarter done. 11-7 in favor of Rise on the scoreboard as well. 8 minutes left. Where do you think this is going?
I think it's hard to say. I think, you know, at the end of every quarter, we say this could be when Swift wake up and really bring it back the other way. But we're seeing a couple things, right? Priodko's made some unbelievable plays over the last couple of minutes. We're still seeing Rise continue to sort of control the pace of the game. That's how they've kept this lead so far, and I think they can do it through the fourth quarter too.
Well, let's take a look at some highlights from that most recent quarter of action.
Great finish.
Rise have done really, really well to sort of up the level of lacrosse that they were playing from one quarter to the next, haven't they?
Yeah, we said right at the beginning, they're choosing to play a more settled team style of offense. Early on, there were a few wayward passes that wasn't quite working, the chemistry wasn't quite there. It's unbelievable how quickly this group of men have kind of grown into that style of play, right? And that's where 2 hours of training this morning really pays off. You know, a lot of people are complaining about tired legs. I don't know whether that's just my lazy friends, but that's really coming into show, and really, I think, is what's leading them to the lead in this game.
And here's one of the final highlights of that most recent quarter. Really good score there for the Rise team. And you can see the instructions being relayed there by Erica Erb on your screen to our Rise team. And hopefully they can now go out and get the win secured. We've seen teams close deficits quite quickly in this tournament so far, so Rise aren't home and dry just yet. And Swift still have a chance to disrupt the reigning champions party.
Yeah, look, if Forge proved anything, you can throw away a big lead. So we know that's definitely a possibility within this game.
You don't need to remind them quite like that. They won't appreciate that one.
No, I don't think they will. One of them's got a pint waiting for me over there, so I might be in trouble. But
it won't be there now.
So I know. Certainly, you know, anything can happen within this format. Really, for me, the question is, can Rise continue to dictate the pace, slow down the game, and grind out that lead? Or can Swift turn it into a more transitional game? Because if so, they've got Goddard on one end, they have players we know can score at the other end. This lead could dissipate very, very quickly.
Foul against Swift there at the restart, and Rise come away with it, but Swift doing really well in defence. They've suddenly found another gear when it comes to a defensive effort, and they've forced Rise right back inside their own half, and well, they're just going to have to start from square one again, and starting from square one, they seem to be doing that really strong. Oh, off the bar. Really good effort.
Great play. Almost dodging like an amoeba. No structure to his body, just kind of moving in between those 4 or 5 players and really getting that chance to finish. Unfortunately, he does ding that off the pipe.
There's Paul Wainwright going in with the big shot, and he's just left the field now. And let's see what his Rise teammates can do. They can just hit the bar again. Are they aiming for it?
That's 2 points, didn't you know?
3 points if it goes over, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
7 when it goes in. So we've got Swift back on the ball now. This is their first real chance. If they're going to be winning this game, moving forward, they really need to be converting every offensive opportunity they get.
Well, they failed. They failed on that front now because Rise are the ones that have come away with it, despite a really good defensive effort from Dan Jones, the Swift number 6.
This is the point again where you start counting in possessions. They have maybe 7, absolutely maximum 8 offensive possessions left. So you need to be converting those at a very high rate if you're expecting to close a lead like this in the fourth.
Well, and they are going to trouble the edge of the crease there from a Rise perspective. And they're going to keep possession as well. So they're going to look to play out from behind the net. And let's see if they can catch the Rise team off guard here now. Good long-range shot going in. Unfortunately, not going in for the Swift team. I said the keeper deciding to try and play out from the back. Prokodko once again showing his athleticism, and Rise coming forward at significant pace. There was no stopping that attack. There was no way they were going to bring Will Prescott down with a shooting opportunity like that.
No way. Again, a little bit like we spoke about with Toon before. Kind of a big physical player. Really hard to deny him that opportunity to shoot. You know, they came into him. He's got the size, just sort of step away from that and still finish the ball, which is so key. Ka-chow.
Well, there go the Swift, and there goes their most recent chance. And we're ticking down towards the 5-minute mark already. Time really does fly in the fly. And it's slipping away from Swift at the moment.
Yeah, come on, boys. It's Broncos country. Let's fly. It's unbelievable how quickly this game goes. Those 30-second possessions very rarely take the full 30. So we really see this ball go end to end to end to end. And unfortunately, it's come back down with Rise, and it's gone right in the back of Matt Goddard's net once again.
Tom Roper once again capitalising on the loose ball for Rise. It's now 13-7 in favour of Rise. But as I say, that Swift get one back. 13-8 now. Rise versus Swift here in the 2023 The Fly tournament. I'm just getting too excited. I'm watching how end-to-end this is. I can barely keep track of what's going on in front of me because they are literally turning from attack to defence in less than a millisecond.
It's unbelievable, and that's why two-way ropers like two-way midfielders like Tom Roper on the Rise side and Sam Burgess on the Swift side are so important. Both phenomenal blokes, both phenomenal both ways. And those are the kind of players you need who can play sufficient offense, get the ball up the other end and then score. Those kind of Swiss Army players are so important in Sixes.
Swiss Army player, I like that. Good save though, coming in once again by Prokodko.
And that's a kind of a move away from type by Rise there. You know, they do have a really significant lead, not much time left, but you could have burnt another 30 seconds off the clock there. So I don't know whether that's necessarily the best play to just come and shoot that way. Yes, it could, generate you a kind of insurmountable lead, but really you need to be thinking game and clock management here.
That shot going well over the bar though, unfortunately. From the Swift, number 5, Dan Watson. And he won't be happy with how his Swift attack is unfolding now.
No, it really is a tale of two teams, I think, this game. Both have played really well, both had really shining moments. Two very different styles of play. It really does feel like a more settled offense style, like Elliot Pugh was saying, drawing in those box influences on the Rise side of things. And it does feel like, we're playing a bit more aggressive, a bit more transitional on Swift. Unfortunately, on this occasion, it hasn't really worked out for them so far.
Swift need to do something and do something quickly because they still have a 5-point gap between them and Rise with just over 3.5 minutes left to play, and they do finally get the crucial goal that they were after. It's that man, it's the man in the purple helmet
It is the man in the purple helmet, Dangerous Dan Jones, the man himself. He
sounds like a really bad James Bond film, doesn't it? The man with the purple helmet.
Man with the purple helmet. Yeah, really unbelievable. And that's where you can start to see that American influence in his play style, right? He's been out in college for a year. You can see that very kind of flashy jump over the head. That's the kind of stuff you learn when you're playing with other really phenomenal offensive threats. And it's great to see that kind of thing represented here at the Fly.
Well, Swift instantly responding, though, swiftly transitioning into an attack with Sam Burgess and getting that one in the back of the net. So the score is now Rise 13, Swift 10. They finally made it to double digits, and they're finally closing down that gap at a rate they will enjoy.
Great to see Sammy Burgess too. I've never made a claim to be impartial, but he is absolutely one of the best guys in lacrosse. You just love to see him playing at that level.
Well, here come Rise now, sneaking in from the back of the net as well. They were looking for an opening towards the side of Goddard's net, but they didn't find it. Instead, Swift will come away with it.
Another good stop, and we'll see now, there's only a 3-goal gap. Those two between the 3 and the 5 make a real difference. It only takes a goal here, and suddenly Rise need to kind of watch that clock a lot more closely.
And they've done exactly that. They've gone and got a really crucial goal in the full picture of this game through Taylor Harrison, and it's almost like the Forge game all over again. Just when Rise thought the game was done and dusted.
It's almost like they're running it back. That's much like the Forge game as well. That's a Spencer player who typically plays defense, being very comfortable bringing the ball up to the other end and playing offense. Guys like Taylor are really powerful in this format because, yes, they're locked down defensively, but they also have the willingness and the skills to go and put the ball in the net. And once again, that's really great to see and really important in this kind of format.
And it's no surprise that Erica Herb is calling for the timeout here for Rise because they're on the back foot. They're starting to fall behind right now.
Yeah, absolutely. She's saying, boys, calm down. There's 2 minutes left in the game. We're 2 goals up. You know how to play lacrosse. Take a deep breath. Let's run a couple of long possessions. Let's get out of this game alive. She's saying right now, you saw what happened to Forge, right? That's the message here. It's not about play. It's not about style of play. It's all about managing that game and managing that clock.
Well, only time will tell what was said in that talk because we currently have 2 minutes standing between one of these teams and victory here in their first game at the Fly 2023. the fast, the furious, the fly, the fantastic lacrosse tournament that we get to enjoy here at Roslyn Park.
Let's fly. Can we do Let's Fly? I like Let's Fly.
Let's fly, why not?
Yeah, look, unbelievable stuff. I strongly suspect you'll see them use the full 30 seconds of their shot clock now, right? With 2 minutes exactly left on the game, if they can run a full 30 seconds and then run another full 30 seconds, that isn't going to leave enough time for Swift to score multiple times.
Orwell diving with the shot, trying everything to get it in the net was Drew Bickerton.
That's a really great attempt. That's a really athletic, dynamic attempt at a goal. Unfortunately, in this instance, the shot placement wasn't quite right, and Goddard soaked that quite easily. So we're going to see Rise.
That was a really physical challenge, actually, on Bickerton by Corey Carver, and you can see him hold his head up because he's not happy with that decision from the officials, but it's a fair one.
Yeah, I think that's a fair decision. I can see why in Corey's position you're quite frustrated by that. You know, things do happen like that around the crease. Play does get very physical. You know, there's who's to say what's a side and what's a back. So he's clearly frustrated. That's certainly not what his team needed right in that scenario.
Well, we've got just over a minute left, and with just over a minute left, Bickerton gets a big score for the Rise side. It now pushes them further into the lead. It's Rise 14, Swift 11.
He hit a couple of steps to the griddy and then wussed out because he knew he might be in trouble, which I like. Oh, and that's dropped out of the Swift's offense.
They just couldn't get the shot away, but it is still with Swift. Albert Whitehead couldn't get that shot away, and now Swift lose possession to Rise, who I'm sure will take their time once again with 43 seconds left on the clock now. They'll just look to get this one up the pitch, and they can play out those final 30 seconds passing it round.
A 3-goal gap here, this game's in hand. It's just a matter of running this out. You give Swift a 10-second possession, at the very most they can score on you once. And look, you want to stop that happening, but this is your game at this point. You've just got to play it out.
The ball back with Rise, the shot taken, the deflection off the keeper Goddard.
That's why he's an icon, can't stop himself shooting. Ben Buchanan himself absolutely sprays it with 10 seconds left.
Approaching the final 10 seconds of the game, Swift have broken away with it now. Can they get something to celebrate in the final moments of this game? Yes, they can. And that's a really good score coming in from Dan Watson.
A great thing to step away from the game with.
And that is the full-time klaxon here at Roslyn Park. That's the second game in the men's version of the Fly 2023 done. And Rise have defeated Swift 14 points to 12. At times it looked a bit touch and go between the two sides. We have enjoyed a much closer game than perhaps experts would have predicted. But nonetheless, I need you to pick a player of the match, but there were a lot of standouts there.
There were a lot of standouts. I think, you know, look, we gave an offensive player last time. My reflex is always to love defenses, but I really do think, even though his team didn't come out with a win in the end, I really do think Goddard was the one who kept them in that game. He was probably the biggest difference maker today.
But who would you pick out from a Rise perspective?
Oh, if I had to look at Rise, I mean, look, a lot of players were really impressive. I really liked some of the attempts we saw from Cameron Major. I liked a couple of Patrick McGowan's goals. There was really good stuff all over the field. For me, you probably have to give it to Bickerton. A couple of those early goals are what put them out, in front of the game, and he was just shooting the hell out of that ball, man. You'd love to see it.
Well, let's take a look at some highlights from that game and from the amazing match we have been treated to. Really physical encounter. I think that's what we can establish from these shots from the game that we've just been able to witness. The fact that no one was really giving an inch of defense and everyone was really fronting up in attack as well, dropping the shoulder, running with a lot of aggression and speed. And ultimately, it's Rise that rose above the challenge of Swift.
Yeah, really interesting. More closely resembled a game of field. You know, I feel like more defense was played that game, a lot more physicality. Really, really interesting to see that even within the Sixes format, you can play it in a slightly different style. You can slow the ball down, you can move it around, and that's what really paid off for Rise today.
Well, there you go. And there's some fantastic shots here. One of the final ones in the game coming in for Swift. Whilst they did play really well, it was just too little too late, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, I think Rise managed the clock really well, right? They managed to stay on top. Once they pulled out to that lead, Swift was having some amazing performances on the offensive end, but they didn't quite have the consistency. They were finishing maybe half of their chances. To come back from that, you need to be finishing 80, 90%.
And we just seen Bickerton once again with a great goal. He scored a few in that game, and he made the goalkeeper aware of the fact that he'd scored them as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he really did. He really did. I don't know that kid well, but I like that he's bringing some real intensity to this contest.
But let's fly over to Chris Knight. He's joined by Matt Goddard after that game.
How's the feeling in the Swift camp?
Great, to be honest. I know we didn't get the result we wanted, but there's a lot of things to be happy about. We know what we've got to do for the next few games.
In terms of your own performance, you kept quite a lot of shots out there. I think the Swift would have been a lot further down if it wasn't for you. How do you feel about your own performance?
Honestly, I've not had time to think about it. I'll just do what I can.
Fair enough. First year for you in the Fly. You were a reserve last year. What have you made of the tournament so far?
Great fun. Just fast lacrosse. What more can you say? Plenty of shots to stop. It's what I like to do.
Good to hear. And no more games for you today. What do you make of the format being spread across 3 weekends rather than all in one hit?
Certainly good for a nice rest. Certainly got time to heal some of the bruises.
Fair enough. Well, commiserations. I'll let you get back to your team, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Well, what a fantastic game that we've had, and I'm going to bring Charlie Aubrey back into it, because there are some ways that, you know, as a team, when you've just lost your opening match, there's some ways that you need to continue going forwards. And what's the way that Swift need to continue going forwards after losing their opening game?
So I think a lot of it is about understanding what worked really well for them. So there were things that could go wrong. Unfortunately, Rise will manage to jump out to that lead. What they shouldn't lose sight of is what was really great. They were excellent between the boxes. Guys like Corey Carver, guys like Sam Burgess are really great at transitioning that ball, right? That's really important that they hold on to that. And then maybe understand, okay, how do we build on from that to run a more consistent offense? Maybe get more people involved in the play.
Well, Chris Knight is going to catch up with Chris Bickerton, who's come away victorious.
Drew, congratulations. What's the vibe like in the Rise camp after that win?
No, very good. Very happy with the performance. We started off a little bit slow, which we were frustrated about in the first quarter, but then we really brought it back in the last three, so very happy, yeah.
And your first game for you in the Fly this year, what do you make of your own performance, and what do you make of the tournament so far?
Yeah, it's obviously ran very well. You know, the facilities are great, pitches are good, referees are good as well, and all the players are good. So yeah, a very good start to the Fly, and also, yeah, just the teams here. There's no bad team here, so every game is going to be a really tough game.
You're coming up against Hustle next. They scored sort of last-minute winner against Forge. There was sort of inklings of that in your match. How are you going to combat the threat of that team?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I thought defensively in the last quarter, I thought we did really well. So it's a very good build up to that game. And also we've got the likes of Alex Russell and Elliot Bickerton to keep hold of. You know, a little battle for myself as well to try and beat my brother. But yeah, it's going to be a tough match.
Well, thank you very much. I'll let you get back to team, and good luck for the next match.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
the final women's game of the day. We've got Team Hustle against Team Forge. Now, Hustle have already won their first game earlier on with Forge losing, so it's all up for grabs to finish off day one of the Fly. It has been an epic day. We've had family pets, we've had dogs here, we've had kids, family members, even just people coming in off the street. We've met a couple of them as well. It has been such an awesome day. Oh, and it's only day one. We still have another 2 Sundays to go. So Team Hustle, can they pull off 2 wins in one day, or can Team Forge pull off an upset for Team Hustle? So let's go over to the commentary box and find out what will happen.
Thank you, Ash. Welcome back, everyone. It's the final women's game of the Fly 2023, day one here at Roslyn Park. And we are going to see Forge take on Hustle. And I'm pleased to say, Harry Dobson, you've decided to come back. What made you come back, you crazy kid?
You know, I don't have a choice. I'm joking.
Well, look, we're here for a very exciting game towards the end of the day now. This game is definitely going to see both sides utilising the bench a lot more because they've only had a couple of hours rest from one game to the other. But will we see the standards go up as a result, Harry, as they get into a rhythm, having shaken out the cobwebs in game one as well?
I think so. I think Forge will be looking to rectify the mistakes that they made in their previous game. They'll be looking to distribute the ball more and not lean so much on those more experienced players. I think for Forge to be successful during this game, they're going to need to, you know, utilise the bench, utilise all of their players, utilise and keep their heads up, because I think a lot of the problems that they had was a lot of the time their head was down and not necessarily making the right shots or the right passes in. So and I think Hustle as well will be looking to, you know, continue their winning streak. So that will be something to watch as well.
Well, it's certainly not the way that the reigning champions would have wanted to have started their campaign, but nonetheless, they can still grab it back here as we see the draw about to take place. And in the middle there, for the draw, for Forge, Liv Winpenny. Harry, for those watching at home, just as we see the start about to take place, can you explain why there is a different start from the women's to men's game?
I think, I mean, it always used to, it comes from sort of historical divergences between the men and the women's game. The thing is with men and women's lacrosse is because they're so different and they use different sticks, the styles at which they take the draw and the face-off is completely different. Men's is much more focused on clamping down and obviously the face-off, and women's, because they have shallow sticks, you know, are, you know, more inclined for a draw.
Excellent stuff. Well, I hope that's shed a bit of light on everyone watching at home, Harry. I know it's certainly developed my knowledge and everyone tuning in. And now Hustle are the ones trying to work that ball out quickly, but instead it just falls straight into the stick of Emily Chandler, and she'll get Forge's efforts started once again. They're working the ball a lot more with the passing between the sticks in this game, Forge, compared to that first matchup, Harry, and that's because they don't want to leave this game having lost 2 matches.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, you know, we've got some really key players on the Hustle side. You've got Dylan Whittington in cage, who led Nottingham to 2 straight championship victories. She shared her cage time this year with an American overseas grad student, but nonetheless, she still put in a very, very good performance.
Well, we spoke about how Forge won't want to lose this one, but scoring for Hustle, and scoring really strongly, was Harriet Mann. And Hustle now have another opportunity to potentially extend that lead to 2 in these very, very early stages.
And we're looking at Chesgray here.
Chesgray being a standout of that first game. Great score coming in from Emma Oakley, one of the co-captains. She's going to be a really key figure alongside Julie Wise in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. She brings a wealth of experience to the team. You know, she's got 2 bronzes and 2, you know, gold medals from Euros. 2 from Euros, golds and 2 bronzes at the World Cup. And she was part of the 2017 team that brought back that deficit and was, a very, very key defender in that game.
Chloe Chan leaving the field of play now for Hustle. So the foul going in favour of Forge. And can they fight their way closer to scoring thanks to Hustle losing a player?
Chloe Chan actually is a alum of George Mason University in the United States. During her time there, she saw action, I think, in all 17 games. And, she did well. She did very well.
Is it always promising to see so many British lacrosse athletes being given those opportunities out in the States, because ultimately it means that the British game might develop even quicker?
Yeah, I think she perhaps grew up in the US from what I read. I think that the wealth of knowledge that they bring over here is invaluable. They basically come out the womb playing with the lacrosse stick in the United States, and because it's so competitive over there, there is you are got to be at the top of your game if you want to go to the best universities.
And on that note, when men and women are sort of moving their way up through secondary school and leaving, getting ready to go off to university, if they want to continue playing lacrosse at a high level, do they instantly look out to the colleges in the States, or do they more often than not now look to the universities within the UK?
I think there's something to be said about the standard of lacrosse now at the universities. I mean, Durham, Nottingham, you've got Exeter, you've got Cambridge. They're all very, very strong teams with really, really great rosters, with many of them playing internationally. But I do believe that there's now a program with First Point USA where they help you look for colleges in America, and I've certainly I've helped a couple of friends get to the States. Because it's a completely different process, and it's a very expensive process as well. So if you want to go, you've really got to love lacrosse.
Now that was Nina Sherwin scoring recently for Hustle, but Forge have staked a claim into this game at long last. They've got a goal of their own, so the score is Forge 1, Hustle 3. And it's Hustle trying to move that ball around a bit more frantically than the initial beginning. Chloe Chan desperately looking for a way through and trying to pass that to a teammate, but it's not worked out, and instead Emily Beasley will break away with it for Forge. Surely she's got to fancy herself one-on-one with the keeper, but she looks for the support of her teammates instead.
I think that was a really intelligent decision from Emily Beasley. She's also someone that went to a D1 school. She went to Detroit Mercy. And again, brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to the team as a result of that.
Well, here come Hustle once again, trying to play out from behind the net now.
That was a brilliant save from Emily Chandler. Again, one of those saves that really counts.
Emily Chandler, always leading by example, really, is one of the co-captains of that Forge side, and it's really important that she installs herself, has that brick wall for Forge in this game, because they don't want the score to creep away from them like it did in their first match.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually just thinking that. I was thinking the one thing that Forge don't want to do is continually be down. I'd like to see them, fight their way to an equaliser, but I think it will be difficult coming off a loss to be down again and then to recover from that.
Well, that was Whittington with a nice easy save again for Hustle, and Forge will challenge her once again as they start another dangerous looking attack. And is it dangerous enough that it might lead to a score? It's had to be pulled way back across the field of play.
It's Caroline Getley. We're seeing them slow it down now, but again, this is the thing about what Forge need to improve on. They are making the shots that are very obviously not going to go in, so it's almost desperation essentially. And I think that they've got the talent; they just need to calm down.
Would that be your message as a coach then to this team that are out there from a Forge perspective?
I think, yeah, I mean, if I was a coach, I would say, you know, get some good ball distribution, get yourself calm. You have time. You know, it's a quick game, but there is time for, you know, settled play. I think a lot of the goals come off fast breaks, but I think that what we saw in the last game and this game is the franticness and the essentially they know it's urgent. They know they need to score goals, but it's going to come working together, not necessarily from you know, taking silly shots.
Well, we're in the final minute of this first quarter in Game 5 of the Fly 2023. Game 3 in the women's version of the tournament. It's between...
We're 2 players down for the Forge.
That is not good for any Forge fans, and indeed for the Forge side. So Liv Winpenny and Emily Beasley are currently off the field of play. So down to 3 in that outfield, trying to make a difference in attack and defence.
And a brilliant goal.
And there you go, Hustle capitalise on it. Chesgray makes them pay.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a lovely feed-in by Jane Lee. Jane Lee plays for Korea, scored 3 goals at the World Cup and had 17 draw controls. So she's a very decent midfielder with the capacity to score too, but always looking out for her teammates.
Oh, and that a really good shot on goal for the Hustle side, coming in from Julie Wise. We've already highlighted how important that she's going to be, but for those who weren't with us in that first game when we spoke together about draw controls, can you just remind us what those are and why it's an important stat?
Yeah, of course. So draw controls are key to winning games. A lot of coaches in the United States will say draw controls win championships, and you know, you get possession of them, and especially because in this game the possession is very, very key. You want to start off strong. The draw control is a very key part of starting off strong. You get possession, you're running it to goal, especially at this speed. You need to make sure that, you know, you're putting the ball where you want it. Your teammates are understanding your technique. There's different ways to take the draw. There's pushes, there's pulls, and they're really, really key to making things.
Well, here are the highlights from the first quarter, and give me your hot take here, Harry. What have the teams been doing well, and what kind of stands out to you watching these moments back?
Yeah, just taking a look, you could see here that, you know, Forge look a little bit out of place in defence, and I don't think they're distributing the ball very well. We're looking at the ball getting behind, but that was a very good goal. I think, you know, what we're seeing from the resilience of the Hustle team, I think, is there. Forge, I think they need to do a little bit better. But there we see the great goal from Chesgray, fed in by Jane Lee. And I just think that's a very, very good example of ball distribution and, you know, looking up and keeping your head up for teammates. And I think that's where Forge are lacking.
And you could see Emma Oakley was quite animated there within the Hustle team huddle. She was trying to get her message across quite quickly, and someone like her leading that team from the front, that's really invaluable, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Emma Oakley's a fantastic player. I think she started off defence, moved to midfield, and I think Sixes is really her game. Like, watching her, you know, blossom in the game is fantastic. And I think that she, whilst she's a fantastic lockdown defender, she also has a capacity to rip the shots that, you know, very impressive goals.
Absolutely. So she's the Charlie used it in our previous games. She's like a Swiss Army knife in terms of what she can bring to the lacrosse game.
She is multifaceted, and there's no stopping her. And she, in retrospect, she's actually stopping you.
Well, Emily Chandler got us back underway from the back for Forge. And now they're the ones passing the ball around. Good stick work to try and find their way closer to the Hustle crease, and instead that one's going to roll out.
And that was great defending from Hustle, right? There was a really quick crash there and a really good slide reset.
Well, here comes Forge on the front foot with Iona Dryden, and they've managed to work that one out wide,
that
but
was a fantastic goal. No, sorry, a fantastic save.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
I don't blame you.
No.
But you are right. Fantastic save from Dylan Whittington.
Although I do think, you know, that could have easily been a goal. That was more of a turn and shoot. I think if you threw a couple of fakes in there, that would have been a goal.
Well, speaking of goals, Hustle have gone and got one. The lead is now 4. Forge 1, Hustle 5, and they're starting to eke out that gap a little bit more and gradually.
Yeah, and we're seeing similar things to the previous game that Forge played in today. You know, this lead gets wider and wider, and every goal that they score is answered.
Well, Forge are looking to try and trouble the Hustle net, but again, those sorts of passes aren't going to help. When the ball pings away, and trying to break away with it now was Minty Loxton Barnard, and Loxton Barnard was fighting with all their might to get that ball controlled with a stick, and it's not worked out quite as the number 4 would have hoped, but Hustle still have an opportunity here.
Yeah. What we're going to want to see from Forge here is really close quarters defending. We want to get that turnover. We want to start to close the gap in the score. We need to see less frantic defence, less frantic attack, and just remain calm.
Well, here comes Chloe Chan. What can she do? She distributes the ball well, and it's back with Chan. She just needs the confidence to take a shot almost, and they do manage to work it out to someone who does take a shot in the form of Emma Oakley, but I almost felt like Chloe Chan, she had so much time and space with the ball at her stick that just have a go.
Yeah, I think sometimes, I agree. I think sometimes it's just take the shot, right? If you've got the space, you know, and a good angle, take that shot. But again, I think the thing is here is that Hustle are very, very focused on ball distribution.
Well, that's a great response from the Forge team, being able to get a goal of their own. So the score is now Forge 2, Hustle 5. So it's only a 3-goal gap.
I think we got a timeout.
We have indeed. We got a timeout called.
Oh, or is it a foul?
Ooh. Do you know what? I think everyone was blowing their whistle there for a second. I've never seen that before in any sort of game with multiple officials, but they clearly weren't happy with something.
Yeah. There's a green card being issued to number 6, Emma Oakley.
Well, it was Rachel Ball that got us started once again for Forge, and Forge desperately need to try and control that ball a little bit more when they're in this red zone and they're on the attack. It's back with Ball herself, and great assist coming in from her to find out on that far side Ella Cohen. They definitely need to look to her more for more of those goals, and quickly.
Absolutely, 100%. And I think as well that there is an effective, that was an example of effective ball distribution. The ball moved fast, the players had to struggle to keep up in the defence, and we saw a good goal, and it was, you know, right over the keeper's shoulder, really difficult save. And we need to see more of that from Forge, I think. And when we do, we'll perhaps see the deficit reduce.
Really good save from Emily Chandler there. Great reactions from the keeper to deny Hustle another goal. And the teammates will be really thankful for that. But intercepted, and coming away with it now are Hustle, and they're looking really dangerous thanks to Julie Wise.
And a great back check.
Unfortunate there for the Hustle co-captain, and Forge come away with it, and they came away with it so strong that all of a sudden we thought that Ella Cohen was going to score.
Yeah, I mean that was a really great. I think that was Julie Wise, was it? I don't know.
Got a timeout here from Forge as we approach the final 4 minutes of the second quarter, the final 4 minutes of the first half. And it has been frantic, but you can clearly see actually that the team are working with a bit more synergy. The cobwebs have been blown out from that first game, and Forge are determined to fight back after a loss, and Hustle want to capitalise on the momentum that they've got already.
Yeah, and if you look at the score, it's 3-5. This is actually anyone's game. They are down, but as we said in the last game, you know, going into the next half down should light a fire underneath them. If it doesn't, we're going to see what happened to Forge last time. So it's really, really important that they take the learnings from this. They take the learnings from their last couple of goals, which have been really, really good, and they apply that to the rest of the game.
Well, But let's take a look at some quick highlights here, very, very briefly, before we get back underway.
Great save from Dylan Whittington. Again, incredible performance against Durham in both championships. And we've got some really good examples of effective ball distribution.
Well, here come Forge now, once again. Are they going to trouble the Hustle defensive effort more than they have done already? Well, they're moving that ball around well, and Cohen, she's looking to make a shot, but it's straight at Whittington. I mean, she makes that look really easy, but it definitely wasn't.
Yeah, I think you know, you have to think about those shots and where to place them. I think perhaps she may have hitched her bottom hand on that and didn't want it. That definitely didn't go where she wanted that to go.
Well, that's a fantastic way to respond, though, for Hustle by Emma Oakley, one of the co-captains, striking for Hustle, taking them back into a more extended lead. So the score is now Forge 3, Hustle 6.
And again, Emma Oakley is just one of those players who is so talented and multifaceted that you can pair anywhere on the pitch and she'll perform.
And that's a really good score for the Forge side. Liv Wimpenny coming in there for her team. And she did really well to work her way around the crease area and try and find and weave through into that space.
Yeah, absolutely. Liv Wimpenny is exceptionally good at that. You saw that in the World Cup. She's very good at close quarters, because she's got really good sort of like dinosaur arms when she cradles, so she can pop those goals in when it counts.
Well, responding pretty much instantly from the Hustle perspective, Minty Loxton Barnard throws that one in, extends the lead back to 3. And Hustle switch very quickly into defence here because they don't want to let Forge back into this game. It's rolling along the ground. It's not working out for Forge when they first go for the initial attack, but they always seem to come back stronger on that rebound. And is Chloe Chan going to claim the ball? She flicks it back into the stick of Whittington.
I'm not sure what that was for.
Well, green card has been shown, and leaving the field of play now with an equally puzzled look as well as you, Harry. It was Laura Beeman, but explain to me, Harry, the difference between a green card, a yellow card, and a red card in lacrosse, because obviously lots of people are only used to yellow and red. We see another great score coming in for Forge.
I think that was Rachel Ball. Yeah, so the green card is, it's all about timings. I think green card is 30 seconds, yellow card is 1 minute, and red card is 2 minutes. The difference is in the severity of the foul. I think green card will mostly be technical and minor. And then if you go up to like yellow and red, that's when you start getting the personal and major fouls.
Well, final 2 minutes now in this first half, and Forge were definitely looking to make a good counter, but springing into action now are Hustle, and can they spring something into the back of the net which would help secure the lead going into the half-time break? And Forge are the ones firing away with it now, and a little bit of a tussle over on that far side, and it's worked out in favour of Forge as well again, Harry. So they've really fought back very well.
Yeah, I think they're showing the fight that they need. You know, there's 2 goals in it, James. Again, anyone's game. What needs to happen, though, is that they need to be strong on the defensive end, because if they keep having their goals answered, they're not going to take the lead at any point.
Well, that was a lovely low-driven shot from Liv Wimpenny. Once again, she's looking for another goal, and she's bound to get more in this game.
Yeah, I hope so.
Whittington will play out from the back for Hustle.
We're looking at Beeman here. You can really see the difference in the calmness of Hustle's attack and Forge's attack. But there's some great defending there by number 4.
That ball just becoming dislodged thanks to the efforts of Sophia Wise.
one of the worst things about playing on AstroTurf is anticipating the bounce. It's a killer when you're on the pitch and you're waiting for that, especially if you're near a sideline. It's always really, really tough to anticipate the bounce because all turf is different.
What's the normal outcome with an artificial pitch such as this on the 4G grass?
You get a good high bounce. I sometimes find on Hockey Astro that you get sort of upwards bounces that go over your stick.
Well, there goes the half-time klaxon. The score currently reads Forge 5, Hustle 7. And they've got the upper hand going into that half-time break, Hustle. They'll be happy with the performance they've put in so far for sure, because it means they find themselves 2 goals ahead. But ultimately, Forge are fighting back, and they're just creeping in very, very slowly but surely. And do you think they could catch Hustle off guard?
I think so. I think what we're seeing from Hustle now in the defensive end is that they are doing exactly that. They are hustling. They are making the defensive plays that are necessary to cause the turnovers and also stop the goals from being answered every single time they score. I think we're seeing here Liv Wimpenny is very much trying to communicate to her team, and I can see the look on her face. She knows that she can win this, and I think it's important that the team whilst they listen to the coach, also listen to Liv Wimpenny. She's got bronze medals under her belt and gold medals.
Well, with that in mind, let's take a look at some of the best moments from that first half and from the action that we've been able to see. And here we go. And Harry, just once again, talk me through some of these moments and talk me through what stands out for you.
I think we're seeing an excellent play from the keepers. I mean, both of them are really, 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 really good. And see, this is a great 2-man play from Iona and Liv. They played on GB together, I believe, so they're pretty familiar with each other's playing style. But again, 2-man game, distributing the ball effectively.
And here's what will be a good example of a Hustle goal, that calm attack and then just working their way into an opportunity.
The power on that shot is just unstoppable. That was always going in.
Will we see more of those from Emma Oakley as she gets more confident on this turf?
We're saying her
with the
name
conditions?
a fair amount. I'm seeing a lot of goals from her, and again, Ella Cohen's got the power as well, as we just saw in that shot. I mean, that's the kind of shot I'm expecting Ella Cohen to take and get in. She's very good at ripping those accurately, which is why I said, when she fired the one into the goalie's stomach, I think that she anticipated it to go a little bit higher.
So we've got to keep an eye on that number 12 for Forge then, haven't we? We've got to keep an eye out for her number and for her presence on the pitch, because she's just going to be unrelenting towards that Hustle goal.
Absolutely.
And who else maybe stands out for you across the hustle side? I mean, we've already spoken about Ella Cohen, but is there anyone from the Hustle perspective that you think perhaps they may look to more in this second half, or maybe lean on to try and close out the game and bring a more extended gap between them and Forge?
I think it's hard to say for Hustle, because I think they're doing such a great job of getting multiple names on the scoreboard. We've spoken about Emma Oakley a lot. But I think one to watch is Jane Lee. I think she's very, very good at assisting. She knows to look, and she knows when the opportunities are. I would like to see more of her in the next half of this game, because I believe that we've seen some of the goals that have got in have been assisted by Jane. So I think it's really important we look to that, and we that Hustle continue their effective communication and effective goal scoring.
Jane Lee in that elusive number 26, because she gets around the park, but you don't really notice it at first. She just suddenly pops up in the right place at the right time, but pretty much every time Hustle have an attack.
Yeah, she is like a shadow. She is right behind you, but she's always going to make that pass.
You actually made me check behind me there for a second. I can't believe what I've just done. I can't believe that. But do Forge need to potentially close her out of the game? Because we've just mentioned there, she is a real threat, not only in open field, but in that red zone, right at the end of the pitch. you know, throwing those shots in towards goal?
I think, you know, when you see Jen with the ball, you've got to very much assess that she is looking to pass it off for a goal, not to just pass it around, pass it off for a goal. So it's about getting your body big, stick high, trying to intercept those passes, and that's exactly what Forge need to do, because that's what they've been doing, and that's why that gap is very slowly closing. And hopefully we may see a lead from Forge in this next half.
Well, let's see what the 2022 Fly champions can do in terms of launching a bid to regain their crown. As we've already said, they don't want to go 0-2. They'd much rather leave 1-1. Not ideal. That's not the way they would have seen their day going, but better than 0-2.
I think if I was, you know, if I was coaching Forge, I'd definitely say let's try and put a little bit more pressure on Emma Oakley, and lock her down a little bit. Essentially, not a full face guard, because it's difficult to do so in sixes because the slides are very, very important. But I would definitely put a lot more pressure on her. It's going to be a redraw.
Well, I thought that was another victory for Wimpenny.
So that was a redraw purely because it didn't go over the head, and in this situation, the draw is only valid if the ball goes directly over the head.
Just a nugget of wisdom, you are, Harry, for everyone watching at home, and for anyone watching for the first time and enjoying it, this fast, frantic version of lacrosse we're playing here at Roslyn Park. As we watch Forge, no, not Forge fly away with it, Forge battle for it still.
And again, there we go. That's the wrist strength you expect of Liv Wimpenny. You know, that's someone who's extremely talented on the draw, 29 draw controls at the World Cup. You know, that doesn't happen for no reason at all. She's very, very good at what she does. She's got the one-hand stick skills.
And Dryden was desperately looking to get the shot away for Forge as well. She is a really strong presence for that side and kind of leading from the front for them with all that experience.
Yeah, 100%. You know, Iona's stick work is absolutely beautiful, and it's like something to behold, really. Although what I don't want Forge to do is become over-reliant on both Liv Wimpenny and Iona Dryden.
Ooh. Interesting shot going away there, an interesting defence from Forge, but they ultimately do come away with it. Emily Chandler's going to have possession and play out from the back for the green and black side.
And we're going to look I think Forge are going to look to slow it down now. I think they know that their success comes with waiting.
Well, there's only a 2-point gap between them and Hustle, so they need to be strong in defence, calm in attack, and almost sneaking through to get a score was Iona Dryden.
I mean, that's typical Iona Dryden. She's very good at the spin moves. She's very good at the dipping, the weaving. You know, if you watch her highlights from, you know, previous World Cups and previous European Championships, she's very nimble, very agile, and very capable of holding onto that ball in traffic.
Well, Forge again looking to move the ball around between them. This is good stick work from the team and trying to collaborate really well together on something special, and not quite getting the goal.
Not quite.
Whittington stepping in at the vital moment really to save the moment for Hustle and allowing them to play out from the back now through Chloe Chan.
You know, one thing I'm noticing is that Forge are attacking top down quite a substantial amount. I'd like to see, you know, perhaps, you know, a lot more, you know, close to the crease action, because I think that, you know, Hustle are reading that. Hustle are knowing that the drivers are there, and that's what Iona and Liv Wimpenny are very, very good at.
Well, Julie Wise looked to get the shot away from one end, and getting the shot on this end was Ella Cohen, coming up with the score for Forge. So the gap's reduced to 1, and it's that calm, composed attack that you spoke about being so crucial, paying dividends.
Exactly.
Oh, but a great response there from Hustle. Really, really good work there from Chess Gray.
Chess Gray is a key attacker when it comes to Scotland.
Well, she's another one that brings a lot of international experience. I was just going to bring that up, actually.
I believe she played for GB at the World Games. I believe that would have been in the sphere.
Well, they just look to be having a conversation about it, the officials, and they've made the decision, they've made the call. And they have shown a yellow card to Jane Lee, so she'll take a seat in the penalty area. And Forge now get to attack, with Hustle being a player down.
And they really need to capitalise on this, James.
Well, they've got to as we approach the halfway point.
The thing I'm not saying, the ball movement needs to be quicker for Forge. They're a player down. And again, this turnover was a result of slow ball movement. They're keeping the ball in their 6 for too long. They have the numbers to do a 5-on-4, and I would have expected them to capitalise on that, and it is a shame.
Well, we are in the final half of this third quarter. We're counting down below the 4-minute mark now. And Hustle kind of need to restore the mojo they seem to have had in that first quarter and the slight dominance that they had over the Forge side, because it slipped away from them really as we see possession slip away from them. Ooh, big challenge there.
Big challenge.
I'm not sure Chloe Chan thought she'd be getting her acrobatic skills out in the fly this year,
yeah,
but she's demonstrated it there.
That's friendly fire as well. They're both teammates for England.
It's all friendly after the match, isn't it? But right now they want bragging rights over each other.
I think we're seeing really good glimpses of, glimmers of hope for Forge. It's just the consistency isn't there at the moment. We've got 2 players down from Forge. This is the, 5th or 6th set of fouls that we've had so far from the Forge, or not.
We've seen a correction. We've seen a correction. Just one player in that penalty area at the moment serving their card. Rachel Ball is off, so Forge are down a player. But the officials still deliberating the decision that they've gone with here.
This is something we see a lot in the game, James, and that's because we've got a lot of different angles. We don't have things like VAR or TMO like in rugby and football. So, that's why there's 3 refs in the field. We need different angles. We need to be able to see different occurrences, and the refs will have different jobs. One will be looking at, offsides and technical fouls. One will be looking at the crease fouls. And in the women's game, it certainly is the case where there's one umpire looking in the fan for 3 seconds violations and stuff like that. But obviously in this game, there is no fan.
Is this just specific, though, to Sixes, or is this a lacrosse-wide sort of thing that you have to deal with?
This is a lacrosse-wide thing. People, I think, need to come to a consensus when it comes to fouls. I think it's quite difficult sometimes, especially in the United Kingdom, where refs are few and far between. Sometimes you have to ref solo. So, having 3 refs on the pitch is, really important for safety.
Well, it gives us a really good opportunity to actually thank all the officials and people
absolutely.
making this possible today.
Great job
here at the Fly.
And Iona Dryden's off again, serving a foul, I believe.
Well, she's not taken a seat yet because we're still not sure. I think they finally made the decision.
Right.
One player on the penalty area.
No foul on Iona.
Or have they made up their minds? They're trying to explain it now to the Forge coaching staff, who are not happy with what's happened, as you can rightly imagine.
Yeah. There's a lot of delay in this.
Be amazing to be that microphone, being able to hear what's going on right now. But Iona Dryden is sent to the penalty area, as we can see. Oh no, there we are at the back of the shot. We'll just get out of the way.
Iona, could you clarify the foul? Okay. So what she just said there is that she is the in-home, so she's serving a foul on behalf of the goalie because a goalie, can't, serve.
You can't have a goalie
unless they come out of their crease. I think.
Well, Hustle came away with another goal there. So it's currently Forge 6, Hustle 9. Hustle getting ever closer to getting into double digits. But currently Forge are still 2 players down. Although I say that They've been permitted to bring one more player back on. That's Sarah Butler coming on for Forge.
We're seeing some intelligent play here now. They know that they're a player down and they know that they can be doubled, so taking a shot would be risky. However, shot clock violation is a double-edged sword.
It speeds the game up and it gets us this lovely high-tempo, fast-paced game of lacrosse that we love and we enjoy. But at the same time, for teams out on that pitch, it becomes really difficult to force yourself to go for that shot, having come from a season perhaps of field lacrosse.
Yeah, I mean, it's time management is very key it's very key to lacrosse. So, you know, what teams can do at the World Championship level with the World Lacrosse rules is you could, you know, score one goal above your opponent and then hold the ball for the last 2 minutes of the game. A win's a win.
A win is a win. I think it was Dominic Treader that said it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. So even if one of these sides come away just 1 point ahead, that's a huge victory for both of them.
And we've seen a lot of that today. We've seen a lot of clutch play today. We saw that in one of the previous men's games, scoring a buzzer beater to claim the victory.
This is an interesting attack forward for Forge through Wimpenny, but Chloe Chan's come away with it now for Hustle, and can she get her team on the front foot to score? Emily Chandler is on fire at the moment.
Emily Chandler is, again, a fantastic goalie. She again, as I said in the previous match, she knows when to make the saves when they matter the most.
And that's a crucial goal for Forge as well that they've just been able to score. So it means that Forge have 7 goals, Hustle have 9. There's 2 in it. It's getting really, really close the further we progress into this match, and could we see them claw back? And that's really what defines them as reigning champions.
I think they've got the fire now. They just need to stop the constant conversion. But this is where Forge get their opportunity. They've now got the ball back. Hustle arguably wasted their scoring play.
Well, here come Forge now, and they're trying
a brilliant goal from Iona Dryden.
They forged their way forwards to another goal. Iona Dryden coming in for them and making the big impact, stepping up as every key player should.
And this is it, right? There's 1 goal in this game now, and I think what's happened is that, you know, we've seen Iona calm down. Not Iona, sorry. We've seen Hustle, Forge calm down. We've seen Hustle sort of lose their spark a little bit, and you can see Forge are really starting to capitalise on that.
Well, it was Hustle calling the timeout here at Rosslyn Park for the Fly 2023, match 5, match 3 in the women's tournament, and currently Forge trail Hustle by a singular point. And what's being said by Evie Stevens in that huddle, do you think, Harry?
I think what she's saying now is she's probably saying, you know, where is the spark gone? Where's the composure gone? We need to make sure that, you know, we're converting on every possession, because, you know, every possession they've had, they've done very, very well to evenly distribute that ball amongst players, to get the ball close to crease, isolate, to get that ball in the back of the net, and to really, you know, develop their score. But I think for now, she'll be saying, right, just keep calm and carry on.
Keep calm and carry on. What a very British thing to say at a very British day.
Yeah.
Well, here they come. Hustle flying forwards.
And it is very good to see Jane Lee on the pitch. You can see she's a very unselfish player.
Well, here comes Chloe Chan. Big shot at goal.
And there we go. Iona comes up with it.
I feel like it was the posts and Emily Chandler that denied Chloe Chan that goal-scoring opportunity, and that's a huge moment for someone who's more defensive-orientated.
Yeah, absolutely. And an errant pass, and there we have it.
There's the klaxon. It's the end of the 3rd quarter. There's 1 point in it between the 2 sides. It's Forge 8, Hustle 9, and after claiming a very early lead and a very dominant grip on the game in the 1st quarter, Hustle have started to let this slip away, and could we see Forge finally get that win that they so desperately need if they're going to stake a claim back towards becoming reigning champions?
Absolutely, James. And I think that, you know, going into this next quarter, they're like, I think the belief is there. I think that perhaps in the last game, they essentially felt defeated even before the game was over. Now we see the fire that that lights the Forge with to go off one of your puns.
See, look, they're rubbing off on you. You are enjoying it. Well, let's take a look at some of the best moments from the action that we've just witnessed. And in this third quarter, we've seen some very close encounters with the goal and with the crease, and lots of really good plays, especially from the likes of Cohen.
And you see, it's shots like that Ella Cohen is very much specialised in. She has the strength, she has the upper body strength, and it's all about back strength, and she can get the ball in the back of the net at a great speed as well.
Well, let's see if we can be treated to more of this fantastic game, because it's really been paying dividends in terms of the quality we're being showcased, and the skill of all of these players on show today is phenomenal.
Yeah, and I think this has been a really good game of goalies. I think that's why it's so low scoring. The goalies have really been showing up when necessary and showing up, when it matters.
How would you go into this final quarter, the final moments really, as a player on one of these teams?
Right now, as we've spoken about in the past, the most important thing here is who comes off the possession of this draw. Because if Hustle gains possession, they can knock up a goal into the back of the net and expand their lead. If Forge get it, it's their opportunity to equalise. And I guarantee you that if Forge make that possession, they'll capitalise on it, because the energy you feel as a player when you receive that draw control, is almost unstoppable in situations like this.
Well, you can almost guarantee that Winpenny's going to come away with it with her record at the draw and
get a redraw. Again, didn't go above the head.
I was just about to say that. I was going to impress you with how much I've learned. I have been listening, I promise.
There are a fair few fouls that you can do on the draw. You can illegal procedure, which is where you don't go up and out. You have to push up and out.
Oh, I believe that's the first one we've seen Winpenny lose today, and so Hustle are the ones that come away with it quickly and score straight from the off. Great work there from Laura Beeman in the right place at the right time after Emma Oakley won it.
Are we going to see a response? Absolutely top bins from Iona Dryden, putting it in the back of the net when it counts. Now what we need to see from Forward is a really good defensive set of play here. We need them to get a course turnover, and we need to get them getting down into the attacking end and converting that possession.
Well, Forge won't want to let it slip to a two-goal deficit.
And that save may just turn the tables of this game. Who is Liv Winpenny? A great save from Dylan Whittington. Again, game of goalies.
Well, Winpenny was looking for a shot of her own. We thought she might pass it, but she went with the shot. It was a difficult angle to deal with, but a great shot on goal nonetheless. And it's always important that not only to get away the shots, but to get them on target as well, because you can't score unless you are trying to make those shots.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we just saw a really good defensive play, and this is where it counts.
Ooh.
And the ball's got in with an errant pass.
That was a bit of a chaotic moment there. We are now 10 apiece here.
We are tied up, James.
At the Fly 2023 between Forge and Hustle in the women's tournament. And Hustle are the ones flying away with it right now. And scoring!
A brilliant goal from Julie Wise. And Julie Wise is usually a lefty, so to see her score so strongly on her right is just a testament to how talented she is.
Well, here come Forge again through Dryden, and she's looking to move that play wide. Available back in the middle. The shot was straight at Whittington, though. That didn't really trouble the keeper too much, because she made herself, as you say, Harry, nice and big.
Very big.
Very tall with the stick. And it gives Hustle a chance to explore their options once again, with Chloe Chan leading the way. And she's going to invite...
A great set of defence from Ella Cohen. Great body. That's what we need.
Oh, lovely little turn.
Fantastic save from Emily Chandler.
It was a lovely little turn coming in initially, though, from Minty Loxton-Barnard. She looked as though she could get that turn away and a flick with the stick. She could get a score, potentially.
And I think we've got a timeout, James.
We have indeed. Forge calling the timeout. They're 1 point down. At one point, they had levelled the game. This is big moment stuff. Blockbuster finishes to all of the games here at the Fly, but none more so than right now today.
Yes, really heating up. You know, again, looking at Em Chandler and the saves that she's been making, you know, these are doorstep saves. As a keeper myself, they are not easy to stop. And it's all about reading the release. And Emily Chandler is just so good at doing that. I think, you know, she makes this, as I said, she makes the saves when it needs to happen.
Well, as we were saying in a previous game as well, people who are watching at home for the first time will notice the size difference between the goalkeeper's stick basket and that of the outfield players, and it actually just never feels big enough probably as a keeper.
I can't believe you called it a basket.
I'm so sorry.
It's
a net?
It's a pocket.
A pocket?
Yeah. And head. So the head's bigger, the pocket's deeper.
Well, you learn something new every day.
You do.
You could have told me that after the first game, but you've just let me suffer in silence, haven't you?
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're going to see Wimpenny start with the ball to Iona.
Fantastic response from the get-go for Forge, thanks to Iona Dryden once again.
I think what we're seeing now is Iona's starting to make the decisions that are less, you know, less risky. She's taking the safe shot. She's using the momentum that is being built off her by her defenders and using it to really, you know, elevate the power that goes into her shots.
Well, good still there from Wimpenny from the Forge perspective, and she's going to fight her way further down the pitch, coming in on some significant pressure, but finding Cohen.
And Ella Cohen, for the first time today, has got Forge their lead.
What a game. What a game. Ella Cohen, take a bow. That is a score for the ages, and that could be really important in terms of the full picture of this game and the subsequent result. But an instant response from Hustle.
An immediate response.
Julie Wise.
Julie Wise, Julie Wise.
It's not Wise letting her into some space, and she's made Forward punish.
And an errant pass is going to go to Hustle.
Well, the keeper, Whittington's come way out here now. And let's see what Forge can do playing out from the back. And
We're currently tied up.
Whittington will get it started from the back once again. Oakley carrying Hustle forwards. And we're in the final few minutes. Final few minutes now, Harry, with this game hanging on a knife edge at 12 all. It's going to swing either way, and it's going to be whoever can score next potentially gets the win in their sails. And just as Chloe Chan thought she was away with something, she concedes the foul, and Forge get possession once again.
And again, this is not a done game. We've still got 3 minutes of play. This is Sixes. It is very fast, and you know, this could go either way.
It's very cliche to say, but anything could happen still.
Anything could happen indeed.
Oh, we just see a shot going slightly astray there for the Forge side, and it's good to see they've got the confidence still in these later stages, because their legs will be very, very tired, and they'll just be exhausted overall because of the heat we've experienced today and the quick turnaround from their already existing matches today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that, you know, as you can see the players, a lot of them are huffing. A lot of them are extremely fit as well, so to see them, you know, exhausted is, you know, a testament to how difficult this sport actually is.
Is this surface more fatiguing to play on than a grass pitch, for example, Harry?
A lot of heat comes off of an Astro, and if you're sat down, say over there, you can literally see the heat coming off the Astro. It is,
wow.
It's you've got it from above and below, so.
It's ruthless, and the Forge attack is also ruthless.
And a great goal from Liv Wimpenny.
Wimpenny coming through for the good for Forge. And that means they currently lead 13-12. They've re-established the lead. Can they deny Hustle a chance to equalise from the get-go? That's a crucial interception coming in there, knocking the ball out of Loxton Barnard's stick.
A very dangerous check from Iona Dryden.
But a huge goal for Chloe Chan and a huge goal for Hustle. Less than 90 seconds remaining in this game. What can Westwood inspire here for her Forge side? They're working the ball around nicely.
There is less than just 70 seconds to go in this game. And Forge have capitalised on this possession.
Sarah Butler scoring the goal for Forge, getting them a vital point to retake the lead. Hustle have got to throw everything and the kitchen sink at this next attack because they need to level the scores and then try and claim the ball back to claim victory.
If I was Forge, I'd be stepping up right now in defence. A crucial save.
Could that have won the game from Emily Chandler for Forge?
42 seconds left. I mean, again, it's Sixes, anyone's game.
Let's see what happens as we get started once again. Hustle tracking across the park.
Very dangerous player to stick for that.
Good spin from Oakley to find her teammates and to get them going once again. And what can Parry do? She's put it in! We're tied at 14-all with 25 seconds left on the clock.
Forge really, really need to run the clock down here. Take the shot at the last minute.
Less than 20 seconds remaining. What are Forge going to be able to do? Awkward bounce for Whittington to deal with. 10 seconds remaining. Let's get this game going. Come on, Whittington, stop holding onto the ball. Oakley.
Are we going to see a
one more pass, surely, and a shot. Instant score!
What a fantastic clutch victory from Hustle. A beautiful buzzer beater, as they would say in the United States. This was truly a match to behold.
With the final action of the game on the sound of the klaxon. The goal goes in and Hustle come away 14-15 victors. And I can't wait to be able to take another look at that game-winning moment because that's going to go down in Fly history. Let's take a look at it.
It all started with Whittington.
She just took too long on the ball, it felt like, and I was starting to panic.
You really want to run that clock down. And look at this. Quick recovery and a quick goal.
It was Julie Wise.
Julie Wise.
She'd been leading from the front the entire game.
Absolutely.
And she comes in at the crucial moment, the number 21, to steal victory from Forge at the final play.
And, you know, it really did start with Whittington. She really, I think she saw the clock. She was like, I'm going to get this and I'm going to time this perfectly. There was a little bit of shakiness in the stick work down the end, but Julie Wise managed to recover and capitalise on, you know, the Emily Chandler letting her guard down.
But do you know what this means? It means that Hustle are going to come away from today, the first day of the Fly 2023, with 2 wins and no losses, and our reigning champions are going to leave with 2 losses.
You know, yeah, I mean, Forge are favourites going into this, but, you know, lacrosse is a very cruel mistress, if you say. You know, everything, as we said earlier, anything can happen, and I think as well, something that's really interesting is that Hustle have won both of their games by 1 goal.
That's dangerous.
Very
you can't keep playing like that. Winning by 1 goal. It's not going to do your nerves any good, and it's not going to do the blood pressure of all the relatives at home any good either.
And what it does mean, though, is... oh, actually, I was going to say something about goal difference, but I think it could affect standings and who they play. They need to get that goal tally up.
Or they just go for 3 wins.
Or they just go for 3 wins, just keep winning by 1 goal.
It's not impossible. It's still a win on paper, isn't it?
A win's a win.
A win is a win.
A well-fought and hard-earned victory for Hustle. It is, you know, heartbreaking for Forge. I think that, you know, they really showed their composure in that game. And I think that was much better play than their first one. I think, you know, the nature of Sixes, it is so clutch. I think that, you know, because it was such a close game, it was anyone's.
I mean, let's talk about the Forge side in a little bit more detail before I spring on you for a player of the match. Because Iona Dryden really put her hand up as an important member of that Forge squad, and equally so Ella Cohen. But there were also some important figures missing from their first game because they didn't use Alex Kant at all.
Yeah, I was disappointed to not see Alex Cant on the pitch. As I said, I thought she was underutilised in the first game. There were a substantial amount of times where she was open and free on the crease, and you know that's Alex Cant's bread and butter. But you know there were other players that stepped up.
Well, we're just taking a look once again at this Hustle side that have come away with victory here, and you can see that they are clearly happy with it, and that's Jane Lee on camera right now talking to her head coach. She'll be happy with her performance, but she's still straight in there trying to know how she can do better. That's just the mentality of a great player, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think Jane Lee is, you know, always improving, always getting better, and you can see it in her play as well. She's very unselfish. You know, she got 17 draw controls at the previous World Cup. She's an international. She knows what she's doing, but she always needs to in anything, there's always room for improvement, and I think Jane is possibly one of the, as I know her personally, she's always trying to improve and trying to up her game. And she actually plays men's for Spencer for I think they're 3s or 4s, and I think it shows. And I spoke to Jane about this, and she said it suits her playing style much better.
Well, let's go over to Chris Knight, who's been able to catch up with one of the co-captains of Hustle, Julie Wise.
Julie, congratulations, last-minute winner. Describe the emotion when that one went in.
Honestly, I was so relieved. I was so shocked it went in. I kind of just threw it and wasn't expecting anything, and then suddenly I saw it go, and I was like, oh, we've won. Yeah, well, relief.
Incredible. 2 games going down to the wire. What kind of advert is that for women's lacrosse and Sixes Lacrosse?
I mean, it's such a fast game, and I think this year especially the scores have been so close, which just shows how much the the ability has just risen, and everyone's just got so much more used to the game and the speed. All the games have been so high scoring.
It's been a fantastic day of lacrosse so far. 2 wins from 2. What's the vibe like in the group?
Vibe is like buzzing. We hadn't really done any training before. We were just play and see what happens, and they've just been fab. We just hustled to the core, really.
Love that. And how do you carry that momentum over into next week? Obviously you'll have 1 game then. How do you do that?
I think just keep going, keep training throughout the week. We've got a training session before the next game, so I'm hoping we all just come in buzzing, ready, hopefully taking the #1 seed for the finals.
Amazing. And do you think you can go 1 better than last year?
I would really love to. My first year I came 3rd. Last year we came 2nd. This year a win would be amazing.
Well, congratulations on the win and congratulations on the victory. I'll go let you join your team. They're having a photo. Thank you. Well done.
I'm sorry, that was so awkward.
You did amazing. Liv, commiserations. How are you feeling? That must be a hard one to take.
I mean, it's hard, but we've definitely built on from the first game today. You know, we came out, had a bit of a chat between the games, and I think we really started to implement some of the things that we wanted to practice. So definitely building game on game, and next weekend will be even better, I'm sure.
Yeah, two losses from 2 must be tough to take, but how do you pick yourselves up next week and try and get that victory in the 3rd and final match?
Yeah, I think, as I said, we've never played together as a team before, got brand new tactics, a lot of tactics that none of us will have really played with any of our other teams before. So just getting to know each other, and as I'm sure you can see, that game, we started to click by the end. The momentum was really with us. If only there had been another quarter.
Well, you've got to say it's been a fantastic day of lacrosse. What kind of advert is this for Sixes?
I mean, it's absolutely fantastic, isn't it? The venue, I think, is great. I think the way you've got all the professional filming, interviews, everything like that, it's really great. And I think, however many games today have been down to 1 goal, it just shows that it's such a competitive and exciting format of lacrosse.
Well, thank you very much. I'll let you rejoin your team, and well done today.
Thanks.
all the coordination or the problem, you feel like you're going to get shot. So you like,
You know what? Someone else.
yeah, someone else can take the shot for the last half an hour.
I had a legendary one.
That's how it
Ow. Got to represent it.
You're the away team today. Fucking hate being away.
My brother, this guy, got no clue of anything outside of that. And yeah, enjoy it.
Yeah, you don't need to, it's good. There's so many people here.
Yeah.
I know about you. And they just giggle and everything.
That's right.
Yeah, the Untitled Chapter going on with And they had 4XL. They had a whole pile of 4XL.
Been 11 years. Big belt, jacket shirt, with quite tall, It was like a dress. He could have just taken the colours off and put it in. He'd have been shot in that. was just giving you a few things to talk about. What could you imagine in your bar letting someone in your flip flop? Yeah, like what could go wrong with that? Yeah, but that's your house. That's your house there. Like that's fine. Oh yes, I've got 8 minutes. We're not going to have 3 at one time, are we? Or some in one time. What you don't do. In a situation where the time's
thought. Being the next person gets crazy. They've probably gone to our scrapping, mate. It'll be sensible now. Good luck finding your shoes. Boys!
Ryan, Caroline's having a look. Wales. If you quote Sam Pat saying I would be the best into the
So, teams are now set for the final match of the day. The final men's match of the day. Two teams are ready. First out onto the pitch, Team Rise. And their opponents, Team Hustle.
Ooh, Erica, stop it! Come on! We are good. Let's play ball, guys. top off.
We have made it to the final game of day one of the Fly. We are about to watch Men's Hustle v Men's Rise. Chris, are you excited for this last game?
I am excited for this last game. It's been a fantastic day of lacrosse. There's been buzzer beaters, it's had everything. The sunshine sixes, you couldn't ask for more. How about you? You enjoyed?
It's been great. Seeing as this is my first one, I mean, the atmosphere's been electric. We've had some great games of lacrosse down to the wire, the buzzer. Do you think we're going to be seeing the same thing in the last game?
Yeah, hopefully. Well, this is a repeat of last year's final. Rise going for 3 in a row, so I think we'll see a really close game. Hustle have won already today, and they're looking strong in both men's and women's, so I think we're in for a very exciting game. Who's your money on?
Oh, I was just about to ask the same question, took the words out of my mouth. So I'm going to just be a bit controversial maybe. I'm going to say Rise are going to take this, purely because we've seen Hustle dominate today, so why not? Let's go for a bit of Rise.
I'll go for Hustle, so we've got a bit on the line, yeah?
Okay, that's fine. So we're going to throw it over to commentary, and let's have a cracking final game.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you, Chris. Welcome back, everyone. Yes, you heard it right. It's the final game of day one of the Fly 2023, and it's Rise versus Hustle, and Hustle are the ones starting really strongly, coming straight out of the blocks before I even had a chance to bring Harry back into the conversation. You've returned for the final game, final push.
Indeed. Hello, James. Yep, it's going to be, this is an unexpected turn of events. I wasn't prepared to commentate for some men's today, but I'm here for it, and it should be a good game.
Well, as you already heard in the build-up from Chris, this is a repeat of last year's final, so there's going to be a lot of high tension, a lot of high-tempo lacrosse being played in front of us, because both of these sides will want to get one back over on their opposite number after last year.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of depth and youth as well. You know, you've got Dave Groves and Alex Russell, both on the same team actually, and they both went to American universities. Dave Groves went to Medal, and Alex Russell went to Liu Post. He was actually named as captain in his second year of his graduate in MBA. And he had a very successful playing career.
Well, we're less than 2 minutes played in this game, and we've already got 2 goals, 1 apiece. And obviously last year, Rise were the ones that were victorious, because they were crowned 2022 Fly champions, and this year, this time round, Hustle will be bidding for that, coming in as runners-up, and really the key player to look at from a Hustle perspective must be Alex Russell, but also Hugo Peel after that first game from earlier on today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Hugo Peel is very youthful, full of energy, and I think he really demonstrated that in the previous game today.
Well, Rye's doing really well to work the ball right up to the edge of the crease, getting the score in as well. It means it's now 2-1 in their favour, in the favour of the reigning champions. And could we see a repeat of victory from last year's final?
I think we're going to see this going to be a one-goal game.
Well, Hustle just looking to see if there's a way in from behind the net. Getting really physical now is Drew Wilkinson and making the diving shot as well. So really good work there from Wilkinson, but equally so, really good save coming in from the goalkeeper, Joseph Prokotko.
And I did notice that Hustle have made a change on their starting keeper. They've replaced Hal Dwobeng with Ryo Tamura.
Well, what can he bring from the keeper crease? And what can he bring from being in that position? Harry, do you know much about his prowess within the cage?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's played for under-22s Japan. He's now Japanese national, currently playing in Spencer. He played for the University of Tokyo. You know, the lacrosse scene in Japan is exceptionally strong. So, you know, akin to that of the United States and sort of England and Australia. So, you know, he will bring some experience to the team as well, and will, you know,
probably even more so after their bronze match-winning game against GB. Good strike there for Hustle. It means the score is now Rise 3, Hustle 2. And they're certainly trying to hustle themselves towards a better game than last year. I know you've not missed that.
I think we're going to be climbing a ladder all game here. You know, I think that both teams are very evenly matched. I think they're distributing the ball very, very evenly, and there was a great save there from Tamura.
It was Will Shirt, like, throwing in that shot. It was travelling through the air like a rocket.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of power on the men's shots. You know, the sticks are completely different to women's sticks. They're a lot deeper. And
is that the pocket and basket?
Yeah.
No, basket? Damn it, not pocket and basket.
It's pocket. It's a lot deeper, meaning you can get a lot more whip on it.
Oh, breaking away now for Rise. Looking really dangerous now. Paul Wainwright just couldn't find his teammate at the crucial moment. And so Rise are going to have to rebuild pretty much straight away. And they've got to take those chances. They do have the lead. They do have a hold on this game, but they've got to take those chances when they're presented to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what we're seeing from both teams is effective ball distribution. I know I keep saying that all, and I've said that all day, but that's how goals are scored. You know, we're looking for people making mistakes in the defence, and you know, we're looking to capitalise and keep our heads up.
Prokotko doing well to deal with the initial shot, but the rebound playing into the hands of Hustle, and it means that we are now tied at 3-3 here at Rosslyn Park in the final game of day one of the Fly 2023. And we're in the final 2 minutes of this first quarter as well. And it's pretty much even Stevens. Only that goal now scored by Rise that separates them, and we're back to being even Stevens level peggings, Harry.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is what we're going to see all game. I think that there's going to be no running away. As I said, they're very evenly matched. There's a depth of experience on that. You know, we just saw, you know, Paul Wainwright, very experienced member of the Spencer Lacrosse Club. Actually, I believe a pole, which is a defensive position. And, you know, I think we'll see some of that experience translate here.
Well, that shot's gone behind from Hustle, just as they look to take the lead themselves for the first time in this game. They've given Rise a lifeline and a chance to go straight back to them. and take a goal potentially that could force them straight back into the lead. And Rise just taking a more casual approach to the attack compared to Hustle, and going away with the shot, really asking some questions of the Hustle defence was Josh Clegg, the Rise number 6, the England under-19 captain of England under-19.
Played for Swift in the Fly 2022. So he's very familiar with the game of sixes.
That's another opportunity gonna miss for Hustle as we count down into the final 40 seconds of this first quarter. It's 4 apiece. Nothing really to separate these sides on paper and the on-field performance so far. But can someone take that lead just before the klaxon sounds?
And a fantastic save from Tamura. It's giving me Emily Chandler vibes. Clutch saves when they need to happen.
There's some big shoes to fill.
Yeah,
Emily Chandler's been absolutely on fire today. Well, he's going to have to work hard for his side again. Rio Tamura.
As a keeper, you have to keep your composure in situations like this. You know, you're going to be facing rebounds, and the most important part of that is keeping your composure. And you know, it's because you have to explode so much off your mark. A lot of energy is expended making those saves. So you know, he did well there to keep his composure.
And we have been brought to the end of the first quarter. It is 4 apiece here at Rosslyn Park between Rise and Hustle in the Men's Fly Lacrosse Tournament 2023. And well, there's really not much to say. It's been end-to-end. There's not been much to separate the two sides. But let's take a look at some of the best moments from that first quarter. And tell me, Harry, what do you make of this? Is there a team perhaps with an upper hand? Because I can't see one.
You know, again, very evenly spread out. You're seeing, you know, textbook lacrosse in both teams. You know, the fake outs, the rolls, the inside dodges, you know, these are all things that you should expect to be seeing at this level. And the goals, you know, I mean, as a keeper myself, I know a lot of these goals are very difficult to save. But they're doing a great job. It's very quick and very fast paced.
That's a lovely shot from Hugo Peel. We've already highlighted him as a danger man, a big threat for Hustle in the attack, and someone that Rise will need to keep their eyes on.
Yeah, and a perfect example there from number 27 of, you know, taking advantage of the mistakes made by the defence, because he slightly hedged out a little bit and he was able to get that inside roll and have a one-on-one with the goalie.
Well, we can see the conversation going on in the Rise tent. This will be the biggest test that they face so far. Their first game, they did come away victorious, and they have kept their charge towards a 3rd successive crown going. But Hustle have been putting some really good displays together so far in the periods that we've been watching them play, and players like Hugo Peel and Alex Russell playing up front together. Rise have got to keep their eyes on them.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're led by a fantastic coaching staff as well. You have Kieran Milner and Sam Patterson being the head of the team. You know, Sam Patterson has a very good tenure at Nottingham Trent. I think he led them to victory this year at the Bucks National Championships. And Kieran, actually, as I said earlier, it's a bit of a Welsh off. Erica Erb is actually head coaching for the Rise team, and Kieran is the head coach of the Wales under-21s, and Erica is part of the coaching staff for Wales Lacrosse.
Wow, so we have got a battle of the dragons who have travelled
that.
across the river, over that bridge, down the M4, and here to Rosslyn Park, where we are also back underway with a bit of action. That's a huge shot. A really fast whipping shot coming in there from Russell. And that's not going to be the last one we see from him, because he looks like he's trying to get an attack started again.
In his final year at LIU, he scored 10 goals and added 5 assists to his tally, registered 12 ground balls, and had a season high of 4 goals against Fairfield University.
So he's had a good season.
It's a good season. I think he's a midfielder. I think it's a pretty decent season. I think what you struggle with Brits going over, I think I mentioned it earlier, is that you don't get much game time because, you know, there are always Americans who are better than you, but, you know, Alex Russell just has the depth and the skill to be able to even lead the team as he was named captain in his final year.
Good score going in there for the Rise. Ben Buchanan, the team icon, providing a crucial goal. Almost
a fantastic save.
Almost an instant response from a Hustle. But going back to this idea of the American side of the pond being filled with a lot of talent when it comes to lacrosse, are there any English players or British players in that professional league that they have out there?
All I can think of is Christian Scarpello. I know that he's in England. He's an England player, and he actually plays for. I can't remember what. I think it might be Chaos, but I'd have to check that. But he is a member of the English national team.
Well, Hustle have now conceded another goal, and Rise have extended their lead to 2 against the purple side.
I'm starting to wonder, is this gap going to widen? What was said in that coaching huddle?
Oh, really good physical battle there to try and win the ball. And that was Paul Wainwright flying in for Rise and eventually beating, not stealing, beating Nathan Wilkinson off the ball. And Rise come away with it.
Almost immediately.
They get a really good counter-attacking goal there. It's number 23, Drew Bickerton, paying his dividends again. So it means there's a score currently stands at Rise 7, Hustle 4, but Hustle are trying to find a gap to get them a little bit closer.
Oh, we've got a man down.
Someone is down, but they're back up again for Hustle. Dave Groves just taking a little bit of time to get up, and he is limping off to the side. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and he can continue with us. Rio Tamura's come flying out of his keeper area, clearly stating the intent from the get-go that he wants his team to just get playing again, get back up that other end, because that's how they're going to score goals.
Exactly. Again, the athleticism showed by keepers today is really a true testament to the skill level that is here at the Fly. I think that, you know, that's a perfect example of someone who is confident in their ability.
Oh, and here come Hustle. Really good work there on the ball. Great movement with the feet from Alex Russell, and he gets his side another goal. And he closes that gap down. So it's currently Rise 7, Hustle 5. And let's see what Rise can do with a set piece almost really here, starting from the back of the Hustle half.
We've got Ben Buchanan back on the pitch.
Well, we know how dangerous he can be, and that one's just gone a little bit too far over the top, sadly, from Josh Clegg.
Ben Buchanan, part of England box lacrosse setup. He also won Box Euros, which in that team, so that's an amazing feat.
Talk to me how those who play box lacrosse will find it easier transitioning into sixes, like we've got today here at the Fly, versus a field lacrosse player.
Yeah, absolutely. Box lacrosse is a small-sided and it's similar numbers to this, if not the same. Box lacrosse is played with a little bit more padding and it's a lot more physical, usually played on an indoor roller rink. I think it's easier for box players to transition to this adaptation of the sport because they're combining their skill from the outfield and the box field. And I think that as well, I think it's, you know, this for field players coming in, this is a training exercise. A lot of the time you play small-sided lacrosse at your training and at your clubs. You know, it's probably a harder transition, getting used to it. You know, one thing that I found really difficult to get used to is obviously, you know, in field lacrosse, if you're closest to the ball when it goes off on a shot, you have it. However, in this game, it does not matter whatsoever who is closest to the ball. It's the person who touched it last.
Well, here come Rise once again. Fantastic goal going in there from Wilshire. It's that diving shot. We've seen so many try it today, but he's just exhibiting there how hard it is to master, but how glorious it looks when it comes off.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Wilshire, England under 21, and has played in under 19 World Championships, under 20 Euros. He's out of Nottingham Trent, and I mean, they're a very, very big powerhouse for lacrosse in the UK. You know, shots like that are exemplary of what Nottingham Trent offers. And I also think, you know, he's taking advantage of that defender that's hedging just that little bit too much out. You know, if I was coaching Hustle at the moment, I'd be saying, you know, if he's coming round, make sure you're tight to that crease because you want to divert him away.
Well, we've got a timeout called here by Rise. And with 90 seconds left on the clock in the second quarter, we're coming up to the half-time break. They have a lead of 2 points, but they won't be happy with 2 points, will they? Because we've already seen 2 points is not enough in lacrosse. It needs to be 4, 5, maybe even 6 if you can really push it out that far.
Yeah, absolutely. You want a convincing win in lacrosse, especially Sixes, because as we saw in the last game, things can change at the drop of a hat. You know, Rise are going to look to dominate here post this timeout, and I think Hustle are going to really, really fight back and try and claw back their win. I think Rise are slightly taking advantage of the mistakes of the defence. It's capitalising. They need to do it more. But Hustle really needs to get on that lockdown defence. They need to get tighter in, and they need to you know, really mark up on those players who are making an impact. You know, Wilshire, you know, Crease Fiend, absolutely more than capable of weaving through. You need to lock him down.
Well, the wind's really starting to pick up here at Roslin Park, and it'll be a welcome relief from the players, really, because they've been baking in the sun all day, so a bit of wind to cool them down will be lovely.
And again, Ria Tamura showing some great composure in the cage. You know, he's really helped Hustle there with that possession, but it's come immediately back. Now,
well, here come Rise now, working it out from the back. Hustle not able to capitalise on a counter-attack, and now in a dangerous position and scoring from that dangerous position as well. None other. Then we'll say Will Prescott, I think, was the one scoring that.
Okay, I think so. We'll go with that. Please feel free to correct us at a later date. So we're going to look to see here Hustle really, really trying hard. Again, capitalising on defensive mistakes. What happened there is his centre of gravity on the defence was too high. If you're doing that, it's really easy for your attacker to roll under you, and it's difficult to keep your balance.
Well, here come Rise once again, looking for another goal, and that one's sailed over the crossbar, unfortunately, from Patrick McGowan. And that is the half-time klaxon. It brings action to an end here. And after being all square, after 8 minutes, after 16, it's Rise that currently have a 9-7 lead over Hustle. But the game is not done. The match is far from over. And Hustle, only 2 goals behind. They can come back in a matter of seconds in Sixes, can't they?
I mean, yeah, this, again, is exactly the same scoreline we saw going into the previous game at half-time. You know, this is Sixes. It's fast, it's quick, things can change, and you know, you've got a very talented coaching staff over at the Hustle, and they're going to be looking to, you know, get their team to pull the finger out. You know, really start to push on the attack, stop making so many defensive errors, and really, you know, fight back and capitalise on those possessions.
Well, we can see some animated gestures going on here on camera of the team talk for Hustle. What do you think he's actually talking about here with all the drawings? I know it's hard for us to decipher because we're not the coach, but what is the message he's trying to get across, scribbling around the crease?
I think what's happening here is, you know, it's, from what it looks like, is like using it's almost a 2-man game with a floating man in the middle. I think what they're trying to do is isolate a player for an alley dodge and drive to goal.
But what is going to be the main message inside that Hustle team huddle? Because right now they had a lead, and we're going to look at some more moments of it from the half now. So talk me through what's been good about their performance so far, and what perhaps needs to be improved.
I think the goalkeeper's really helped them in this case. You know, he's super athletic and he's really making a difference. I also think that, you know, on the Hustle side, we're seeing some really great shots on goal. However, you know, there's just a few defensive errors that have allowed Rise to capitalise. We've seen some really strong performances so far from Ben Buchanan and Josh Clegg. You know, they're doing some really good stuff. You know, Ben's got the power on his shot. He's a big lad. He's got the power, and he knows how to find the back of the net. You know, he's a box player. He's hard, and he's accustomed to this sort of style of play. But yeah, I mean, and also Will Shirt's been an absolute standout as well. I mean, those diving goals have been absolutely fantastic.
Well, it's been a fantastic game of lacrosse for all to watch. And in the moment when we were struggling to find out who was who and who was what, it was actually Patrick McGowan that was the one that we were unable to identify there in the frenzy that was this game of the Fly Lacrosse that we enjoy and love so much. And just looking across into his team now, into that huddle, the Rise team talk, we can see the assistant coach, Elliot Pugh, just getting some words across to his team. They're only 2 points ahead. They're going to want to capitalise more on the moments where they're actually down the other end of the field, aren't they?
Yeah, I think he's going to be saying, keep doing what you're doing, keep taking advantage of their errors. You know, what they're doing at the moment is, you know, they're capitalising on everything that Hustle are doing wrong. And also, you know, the keeper's been really great in this as well. He's been making some super clutch saves. He's been getting that play started, and, you know, it's working out for Rise.
Charlie Aubrey spoke to us earlier on comms about how important the keepers are in terms of the total outcome of the game for individual sides. And do you think that that's going to be the story here? It's going to be a face-off of the keepers in terms of who can actually keep the most amount of goals out of their net, because we're still going to see more and more goals scored throughout this game.
Yeah, of course. And I think, you know, the performances they've put in so far have been, you know, great. As a keeper myself, you know, they are incredibly talented. It's just whether they can keep their composure into this next half. For Proko, he's going to want to continue his performance and make sure that he's, you know, continuing his success and goal. And you know, Ria Tamura is really demonstrating what it's like to be a very clutch goalie and very effective at getting that play started for Hustle. And we're back.
We are underway once again. We're into the second half. The final moments, the final chance for both of these sides to really stake a claim.
And a big shot on goal from number 23 from Rise, Drew Bickerton. Unable to capitalise, but nonetheless a great shot.
Well, good score there for the Rise team. They take their tally up to 10. The Hustle side have really got to work hard to come back to them now and really press onto that front foot, and they need to make sure that they don't slip away too much from the Rise team. And shots like that coming in from Nathan Wilkinson will certainly reassure the coaching side and the rest of the Hustle team.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's on the same team as his brother, Drew Wilkinson. Was that Drew or Nathan Wilkinson?
Nathan.
Yeah, he's on the same team as his brother, so there's obviously some synergy there. And I think, you know, that shots like that, the capitalisation on the ISO is where we're going to see Hustle claw it back.
Well, that pass isn't going to help Rise's campaign towards scoring more goals in this fixture, and instead it invites Hustle to come straight back at them, and no one was pressing No one was trying to close down the efforts of the Hustle side, and, well, Daniel Flisk will be thinking to himself that that is a missed opportunity.
Absolutely, yeah.
When here come Rise once again. They do bounce back very quickly, both of these sides, in terms of switching from defence into attack. We've already mentioned in all of our games today just how crucial that is to get a victory.
Yeah, again, defence wins games, and you know, I think that is particularly in sixes, you've got to have a strong defence, because that's how you get your leads. That when you get your caused turnovers, that's when you're and you getting your conversions down the other end. That's when you're creating leads. Otherwise, again, what I said earlier, we're going to be climbing a ladder the whole game. A brilliant goal from number 7.
Great score for Hugo Peel. He's been on fire, on top form for the Hustle side. But we spoke about how good it is to switch from defence into attack, and that's exactly what Rise were able to do, and they've got another goal to the good thanks to Ed Hildridge. And so it means it's Rise 11, Hustle 9. And here come Hustle again, searching once again. Wilkinson almost finding the net. But instead, Rise with an opportunity to perchance capitalise, and they do.
And this is what it's about, right? This is what we've just been talking about. It all starts with the keeper, it starts with the defence. This is how they generate their leads. This is how they're going to win the game. They've got to have a strong defence, and Rise are outdoing Hustle at the moment.
They were able to utilise their team icon, really an anchor for them in their attack, someone who's been consistent for them in the form of Ben Buchanan, and he's still on that pitch, still trying to work around in some space, and he's on the ball now for the Rise side, and he's going to work infield a little bit.
And, you know, this level of contact, you know, he's very much used to, so he's going to be able to take those drives, and he's going to be able to look at that feed, and a fantastic...
Great take from Buchanan.
Go.
He's proving exactly why he's the team icon. He's getting them another big goal. It's a 13-9 lead for Rise now as we count down towards the final 4 minutes of the third quarter. Only 12 minutes of game time remaining in total now, Harry.
And it's looking to be...
Well, little errors like that aren't going to help Rise in their hunt towards closing this game out.
A fantastic save from Prokoko.
Brilliant. Brilliant work from the goalkeeper. And he throws his Rise teammates a lifeline, and Rise will just take their time here, take a moment to quickly weigh up their options in attack and see where the opening might lie. And they're going to go from behind the crease now.
And that's a brilliant goal from...
That's done really well. They're really good goal from Patrick McGowan. And Hustle have really got to get back into a groove here, get back into a scoring rhythm, because they've slipped to falling behind by 5 now. And that loose pass isn't going to help the cause.
When it gets to this point in the game, you do start to think, you know, well, how can we claw this back? Rise are capitalising on the defensive errors of Hustle very, very well. And in defence as well, what we're seeing is, you know, Rise are forcing Hustle to take shots that won't necessarily are bad shots, and they're doing it, and it's going straight to the keeper's stick. And that keeper, Will Prokoko, he gets that ball down, he gets that play started. He wants his team to be getting that conversion, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
The Hustle coach is not happy with the recent decisions of the officiating team because, well, Rise are in possession of the ball once again. It looked as though they wanted to try and call a timeout, which is this the right time for them to be doing that in the third quarter?
You know, I think there has to be a reset somewhere, James. I think we have to really think about, from a Hustle perspective, what exactly we need to do to get that deficit down. Because right now, you know, they're using a lot of the same things. They're making the defensive errors. They're leaving players isolated.
Well, Will Prescott came in from behind the goal there to invite the rest of his team onto the ball. Rise are still with it. Rise are still attacking. Can they work it out for a goal? Oh,
an unfortunate stop clock violation, and it would have been a fantastic goal otherwise. But that's it, right? You can see there Hustle were making several defensive errors, and I think that, you know, again, it always starts with the defence.
Absolutely, and we saw just there, Rise took the full 30 seconds to even think about getting a shot away. Hustle went straight into their half, and within 5 seconds, they'd made a diving shot, and it hadn't worked out for them, and they give possession back. And do they need to stop doing that? Because you can't actually win any games if you don't have the ball.
Exactly. You know, I think it's all about patience, and I think Hustle slightly lacked that at the moment. And what we're seeing with Rise is the ball distribution is absolutely fantastic, right? You know,
big hits going in there on Cameron Major. He'll be feeling that in the morning for sure. Thank goodness he's got a helmet to protect that pretty face, because he was clipped and clobbered there by the Hustle defence.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're starting to realise that they need to get more physical, and they're seeing every attempt to drive or go to goal as a potential, as a potential conversion. Rise are proving to be exceptionally dangerous when they get close to that goal.
Well, we're in the final minute, in the final 50 seconds here, so Rise, in theory, could just take the full 30 seconds, and then that only leaves just under 20 seconds for Hustle to do anything at all to respond. And so it'll be interesting to see what the tactic is here. They are passing it around a little bit, and they looked for the gap. Great goal, great shot coming in from Will Prescott, and he gets Rise yet another score.
And what we're seeing here, right, is we're seeing the defence hedge towards the ball carrier and then skipping a pass and then leaving someone isolated, right? That's where that goal came from, and it's textbook lacrosse. And I think what I've just had a look.
Things are getting slightly feisty there.
Very feisty.
Upended ever so slightly was Nathan Wilkinson, and he's still in the fight, and Rise are the ones that are fighting away with the ball.
Some real physicality here. But Rise ultimately come up with the possession.
And that's it. That's the end of the third quarter. Patrick McGowan finished with the ball in his stick. In the pocket, sorry, I should say. He had it there all ready to attack on the Hustle goal, but ultimately we're brought to a stoppage between the third and fourth quarter. And look, we are about to head into a final 8 minutes where currently Hustle are trailing by 6 goals. Now that's a huge deficit, but it's not an impossible deficit to come back from. But they do need to be scoring pretty much every single play chance that they get.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to do exactly what Rise have done in the last quarter. You know, Rise took that quarter and ran with it. You know, we really saw the ball movement, creating opportunities, and you know, sort of catching the defence out. You know, we're seeing some high-powered shots, difficult to save shots.
It's coming in from both sides, really. So you just saw there Nathan Wilkinson for Hustle being able to do it, and this is Hugo Peel on the ball, and we know how dangerous he is when he's given a little bit of space to run into, and he's exhibiting that there. Do they just need to get the ball to him more, do you think? Is he the key to Hustle coming back into this game?
I think what they need to do is, I think what they're doing is they're playing almost like a traditional men's defence. They're sort of moving as a unit in a sort of zonal capacity Hustle. I think perhaps if they man mark more, they get a lot more conversions. You know, when you've got players like Ben Buchanan with the ball, you need to be marking up on the players. And I think that, you know, I think what's going to be really key here is distribution. As I've said all day, one thing that's super important, and you know what Rise are doing very well, is distributing the ball very, very evenly. You know, before that stop clock violation, the ball movement there was very unselfish, and it was very, you know, tic-tac-toe, and that's how attacks should be. We don't want an over-reliance on certain players, though. So I think it's about getting the ball to the people who can strike in an effective way. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, we're giving it to him and getting him to drive. What we need to be doing is, you know, getting him isolated and potentially, you know, creating the play with him being the ultimate goal scorer at the end.
Well, we're starting in this final quarter with a goal for the good, for the Rise side, and Will Prescott coming up for the team.
Immediately converting, and I don't believe that's going to be a goal. I think that's going to be a foul.
Well, let's hope this officiating decision is shorter than the last extended one that we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, absolutely. Cross-check, yeah.
That's a big loss as well for Rise to have their keeper sent off from the field of play.
And down a player also.
Well, coming in to fill some very big shoes for them now is Aaron Davey, the goalkeeper. He's aspiring to play at the 2028 Olympics. That's what he's working towards right now, and he starts that campaign here at the Fly 2023. And the rest of us also want to see lacrosse sixes at those Olympics.
Absolutely. I think as well, you know, it's unusual to see a goalkeeper foul, but again, you know, if they're out of their crease, they're subject to field player penalties. So that's why we're seeing Prococo is currently serving time.
As a keeper then yourself, is it quite difficult to find that balance between going outside of your crease, staying inside for the safety of, you know, being a keeper as well?
You know, yeah, I mean, for some reason that people have got vendetta when keepers come out of their crease. They want to slash, they want to hurt you, they want to literally abuse you. I don't know why.
Good low driven shot going in there from Peel for the Hustle side, but ultimately Rise are the ones that are going to break away with it. But he's been bullied off the ball, and bullied into spilling the ball was Patrick McGowan. And Hustle are going to come away with it now, thanks to Elliot Bickerton, and unfortunately intercepted straight away by Rise. This is really end-to-end stuff in the final quarter.
If I was Eric, I'd be very, very happy with the way that my team was playing right now. I think, you know, it's exemplary play, and I think that Rise are really, really, you know, showing themselves to be real contenders for the title.
Well, that's a really good score for Hustle at a very crucial time in the game from Daniel Flisk. And he flicked that one into the back of the net, and he's closed the deficit between the two teams. It's now only 5 points between them.
We've got 6 minutes left, James, so, you know, anything can happen now. You know, we have a different goal, and you know, as a reserve keeper, it's always tough, you know. You don't see much game time, especially if you go to a championship. And I think this, for someone who is aspiring to play at a high level, this sort of, you know, level of play is really hard to come by. And I think for, you know, Aaron Davey, I think this will be very good for his confidence and very good for, you know, his future aspiration and skill.
Well, the score is now 19-12.
18, 16, 12.
Oh, 16-12. We've had all the clocks and scoreboards changed.
They are closing that gap.
Well, with 4 points in it and 5.5 minutes left in this final quarter, I know Rise are a player down, but they've already shown the quality that they have in defence to be able to hold a lead. But surely now is the time for Hustle to pounce, to really press this Rise team.
Yeah, I think so as well. And, you know, with a fresh goalkeeper, it's always quite difficult to, you know, step up to the plate so late in a game. You know, your body's cooling down, so it's going to be difficult. But, you know, it's very evident that he's putting up a fight and that he's, you know, very, very ready to take this on. I think that we're seeing Hustle capitalise on perhaps, I would say, James' complacency from Rise. They had that 6-goal lead and then thought, this is ours, and perhaps Hustle have played on that.
Some very strong words from you, Harry, going into these closing minutes, these closing moments now for both sides.
And this is when it counts, James.
Well, let's see if Rise can indeed make it count. They are restored back to a full force, and coming onto the field of play now for them was Josh Clegg from that penalty chair. Oh, and that shot's not going to trouble anyone except the leisure centre next door, and maybe And maybe our TV truck, actually, as well. I've just heard some complaints coming from behind us. And we might have a word with Will Shirt afterwards for that shot.
It is the risks of playing lacrosse, unfortunately. Any cars in the vicinity are liable to substantial damages.
Well,
and a great alley dodge and shot from number 77.
Drew Wilkinson. Drew Wilkinson pouncing on the opportunity and making Rise pay. But they do still hold a 3-point gap. And we've got 4.5 minutes left on our clock, counting down here in the arena. And the cheers coming in from the benches, just trying to encourage Rise to keep moving the ball, keep the ball.
It seems to be that they called a play, and they've capitalised on it.
They've done really well there. Rise have got another score, another great goal there. Paul Wainwright stepping up, making Hustle pay. It's now 17-13 in favour of Rise.
A great save from Aaron Davey. You know, as a keeper, those saves are just so good for your ego. I celebrate my own saves, which are perhaps is a bit controversial and arrogant.
But you've got to, like, all these moments that seem so small when they happen, are actually, they have a huge impact on the grand scheme of the entire game, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And here we go again. This is what Hustle are now, the tables are turning, right? This is what Rise did to Hustle. They got their defenders out of position, and they're really capitalising on the fact. A great save from Tamura, and they're really capitalising on the fact that, you know, the defenders are hedging way too far out.
It was Daniel Flisk who was the one capitalising on the space for Hustle and getting the goal for them as well. But you could say here with a bit of certainty, actually, that Hustle might concede another goal, and is this the game slipping away from them if there's still the 4-point buffer? But really good saving.
Tamura has proven himself in this game, and I think, you know, he has big shoes to fill, filling Hal Dwobengs, because Hal is a fantastic keeper himself. But, you know, from what I've seen today, I think, you know, there's something to be said for Tamura.
A dark horse in this competition, perhaps. Well, here come Hustle once again. They're really pressing nice and high in their attack, but moving the ball around with some intent. They've clearly got a game plan, and they're starting to follow it, and things are starting to fall into place, but that one wasn't falling into place at the final mark really fairly at Bickerton.
Seems like what they're trying to do is get a give and go and create some momentum on that inside roll. I think that they're utilising their left-handed people, and they're trying to get it in that way. Great recovery.
Good passing going in from Rise, and a good goal going in for them as well. Will Shirt getting the score once again. It's now 18-14 to the good for Rise. There's a 4-point gap once again. Well, playing out from the back now was Paul Wainwright, and he was trying to get his side going quickly and going once again. And are they going to score? They are! They get yet another goal. Really great effort from Ed Hildridge.
It's funny. I think Rise said to themselves on the pitch, right, I've had enough of this. Let's turn it on, and let's make this our game and finish it and close it out. I think at this point, James, this does look like it's going to be going in favour of Rise, who I believe are the defending champions.
Well, Rise are not giving up. They've got a 5-point lead. They've got just over a minute remaining on the clock. They've got this game in the bag, but they're not stopping their efforts to try and get more goals. And already, Tamura trying to encourage his side to just get going again. Get the ball up the other side.
And an errant pass. This is when you start to see them panic, right? This is why they're making silly mistakes. You know, that could have been a great goal, but the pressure with the 5-goal deficit is difficult to handle.
Nathan Wilkinson not finding Hugo Peel on that occasion, and instead they find Rise with the ball in hand once again. 40 seconds left on the in-stadium clock. And Rise will just take their time here. Yeah. They'll probably run down the full 30 seconds.
We've got a foul here on number 55.
And leaving the field of play now is Josh Polk after giving away that foul. 31 seconds left.
This is not where you want to be if you're Hustle, a man down, and 30 seconds left, and with a 5-goal deficit.
Do we still say, can we start to say that Rise have gone and got a victory here, or are they going to really surprise us, Harry? That would be magical.
It would be magical, but you'd have to be pretty quick. I think they're just going to let the clock run now. They have 30. I don't know how long the clock's got on the shot clock, but you know, there's only a few seconds left of the game, and you know, they've got the substantial lead. Is there a necessity to score again? Not really. This is
3 seconds left, 2 seconds left, 1 second left. There goes the klaxon. Rise have secured victory here against Hustle in the final game of the day. On day one of the Fly 2023, it finished Rise 19, Hustle 14. And Harry, come on, give me a player of the game.
You know, it's got to be Wilshire, and it's followed a very, very close second by Tamura. You know, I think, yeah, coming on as a reserve keeper is difficult anyway. Filling the shoes of Hal Dwobeng is even more difficult. But, you know, Wilshire's goals were, you know, a thing of beauty.
Well, it's been a fantastic game to enjoy, and it has really gone down to the end, because up until the halfway point probably of that final quarter, there were only 2 or 3 goals in it, and that still means that it could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at one point, you know, I thought Hustle were, you know, clawing back, but I think that Rise adapted, improved, and overcame very, very well.
Now, that's a strong way for Rise to start off their 2023 the Fly campaign, and 2 victories from 2 games. That sets them as the team to beat, really, in this tournament from the men's perspective.
Yep, absolutely. I think Rise are looking exceptionally strong this year. Not saying that Hustle don't have a chance. Perhaps it's a go away, work, improve. But we'll see what happens next time. Wilshire.
Well, Wilshire was your player of the match, but who have been some other standouts for you? You pick out Ryo Tamura. He had a fantastic game there.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the cage, and as a keeper yourself, you probably really respect the game that he put together.
100%, and I think it's like super important to respect your keepers. Keepers are, you know, very integral to the game, and you know, I don't think they get enough love.
And from a Rise perspective, they'll be happy taking that victory forwards into the rest of the tournament, and actually potentially Buchanan, their team icon. He's one that they need to look to going forwards.
Yeah, I think Ben Buchanan got some very good shots in this game, and they were high-powered and they were with precision. I think that, you know, if I was Erica and Elliot, I'd be very, very happy with my performance, with the performance that my team just gave. And I think, you know, there was glimmers of a real strong contending for the title.
Now, the Hustle side. This was a replay of last year's final, and they've come up second best once again. That's a big confidence blow going into the rest of the tournament, considering that they probably felt more confident going into this year.
Yeah, I think it will be quite a substantial confidence blow, but I don't think that, you know, with the depth of experience on that team, that they can't fight back. You know, there is still opportunities for Rise to lose matches, and there are still opportunities for Hustle to win matches. So it's only day one. It's only our first time, our first set of matches, but you know, it's still anyone's game. But I think for Hustle, it's all about going away, working on what we did wrong, and then improving.
Well, Harry, thank you very much for today. Thank you very much for guiding us through this final game. It's been a real nail-biter every single match we've been able to enjoy, but what we're going to go and experience now is we're going to go and experience Chris Knight talking to our player of the match, Will Shirt.
Will, congratulations, you've been voted as player of the match. How are you feeling after that victory?
It's great to win a finish off the day, just not losing. Spirits in the camp
Two wins from two, you must be happy with that.
Oh yeah. I don't really know what to say. It kind of just came to us. Like we've probably played. Eric has just said there that we've only played around 64 minutes of lacrosse together now, like with a couple 10 minutes training sessions. So the way to merge the team that quickly, I think we've done very well.
And what have you made of the tournament today? It's been obviously quite a long day. Have you enjoyed it? Have you enjoyed the new format?
I've absolutely loved it, yeah. Well, I was there at the first fly and we were kind of like testing stuff out at that one. But this one is a lot more put together, and I mean we've had a good schedule today with probably the shortest gap between games. But yeah, loved it.
Didn't make things easy with the red card. What was going through your head when that happened?
I don't know. He plays for a rival team, so I'm not going to. Yeah, there he is there. But yeah, shouldn't have happened. But I guess that's part of the game, isn't it? It's a physical sport, so.
Well done. One game next week. How do you prepare for that, and how do you keep the momentum going?
I don't know, obviously because people live in different parts of the country, just going to have to keep the group chat going, keep it popping with banter, and just keep them rile up, yeah. It's pretty good at the moment, yeah.
Did you travel far for this tournament today?
I just travelled from Nottingham, but I'm originally from Manchester, but student at Nottingham at the moment, so it wasn't a bad journey, just down the M1 into it. So.
Well, I'll let you get on your way so you get back. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Mate, thank you. Cheers, guys.
Well, great to hear from Wilshire, but also interesting to hear that he's had to come such a long way, and that it is going to be difficult for these sides to maintain the relationship and the chemistry that they've built together today. But as he's rightly said, keep the banter going in the group chats, keep that open channel of communication as well. They should be able to come back next week and take more victories.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's only down the M1 and it's a quote Wilshire. I think off-pitch stuff is so much is so much part of the game as on-field chemistry as well. Keeping in touch with players. Keep holding each other accountable, practicing, or doing all of the things that matter. And I think this is the first time it's been in the south. I believe it was in Telford for the last couple of years. So it's good to have it down here as a southerner. But I think that keeping the team chemistry going is going to be really key to Rise's success. And I mean, as a team that's never played together before and probably met in the car park, they really demonstrated the level and skill.
So we're going to take a look at some highlights now from that match, the fantastic match that we have been able to be treated to here today. And let's take a view at what we've been able to enjoy and experience in what's been the final day of day one at the Fly 2023.
See a fantastic inside roll here from Cameron May.
there at the first fly and we're kind of like testing stuff out of that one. But this one looks just a lot more put together. And we've had a good schedule.
What a day. So that is a wrap on day one of the Fly 2023. We've just seen an epic finale where Rise have beat Hustle. I was about to say Hurdle. No, Hustle, yes. 1914. It was an epic finish. We saw a red card in that game as well. Very exciting, very tense. But guys, give me your initial thoughts kind of on day one.
Well, I was here last year. I think it's been an absolutely fantastic advert for Sixes Lacrosse. It's been exhilarating, there's been everything. There's been drama, there's been buzzer beaters, there's been red cards. Yeah, absolutely fantastic day on Sixes Lacrosse.
And James, how about you? So you've been doing our commentating all day on social media. I mean, how's it gone for you?
I mean, I'm nowhere near as out of breath as all of those players are today, because this has just been end-to-end entertainment, pretty much every single matchup. We've had buzzer beaters in a number of games, we've had really close calls in a lot of the quarters as well, and teams running away with it literally just only in the final minutes. So this is really entertaining stuff to watch from a lacrosse standpoint, but also for someone who's here for the first time as well, much like yourself, Ash. I'm loving it. It's fantastic to see how evenly matched these sides are. This is going to go down to the wire as the competition as a whole.
100%, and I think I do have to say as well, it's just day one. We are back here next Sunday. What should we say to everybody who's currently watching? Come on down. The atmosphere's been electric. We've had puppies, we've had young kids, we've had some people just coming in off the street as well who've just been cycling past, met a couple of them, and they've all said the same thing. It looks so much fun. But I'm keen to know as well, what was your kind of standout game of the day?
I think for me, the match, Hustle Women winning it in the last second, Judy Wise scoring that winner. Yeah, phenomenal game and a great advert, not only for Sixes Lacrosse, but also women's lacrosse. Absolutely exhilarating match for me.
Oh, that's tough to beat. But James, what about you? What's been your standout game?
Well, I actually can't beat that, because that's exactly the moment that I wanted to pick. You've done me dirty there. I wanted to choose that moment, because for me that's what has been the beauty of this day. The fact that moments have gone down really to the wire here at the Fly, and people scoring buzzer beater winners. Like, it doesn't get any better than that. You can't find that anywhere else at any other sport at any other level in the country. So why not come along and watch it next week?
Oh, what a great advertisement for next week. I'm going to say maybe a bit of an early prediction, and anything can happen. What do we think about next Sunday? Do we think Hustle are going to do it again, going to dominate the women's game? That did come down to the final buzzer, we know. But what's our kind of early thoughts maybe on the women's side for next week?
Well, I took your answer, so I'll let you go first this time.
Well, I think Hustle's dominance will certainly continue, to be fair. I mean, they're showing great quality. They've got a great side full of a plethora of both international and regional talent. I think the real disappointment actually of the day, the real story of the day on the women's side is Forge, underperforming with those characters that they have, not being able to utilise more important figures as they should have done. And I think maybe that's a lesson that they've learned going into next week now.
Chris, how about yourself?
I think, well, look at the men's result. Rise 1-2 from 2. I think for them, they're in the driving seat. It's up to the other teams to try and catch up. But I think it's going to be another weekend of exhilarating lacrosse, and I can't wait to watch myself, really.
Oh, I know. We're going to have lots of coffee next week to get ourselves going, because it was too exciting for me at some points. On the edge of my seat, so to speak. But yes, guys, come on down to Rosslyn Park. We're here next Sunday, like I said, going live about 10:15, 10:30, where we kick off some more exciting games for round 2. So we'll see you there.